Hello everyone. Hello, good evening everyone. I hope that all of you are good and welcome to the class everyone. I hope that all of you are in good health and I hope that all of you are studying really very hard for your SST examination. But before we get into the SST examination, right, please do tell me how was your today's exam. Hello everyone, good evening. Good evening everyone. How are you all? Good to see. Good evening everyone. I hope that all of you are good. Yes, thank you for asking. Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better. Awesome. Easy. Nice. Today was IT examination, right? So I hope that all of you did amazingly well who all had that examination. And of course, next examination is of our SST. Thank you so much everyone. Thank you so much for all the love. Yes, Aishwarya ma'am will be joining us in a minute. Yes. So first, we'll be starting with the history. So we'll quickly move ahead with that. Okay everyone. So I hope that all of you can hear me and can see me clearly. Let's have a quick checkup. I hope that you can see the smiley that I made for you. Yes, good evening everyone. Thank you Sneha. Thank you everyone. Thank you so much. Yes. Okay. You can see it. Awesome. So everyone, we will be starting in a bit, right? So you know that today what we will be discussing 100 most accepted questions, right? These are the questions that can easily come in your examination. Now we sat down and we went through different sample papers, previous year question papers and important questions from the NCERT. So all of these questions are kind of a summary of the whole chapter. So we'll be starting with the first that we have over here, right? So we are starting with the history. And again, I want all of you to do tell us that, right? We want this session to be a little bit quicker, right? So I think we can have a poll. See, don't be depressed about SST. It's very easy, right? Now, I think without the poll also you can tell me. So you want, see, we have planned the duration of 1 hour, one hour for each subject. 1 hour for history, 1 hour for geography, 1 hour for pol science and 1 hour for economics. So do you think that we'll be able to achieve that? Yes, right? I'm sure that now all of you are in a boat that is sailing towards the shore, right? We know that we have done the marathon session. Now that we know that whatever we have studied, we have a confidence about it. Yes, right? Yes, we will make it fast because we know that now is the time for you to sit by yourself and study. So tomorrow in the morning, we don't have any sessions. Tomorrow in the evening, we will be coming up with the mentee session. So we don't have mentee today. Tomorrow, just one session, we will have it with you. We have the mentee. So let's get started, everyone. See, our idea of this hour is 4 hours. We are planning to finish this session in 4 hours. Okay? Clear? And what are the things we will be discussing over here? Of course, the important questions. And of course, how you can write those questions in the examination, important keywords. Now, I want all of you to be, very much active throughout the session and help me with the answers. I hope that all of you are sitting with your textbook also, right? So let's get started. Quick thumbs up, everyone. Yes, tomorrow we will have the MCQs. Don't worry, tomorrow we'll have all the MCQs. Okay? Hello, everyone. Yes, map session is there tomorrow, right? Aishwarya ma'am will be taking that session tomorrow. Yes, awesome. Everyone click. Hit the like button, everyone, and we will start. Jaldi say, tell me that are you ready for the session? Tell me. Yes, I can see so many thumbs up in the chat. Yes, can we fix the chat over here? Here on the screen. It's not visible. Yeah. Yes, it's not there. Awesome. So let's get started, everyone. Yes. The first question that we have. Now, what I will be doing, I will be paying attention to the text over here. We'll have a little bit less interaction so that all of you can focus, right? I want all of you to stay focused throughout the session. And here we have a very first question, everyone, right? It came in the year CBSE 2019. The question wants us to explain the aim to form the Zollverein or the Custom Union in 1834 in Germany. What was the aim behind it? Can you quickly tell me what was the aim? We can increase the font size a little bit more. Yes, what was the aim, everyone? Yes, these are previous year question paper. You can see the year mentioned, right? You can clearly see that we have mentioned the year. Good, very good, everyone. Trade, terrific, reduce, very good. Yes. All of these are previous year question paper and I want you to answer this. Very good. Abolish the trade barrier, reduce the number of currencies. Absolutely correct, everyone. So here we have, you can mention that was a custom union. 1834 May it was formed, right, formed by the Prussia, right, it was joined by most of the German state. The aim was to find the German economical into the nation, basically have a common ground, right. For that they have abolished the tarific barriers and reduced the number of currencies from 30 to only 2. It actually helped in awakening the national sentiments through the fusion of individual and the provisional interest, right? And the German people realized that the free economic system was only meant to basically to enlist the feeling of national equality or national together. Yes, very good. So again, these 2 points, this part is super important. So I hope that you got this. I am good. Thank you for asking. I will share the PDF after the session. Great, everyone. So can we move ahead? Quick thumbs up. Please tell the marks also with the question. So Vidisha, this question can be of 3 marks or of 2 marks. Okay? Yes. Very good. Yes, I'm telling the question number also. Let's move ahead. Railway network will be discussed by Aishwarya ma'am when ma'am will discuss the geography question. Let's move ahead, everyone, to the next. Right, but this is how you can write the answer in the examination. So you'll not be able to move here and there now, but you can take a screenshot and I will share the PDF with you. Don't worry. I will share the PDF with you. Okay? Good. Yes. Let's move ahead, everyone, to the next question. Question number 2 came in the year 2020, 10, a long back, but let's see the question. How was the history of the nationalism in Britain unlike the rest of the Europe? Right, and very important thing, everyone. So with these questions, we have picked up these questions in such a way that it is giving us a whole chapter revision also. Okay. So here, everyone, we are discussing about the unification of Britain. Very easy question. Unification of Great Britain, not Britain, but the unification of the Great Britain. Right. Now, it came in the year 2020 and it was for 5 marks. Okay. How was the history of the nationalism in Britain was different from the other that we saw in the Europe, right? So, of course, you remember one thing about the Europe is that, Britain, that it has 4 different nations. You remember that, right? It has 4 various regions all together. It has English, Welsh, Scot or the Irish, right? So, of course, when these all were there, right? And of course, they had their own customs, cultures, other things. But what had happened that the Britain, right, got into the power, right, and of course they had more upper hand in the parliament in the year 1688. We remember that, right? After that, they forcefully started acting on the other countries and started merging them into their self, right, into their own country. The Act of Union, which was there in the year 1707, it happened between the England and the Scotland, and after that they got merged. Really very important, everyone. Okay? Clear? Yes, I will share the PDF. Yes, okay, fine. I'll share the PDF in the comments also. Don't worry, Bhargav. I'll share that. Very good, very good. Yes, there's no marking scheme. There's a blueprint given by the CBSE. You can go and check it out. Right, but they have morely specifically talking about the paper pattern and types of questions and the weightage they have. Okay. So we know that after what happened, of course, there was a little bit revolt between the England and the Irish. Remember, we have Wolfton. Remember that, everyone? In the year 1798, there was a small revolt happened, and of course the Irish people lost, and that's how forcefully in the year 1804 Irish got merged into the United Kingdom. Yes, very good everyone. Yes, Bache, he was an individual who fought, right, for the Irish, from the Irish side. Yes, very good. Okay, and after that, of course, we know that later they have a new flag, right, new national anthem, and English language become actively promoted throughout the countries, right? And this was all there. I hope that this is clear. Yes. So if you have watched our session of the Marathon of History, there also we have discussed this part. Yes. Very good. Okay. I might have missed your thing. Yes. Okay. Chirayu, I didn't get your question. What you didn't get? Yes, very good. So again, what is a blueprint? See, everyone listen to me now. Yes, everyone, I want all of you to pay attention over here. See, blueprint is what? Blueprint is nothing but something that the CBSE released from their side, telling that, okay, this is the syllabus, this is how the question pattern will be there, and this is how many marks the questions will be. Okay, so please make sure you go through the blueprint, but when you are following our class, don't worry about anything, right? We are covering up each and everything. Yes, so you're asking about this point, right? You're asking about this point or this point, Chirayu? So again, if we have to revise this, everyone, so it's a very simple thing. So it initially, the England, right, the United Kingdom, the Great Britain has different 4 parts, right? They were not all together. But slowly, as the England got the power, they started putting up the pressure, right? And they were there in the parliament because of the wealth that they got from the other countries, right? And slowly, we saw that the Scotland also got merged with the England, right? Irish people revolt against it, but again, forcefully, they also ended up merging with the Great Britain. Clear? Yes, absolutely correct. Okay, let's move ahead, everyone, to the next question. And this is how you can write the answer. Here we have the points, right? It's a very clear-cut thing. You can directly take up these points and write. Again, one thing that I would like to tell you, please make sure you're underlining the important points like England, Ireland, right? All of these important things. Good. Okay. Can we... Yes. Good, everyone. Okay, next question on your screen, everyone. It came in the year 2017 and 08. We have to briefly trace the process of German unification, or the other type that, that came in the examination. The same question, but there were different words. Explain the national building process of Germany after 1848. Aditya, I would really, at this particular point, I wanted to love SST. Yes. Can we block Aditya? Yes, not block, everyone. It's a first warning to you, Aditya. Let's not spam. It's a class. I want you to stay focused. Very good. So we're discussing about the German unification. Yes, German unification, everyone. You remember? You remember the important words we discussed? German unification. We have Otto von Bismarck, right? You remember? Yes, very good, very good. He was the chief minister, right? And his king, Victor Emmanuel I, wanted to unite the Germany. He said, fine, right? I will be going ahead with you. And what he did, he fought for 7 years with different countries. Can you name the countries, everyone? 3 countries he fought against. There was one, Denmark, Austria, and which one more, everyone? Sorry, William. Yeah, I'm really sorry. France. Absolutely correct. Yes, I'm sorry. I said the wrong name. Yes, William first. Okay. So what happened? Right after that, we know that we saw the unification of the... Yes, unification of the Germany. Not the Australia, the Austria. Okay? Yes. Kaiser William I. Absolutely correct, everyone. So we know that this was a process. So the middle class Germany got very tired right after the wars and of course by the elected parliament, you remember, in 1848, but of course why suppressed by the monarchy and the military. Later, they united in 1848 and created a nation state. And of course, Prussia soon became the leader of the German unification. We have the chief minister Bismarck, right, and he was a leading part. He took the part, he fought for 7 years, right, with 3 countries, Austria, Denmark and France. And at the end, in January 1871, we have the Persian king William I was proclaimed as the leader. Yes, clear? Easy peasy, right? Yes, Fad. Awesome. Good. Okay, so this is how you can write the answer for the German unification. Yes, you can mention other these points, but these are the most important points that we have. So remember these points. Good. So are we clear? This is how you can write your answer. Again, please make sure you highlight the important years, right? And important keywords. Clear, everyone? Thank you so much. See, we are there for you. We will try our best to make sure that you find these sessions really very good. So, of course, these questions for the German unification or Britain unification comes usually for 5 marks. So, these are very lengthy questions, comes for 5 marks. Okay? Yes, good. 5 marks. Okay. Let's move ahead, everyone, to the next question. Came in the year 2010 and 2017, and we have this question: what changes did Napoleon introduce to make the administration system more efficient in the territory ruled by him? Or the other way the question can be asked is explain any 5 reforms introduced by Napoleon in the region under his control. Easy question, right? If you look at this question, can come for 5 marks or for 3 marks also. Easy peasy question, everyone. Okay? Good. So we know that he introduced the civil code in the year 1804. Absolutely correct. And what are the important things he mentioned? He freed the peasants, feudal system was abolished, everyone got the equal right, birth, right to property, right? The privileged rights were taken away. Yes, very good. Simplified administration system, right to property. Very good. Guild system was also abolished. Very good. So you can mention all of these points, right? 5 points. Clearly it is saying 5, everyone. 5 marks question, 5 points. Okay? So here, this is how you can write the answer in your examination. Napoleon introduced the following changes, right? That actually make it more efficient in the area he ruled. First point, he established the civil code in 1804, which is also known as the Napoleon Code. It did away the all privileges based on the birth, right? That's very, very important point. Equality before the law and the right to property. Very good. Second, he simplifies the administration division. He abolished the feudal system, freed the peasants, serfdom, and of course you can mention these points. Then, guild system was removed. Now, the friends of the monarchy, right? They cannot actually control the market. It was open for all. Very good. And the last point is transport and communication system were improved. Easy? Okay? So this is for 5 marks, everyone. So the question can come in a different way. Yes, weight and measure system was also introduced. Very good, everyone. Keep a track of all of this, right? Yes, very good, very good. Yes, everyone. Please make sure you hit the like button and we will keep the targets really very high. Awesome. Okay. Now, everyone, this is how you can write the answer in the examination. Okay? Yes. If you study all of this, it's absolutely fine. Don't worry. Okay. Now, let's take a look at the next question, everyone. Question number 5, which we have from the year 2017 and 2019. The question is, explain the various stages of the Italian unification. Or the other way that this question can come in your examination is that, explain the process of unification of Italy. Easy peasy. Right? Very easy question. Okay, see again, I can see a lot of you are spamming about the blueprint. Everyone, we have did so many sessions, or if you have some confusion, everyone, Go to CBSE website and see by yourself. Right? I don't want you to repeat it again and again. Let's not ask blueprint question. Right? Your teachers, we have mentioned it 1,000 times. Don't worry about it. Focus what you are here for in the class. Look at the important questions. Very good. So here we have everyone a 5 marks question. Simple, easiest question everyone. Direct question, you write about the Italian unification. Absolutely correct. So we know that initially Italy was divided into 7 different states, right? It was not all together. It has 7 different regions altogether. Yes. So in the year we know that there were a lot of fragments, right? And of course it was divided into 7 different states altogether. So out of these states, as I mentioned, if you want to write this point, it's all okay, right? This point everyone, if you want to write in the examination, it's okay. If you want to miss it also, it's absolutely fine. So we know that Italy was divided into 7 different states. One state was ruled by the Italian princely house, which is the Sardinia, Piedmont, right? Piedmont. This was first small state which was ruled by this. Then center was ruled by the Pope. Austrian Habsburgs controls the north, right? North region of the Italy. The southern region was controlled by the Bourbon King of Spain. This is very important for us to remember also because this will be used in later part of the answer. So we have 7 parts of it. Different parts were ruled by different people, right? And the Italian language is also various regional variation because of course it was not a one big nation altogether. What happened over here is that we have 3 great individuals. Starting with the first important point is the Mazzini, right? Now he founded various society, Young Italy, right? And he helped in the unification of Italy in the 1830s. He was a very important contributor of the unification of Italy. Very important everyone. After that, there was Young Italy which was formed by him. The responsibility went, right, through the King Victor Emmanuel II, right? There was a lot of wars and here and there in between, but later went to the, right, Garibaldi, right, and the Chief Minister Cavour, right? Both of these individuals played a very important, prominent role in the unification of Italy. So we know that Chief Minister fought with the Austrian forces, right, and defeated them, and then that's how the northern part got captured. Furthermore, we know that Garibaldi, right, marched into the southern part and from there along with their army, and what happened, they actually defeated the Bourbon King of Spain, right? There they had, in the southern part, they had the Spanish rule, right? The Bourbon King of Spain was there. And that's how they marched, they defeated them, and that's how we saw the unification of Italy from north to the south. Are we clear? Yes. Are we clear? Is the 5th point? No, the 5th point is not important to write. In the previous slide, right? No. See, again, the unification again everyone can tell you what is most important in the unification of Italy. When you're writing about the unification of Italy, mention the 3 important names, right? 3 important names. Right, all the 3 individuals, Mazzini, right, we have to mention about the Chief Minister Cavour and the Garibaldi, right, all of these 3 names and how they contributed, that's it, okay, you will get the PDF after the session, okay, you will get, don't worry, clear? So if you write that part, you will get 5 marks, nobody is taking 5 marks away from you. If you write these extra point, it's up to you. Again, I'm telling you, it's up to you. Okay? Yes. So, at the end, we know that we have Victor Emmanuel as the proclaimed king of Italy. Right? Remember that, everyone. Victor Emmanuel II. Okay? Clear? So, 5 marks, everyone, in our pockets. Again, I can see many of you are asking, ma'am, how long the session will be. The session will be, hopefully, for 4 hours. Okay? Let's move ahead, everyone. And this is how you can write the answer. Yes. Map work session will be there tomorrow. Good everyone. Clear? Awesome. So everyone, this is how you can frame your answer in the examination. Very easy points. If you want to write this part, mention 7 state, mention who was ruling which particular state, right? If you can remember, it's all well and good. If not, nobody is forcing you to write this. Then mention about the roles of the important people, right? And how they basically helped in the capturing and in the unification of Italy. Are we clear? It is easy, right? I know it's very easy. Okay? Awesome. Lots of love to each one of you, everyone. Stay motivated. Stay high on energy. So let's take a look at the next question. Easy peasy question, everyone, and a super important question. Balkan region pay. During our discussions also we were saying, right, it's super important, and here we have. It came in the year CBSE 2018, and again a 5 marks question. See, describe, explain, or a lengthy question, and they'll come for 5 marks. Very easy. Describe the explosive condition that prevails in the Balkan region after the 1871 in Europe, right? After the revolution which was happening throughout the Europe, Balkan region also wanted to free themselves, right? So what happened? They were under the rule of Ottoman Empire. Absolutely correct. So they were under the rule of Ottoman Empire, and they are a bunch of huge nations, right? They were the lower part of the Europe, right? And they were under the control of the Ottoman Empire. They realized that they also want the freedom, and they got the freedom. They struggled for that, they got the freedom. But what happened? They got jealous amongst themselves. Oh, you know what? You have more land. I want that land. Oh, you know, I want this land. I want this land. So that's how what is happening. There were a lot of fight between these countries, and that what lead to the World War I. Yes? Very good. And they call themselves as the Slavs, right? Very good. So here, everyone, this is how we can write the answer. Yes, they call them Balkans, and of course, now you can write that what countries were a part of the Balkan region. The current countries that we have: Romania, Bulgaria, Albania, Greece, okay, all of these countries. Yes, and they call themselves as the Slavs. Okay, remember that. They were under the control of the Ottoman Empire. Ma'am, is it necessary to write all the 7 states? Ishwari, it's up to you. If you can remember them, it's well and good. If you don't write it, don't worry, you will not be losing marks. Okay. Okay, Ottoman Empire was ruling them. So, of course, the idea of nationalism spread across the Balkan region, and they want the freedom. So, that's how we saw the explosion, and that's how they struggled and they got the freedom for. Later, of course, we know that the rebel, right, and of course they started fighting amongst themselves itself. Absolutely correct, right? So of course they got their nationality. They struggled to define that who they are actually, right? And of course they had a little bit jealousy, and that's what we know, that they were finding it really very hard not to fight for more territory. So they started fighting for more territories, and that was led to the, the World War I. 5 marks question. See, again, wherever you have the words like describe, explain, all of these are 5 marks question. Okay? If this question comes for 3 marks, you can shorten the content that you're writing. If this question comes for 5 marks, again, you can increase the content. Yes. Chirayu, bache, these questions we discussed. So in this question, they're asking that how describe the explosive condition that actually prevailed the Balkan after. So of course we know that Balkan region were under the control of Ottoman Empire, right? And the Balkan region had so many countries altogether, right? But they got the fever of nationalism from Europe. Of course, they're a part of Europe, but it took some time for the news and for the ideas to come to the Balkan region. The moment these ideas came into the Balkan region, these countries like, you know what? Oh, we want the freedom. So they started fighting against the Ottoman Empire. Their struggle was really very real. After the independence, they struggled with the identity. Because for so many years, they have been living under the rule, right? And there were so many different set of people who were living in a country. So they had a confusion. They had an identity crisis that, okay, what are we actually? Right? And they actually in the beginning they were not even aware about that, how they should go about it. So after that, when they realized that now they are free, They started looking at the other countries for more territory. They started fighting for the land. And that's led to the World War I. Okay, and that's led to the various wars that we see in the future. Clear? Good. 3 points, everyone. This I have explained. They didn't have any proper nationality, right? And they had identify crisis. Got it? Awesome. Yes. Okay. Yes, I have explained. Chaliye. Everyone take a screenshot of this, right? It's a very easy, directly taken from your textbook, everyone. These points are there in your textbook. Nothing from outside, right? Yes. Okay. Chaliye. Let's take a look at the question number 7, everyone. And here we have a question, and which came in the year 2011 and 2012. Very easy, famous question, right? Treaty of Vienna of 1815. I'm sure you would have studied this question. You can come high and say hello to them. Everyone, Ashwarya ma'am is here. Ma'am will be coming and will be discussing geography questions.
Hi everybody. Sorry I was not there in the beginning, but I hope all of you are enjoying the history questions. Working very hard on the geography and economics questions.
Yes. So ma'am will be coming in a bit, right, once we're done with the history. So if you want, ma'am, everyone, let's quickly finish this history part.
And hit the like button.
And hit the like button. Yes, ma'am will come again, don't worry. Yes, good, very good, very good. Okay, chaliye. Let's talk about this, everyone. Yes, we're moving fast. Yes, Ibrahim, thank you for reminding me. Okay, so what are we looking, the major proposal of the Vienna Treaty of 1815. Everyone, again, this is a very bookish, I don't want to call it as a bookish, but it's the points that are there. We cannot change any points from our side, right? So please make sure you read all the points which are mentioned in the textbook and over here on the screen. So we know that after the Napoleon got defeated, right? What are the countries who were against this? There were 4 countries. Quickly. Yes. We have Austria. Very good. Yes. Then, of course, there were 4 countries. Russia. Okay. Very good. Very good. Yes. Britain, Russia, Austria and Prussia. Absolutely correct. So these 4 countries had defeated the Napoleon, right? And of course, they signed a treaty. And what was that in the treaty? First thing, all the nation, right? All the territories that was taken around the French, taken aback. Then they made a small villages around the France as a boundary so that it cannot expand itself. Third point, Bourbon dynasty was restored, right? Then of course, what we saw apart from that, yes, very good. And we saw that the Germans, right, the German 39 small states were there. They were still intact. Okay. These points are there, everyone. So again, nothing more for me to add over here. Do remember these important points. Paper presentation is definitely important. Yes, it's important. So everyone, you can mention the Treaty of Vienna was signed in the year 1815. Remember the year, right? And where it was signed? We know that it was signed in the Austria. It was led by the, right, Duke Metternich, right? And he was the host of this particular Congress. And what countries were there? We have Prussia, Russia, Austria and the Britain. So these 4 nations came together in Austria, right? And Duke Metternich, right? They made these treaties, these points, and they put a signature on them. And here we have all the points, everyone. Right, the Bourbon dynasty was restored. They again got the power. They were there back in the action. In France, they actually made a series of states boundary around the France so that they can't expand themselves. Then, here we have, Jena was added to the Pine Mount of South. In North, the Kingdom of the Netherlands was set up, which includes the Belgium. New territories were added in the western frontier of Prussia, right? Control of northern Italy was handed over to Austria. 39 states which made the German Confederation, right? Small states coming together. They left untouched, right? There was again all together. And Poland was given to Russia. Clear? Yes. Saroj, you can mention that point also. Rasool, tomorrow we'll have the MCQs. Don't worry. Kushal, we will try, but we will be discussing all the answers in English. Really sorry. If it's very important, I will explain you. But I'm going really very slow, right? So don't worry. Clear, everyone? So this is how you can write the answer. Very good, very good. Yes. It's a 5 marks question, everyone, or it can come for 3 marks also. Right? Again, a few important points. The question is very direct. What are the major proposal? So you can just mention the important points and that's it. Yes. Good, good, good. Very good. So here we go, everyone. Again, this is how you can frame the answer. Directly from your textbook, don't worry. Yes, I can see many of you are asking me to explain again. So after these 4 nations, right, defeated, so which include the Persia, Russia, Britain and Austria, they defeated the Napoleon and they signed a Treaty of Vienna, right, and of course it was led by the Duke Metternich, right, and they have these following points. So it was kind of, there are 4 people who are sitting, they're making a list, we will do this, we will do this, we will do this. So here what we have, these points were decided in that particular meeting. First, of course, Poland was given to the Russia. Then, of course, the Bourbon dynasty, they were there, the kings, right? They got their power back. This is very important. Around the France, they set a series of states as a boundary so that the France cannot go in the expansion mode. Very, very important, right? Then, of course, they have mentioned that few parts were there which was given to the different kingdoms altogether, different places, right? So, this is how you can frame your answer. If you write 3 to 5 points, that will be enough. We'll be doing 100 questions. Chaliye. For history, I just need 1 hour, but I think 1.5 hours. Chaliye. Next question, everyone. How did nationalism develop through the century in Europe? Explain. Now, this is a very trickier question. It came in the year 2015. Again, everyone, if you pay attention to the question, they're talking about that how did nationalism develop through culture. So, what we have to put more emphasis on about the culture, how the culture actually helped in shaping up the nationalism in Europe. So you remember about the culture thing we studied? We discussed about the use of national languages, right? We saw the case of Poland, where when they merged with the Russia, they were forced not to use the Polish language, but to unite people together. There were a lot of folk songs, folk dance, right? Which the people used to do in the Poland language. So we will be mentioning all of these points related to the culture. Okay. Now again, it's a 5 marks question or it can come for 3 marks also. But what is important? 5 points and you are sorted. So here what we can write in the examination. Right? Culture will play a very important role in creating a nationalism, right? With the help of art, poetry, stories, music, etc. Then romanticism, right? It plays a very, very important role. It will be getting the people together. So that's one thing we can mention. Then we can mention the 2 important people. Of course, in German, we have Johanna get fired. Header, right, claimed about the German culture was discovery, right, of the common people. Thus, Walls, this is very important, can come for 1 marks also, right? With the help of a folk songs, folk poetry, folk stories, right? Talking about their own culture, they can actually enlist, right? They can actually add the feeling of nationalism in the people. Then, of course, we have the use of more of the local languages in terms of communication and in terms of spreading their ideas. So, this is how everyone you can mention about it. You can mention about the Poland also. Clear? Over here we have mentioned about one particular German wala culture. You can mention about the Poland also. And sometime I have seen that the Poland question comes individually also. Clear? Clear, everyone? Yes. Okay. So sometime they can individually ask you that how the Polish people, right, came together. So you can do that also. Clear? So this is also important. Very good, Shri. Okay. So this is how you can frame the answer. Very straightforward, everyone. Ma'am, we have to write 3 examples, right? You can mention. Yes, you can mention. Okay, clear, right? So with this, everyone, we are done with the first chapter, which is nationalism in Europe. If you look at all the questions, it was a kind of a quick revision of all the important concepts or the topics we have. So from the nationalism Europe, we have these questions, and now we are moving to the next chapter, which is nationalism in India. Are we ready? Quick thumbs up, everyone. Are we ready for this chapter? Yes, महाकाल विकास. बच्चे अदिति से अभी मत पूछो वो कैसी वो पढ़ाई में बिजी है. आप भी पढ़ाई करो. Okay. This question came in the year 2011 CBSE examination. A little bit old, but that's a very important question. Can come now also. Explain some of the economical effects of non-cooperation movement. See, we started with the non-cooperation movement, right? But how was the economy was getting affected by this movement? And now we will be discussing in terms of the Britishers and for Indians also. Okay? Yes, Seema, 20 questions per subject. So how we can frame this? So the effect of the non-cooperation movement was in this way. Foreign goods were boycotted, liquor shops were picked, and the foreign clothes were burnt. The import of the foreign goods halved between the year 21 and 22, and the value dropped. So of course, this is an option. If you want to write the money in terms of crores, it's up to you. If you want to write it, it's okay. If not, that is also okay. Then, third point, in many places, merchant and traders refused to trade in the foreign goods. They actually completely boycotted the trade also of the foreign goods. Fourth point, as the boycott movement spread, the people started discarding the imported clothes and started wearing the Indian clothes, the khadi, right? And with that, we saw that the Indian textile industries got a bloom and they went really very ahead. Yes. Okay. So this is everyone. This is how you can frame the answer. Easy peasy, right? See, think about it, everyone. Non-cooperation movement. What was the agenda about the non-cooperation movement? We will not be cooperating with the government. And the first thing to do it by not using the foreign goods. Destroying the liquor shop, destroying the foreign goods and not using at all. There was one more condition, which was the not using the colleges and education institution also. But again, over here in this question, we are discussing about the economical effect. We're discussing about how it affected the trade and the exchange and the business. So you can mention all of these points. They definitely went into a loss. Indian traders said, no, we will not be doing any export of the, the foreign goods. Will not be getting anything from outside. Will not be using the foreign goods altogether. Okay? Yes. So this is how everyone you can frame the answer. Clear? 4 points, good enough. 5 marks question. It's okay if your answer is too long. I would suggest don't spend too much time. Right? Don't spend too much time. If you feel that you have covered up every point, leave the question and move ahead. Economics will come up later, bache. Political science after geography. After history, we'll have the geography. Map. Dams ke important hai. They have mentioned in CBSE, so go through that. Okay. Aditi, abhi tak aaya nahi economy. Economy will be coming after later. Not now. Okay. Let's move ahead, everyone. Video is not clear. You can change the setting of your video, everyone. To me, it's perfectly fine. Yes. Nidesh, it's up to you if you want to mention about the non-cooperation movement with Gandhi ji in that particular question. Because it's just asking you to explain the aspects or how the economy was getting affected. So it's a very direct question. If you write about Gandhi ji, that question can become a little bit lengthy. So they want you to write direct. Okay? Yes. So you can tackle in that way. Okay. This question came in the year 2015 and the question is, describe the spread of non-cooperation movement in countryside. Very specifically, everyone, they have mentioned about the countryside. Now you remember, we have discussed that non-cooperation movement affected a different set of people differently. First, in the towns, they actually boycotted the titles they got. They were not going to the government schools, colleges, judges. They left their jobs, etc. Now, in the country end, the people have a different perception altogether. Right? We have studied about the Ram Baba Chandran, right? Baba Ramchandran. Yes. And Awadh movement, we saw that how they were protesting. Nai Dhobi movement, right? Yes. Aud Kisan Sabha. Then you can mention about the other points. If you want to mention, we can mention about the South AP, Aluri, right? Yes, you can mention about that also. Clear? So again, we're talking about the countryside. What was happening in the countryside is the question, and we are discussing about the village over here. Okay? So if you mention these 2 points, you are sorted. Even if you want to mention 1 point, if you go into the details of it, if you want to write, that is also fine. Yes. Aluri, Sitaram, Raju, absolutely correct. So you can mention about these. You can mention about the villages of the Awadh also. Yes, you can also. Again, everyone, what is important over here? Countryside. You don't have to go into the details of it. Okay? You don't have to go into the details. Ki, acha, you know, this, we have to write about each and everything detail. No. You can just mention about the points. Movement in Awadh. Right? Aluri Hills. You can mention about his movement. Then, of course, you can mention about the Nai Dhobi Bandh. Right? So, mention that. See, handwriting matters. If your handwriting is, well, it's readable, right? So, of course, the examiner will have an easy time in solving and giving you, reading your paper and giving you marks. If it's not that clear, they'll not take much of the effort and read and understand what you have written. Okay. So, everyone, this is how you can frame the answer. So, you can mention about the Awadh, right? We saw the peasant movement happening under the leadership of Baba Ramchandra. Okay, you can mention that. The peasant movements demanded the reduction of revenue, abolish of the begar, and social boycott. You can mention what was the points. You can mention about the Nai Dhobi Bandh, right? You can mention about the Audh Kisan Sabha, and of course the other part. Now over here in this particular question, right, we haven't mentioned about the right, Aluri, Sitaraman, Raju, and we haven't mentioned about the Swaraj of plantation. But it's up to you again, everyone. The question is talking about the countryside. So if you mention that also, you will have the points. Clear? Okay. I hope that this is clear. Clear, everyone? If you want to club 3 together in small points, that is also doable. We have just given you an example, right? That in the countryside, if you want to write into the one part, this is how you can write. Clear? Good. You will have the break once we're done with the history questions. So everyone, this is how you can write. Okay, let's move ahead to the next question. Everyone, we have 30 questions from history. So we have to be really very quick, right? I want all of you to be very quick. Okay. Why did Mahatma Gandhi find salt as a powerful symbol that could unite the nation? Jaldi say. See, the question is very easy, right? We all know the answer, Dandi March. You will write. But how will we framing our answer is the deal over here. It came in the year 2017 and 16. So we are talking about that why Gandhiji felt that salt is a very powerful symbol. So we know that Gandhiji, after the non-cooperation movement, he was in talks with the various people right around the country, and he really wanted to do good for the country. At that time, there was a Gandhi and Irwin conversation happened. Gandhiji wrote a letter to Lord Irwin, right, mentioning 11 demands. Out of one was to abolish the tax on the salt. Remember? But Irwin didn't respond. Then what Gandhiji did? He said, now what? You know what? I will break the law. So he travelled from Samarmati, from his ashram to the Dandi, right? He marched, right? And he went there and he made the salt. Now it's a very simple story for all of us to remember. But how we will connect with it, the question is the question. Why did Gandhiji find salt as a powerful? Because salt is a very basic thing, used by the rich, used by the poor. So first you will mention that Gandhiji find the salt as a very powerful symbol because he felt that it was used by both by rich and by the poor. It is made in our country and it is a natural resource, right? So we should not be giving tax to it. Then you can mention about that, the Dandi March. Clear? Clear, everyone? Yes, you will get the break. Don't worry, you will get the break. Milega, break bhi milega. Yes, you will get the break after history. Yes, good. So everyone, this is how you can write the answer. Salt is consumed by everyone. So of course, it's a very essential part of the food. So having tax on the salt is not good. Okay. Then Gandhiji wrote, right, he believed that salt had its power and the salt can unite the people together. Yes. Gandhiji started the famous Salt March, right? You can mention that he worked with X number 48 followers, 78 followers, sorry, towards the Dandi, and he made the salt. So it's not about you writing all about the Dandi March. It's about that how you are writing your answer and supporting in what the question is asking you. Clear? This question came in your pre-board. Very good. So I hope that you have the clarity now. Good evening, everyone. Could geo come in theory? Yes, of course. Kyun nahi aata? Aata hai. We have theory in geography. Okay. Good, everyone. So you're done with this. Let's see. You can take a screenshot, everyone. And let's move ahead. Map always with pencil. Map with pencil. Okay. Let's take a look at the question number 12, everyone. It came again in the year for 2016 and 17. 3 marks question, right? It's a clear-cut 3 marks question. What was the Rowlatt's Act? How did it affect the nation movement? 1 marks for what was the act, and 2 marks how did it affected the nation movement. Easy question, right? So we know that what was the Rowlatt Act? Basically, this act said that if the Britishers, right, if the Britishers feel that we are doing anything wrong for them, right, they can actually arrest us and can keep in the prison for 2 years without any trial. There will be no trial. We cannot go to the court. We cannot have our arguments, right, and we will be proven guilty. And then we have to spend 2 years in the jail. Okay? The Indians were protesting against this, right? And how did it affect the national movement? It affected that people, of course, came together. There were a lot of strikes, a lot of hunger strikes were there. And during this time only, unfortunately, we saw the incident of the Jallianwala Bagh. Yes. Bilkul good act nahi tha, bache. Good act nahi tha. Yes. Okay. So here we have, in 1990, the act was passed, right? Through the Imperial Legislative Council. Okay, this act gave the British government and power to repress political activities. Okay, according to this law, political prisoners could be detained without trial for 2 years. This is very, very important. This point is super important. You will get the PDF after the class. You don't have to write about the Jallianwala Bagh, right? You can just mention, okay? So then, how did it affect it? Throughout the country, we saw the rallies were there. There were a lot of strike. People were coming together, right? Shops were closed, etc. And British administration decided to clamp down on the nationalists and Mahatma Gandhi by barging their entry to Delhi. So we know that Gandhiji was not allowed to go to Delhi. Okay? You can mention about this. Yes. Yes. Very good. Very good, everyone. So I hope that this is clear. Okay. Albin, I see that you said something. Bache, I know that you're supporting us. Thank you so much. See, we need such students who can stand up for their teachers, right? Thank you, Albin, for doing that. And we will make sure that if we have someone like this, we will put them on a timeout. Yes. Bache, Leo the legend, आपको PDF class के बाद मिलेगा. You will have the PDF after the class. All of you are asking about the PDF you will get after the class. Don't worry. So everyone, this is how you can write the answer. 3 marks in our pockets. Okay, you want me to explain that again? So this is talking about that what is the Rowlatt's Act? We know that it actually allowed the British government to arrest the political prisoners, right? Basically political activists who are working against them, and they can put them in a jail for 2 years without the trial. That was the act. Definitely it was opposed by the Indians. They had the hartals, strikes were there throughout the country, shops were closed, right? So they were showing their against, right? They were showing that they are not very happy with the law by all of this. Apart from that, they know that Gandhiji, British government, know that the Gandhiji is a very important person in the movement. So what they did, they actually banned his entry into the Delhi. Okay, those are 2 important points you can mention. Yes. Okay. I'm sorry, I cannot explain these points in Tamil. Okay? Yes. Okay. Next question. Let's take a look at everyone. Question number 13 came in the year 2010. Analysis the role of the merchant and the industrials in the civil disobedient movement. Now, can you tell me this question? See, the question looks a little bit trickier. Yes, the question looks a little bit trickier. Yes, absolutely correct. So, what we have to do, we know what happened in the civil disobedient movement, right? What we have to write over here is that we have to write about the role of the merchant and the industrial, right? The industry people. How did they actually help? Right, so this is what we have to do. Yes, I can see the answers. Very good, everyone. Very good, very good. Yes. So, of course, they really wanted to support the civil disobedient movement. So, we know that during the World War I, various industrial, right, and the merchant made the profit because they were selling goods to the Britishers. At that time, when the Britishers were busy in the World War I, they got an opportunity to set up their industries and do the business with the other part, right? Other parts of the world. So they have good money. Yes, okay. Then they wanted to, from their side, they want the protection from the import of the foreign goods, right? And rupee sterling exchange ratio. So they basically were looking for their own benefit. They said that, we want to make sure that we are getting the benefits out of it, right? They organized a new committee. Right, we have it over here, Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the smooth working. Then they gave financial assistance, right, and they refused to buy or sell any imported goods. So that's a very good stand. They said that we will be doing everything by ourselves. We don't want any import goods. And fifth point, majority of them see Swaraj as a time to throw the Britishers out, right, to actually remove the Britishers out, and they want to flourish their business without any constraint, without any restriction. So if in simple word we can say that they were thinking about their growth and the growth of the country. They formed the society, right? Then of course they refused to buy anything from outside and anything import. They were not willing to spend that. They want the Britishers to go from the country. That's why they were supporting the movement, so that they can do the business without any restriction. We can mention about that they got so much money, right, during the World War I. So that's why they were willing to help the development of the country. Are we clear? Yes. I don't know what answer you need, Martian, please write. Yes. Nikhilesh, if you want to leave the class, please leave the class, right? Meera, really respect you, right? But everyone, let's just stay focused. And if you want to leave the class, if you feel that your doubts, right? We are trying our best to explain to you. If you keep on spamming and if I'm missing your doubts over here. So please don't spread the negativity in the class, right? It's a humble request. Your exams are here. So please go where you find that you're actually gaining something. By sitting here and writing negative things, you're not helping yourself nor the students who are here in class. So please think about yourself. Become a little bit selfish now. And if you feel that this class is not helping you, you can leave and go and study by yourself. Absolutely fine. Okay? Very, very important, everyone. See, time is very, very important. Very crucial. Okay. Yes. So basically, it's an organization which was formed by the businessmen. Okay. Federation of India Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Awesome. Okay. Ma'am, 3 marks to write full of this? Yeah. In 3 marks, if you write full of this, it's absolutely fine. 3 marks, if you write 5 points, good. More than enough. Yes. Okay. So everyone do take a screenshot. Take a screenshot. Yes. Okay. Chaliye everyone, let's move ahead. See, I can see there are 2 set of students. Okay. PDF, everyone. Yes. Okay. Can you write in the chat? I want you to spam now on the chat. What is PDF? And where you will be getting the PDF? Can you help your friends out? where the PDF will be there. I want you to answer this first and then we'll move ahead. Jaldi se. We will get the PDF after class. Right, we'll get the PDF after class on Telegram. And we will pin it under the YouTube comments also. Are we clear? Such a small thing, right? I'm like, on top of my voice, I'm telling you this. Yes, good. Okay. Chaliye. Next question, everyone, on your screen. This was the previous question only. Next question, everyone. Who launched the Khilafat movement? Why was the movement launched? It came in the year CBSE 2012 and 2011. Okay. Who launched the Khilafat movement? Yes. Can we take a... Meenal, again. Thank you for highlighting sir's name. I know that. Can you stop spamming, bache? Everyone, let's just stay focused. Very good. Ali Bros. Ali Brothers. Yes, it was launched by Ali Brothers. So who launched the Khilafat movement? And why was the movement launched? Can you tell me? We know that who launched the movement, but can you tell me who? Why was the condition? Why it was launched? 3 marks question. So 1 marks for who launched and 2 marks for why was the movement launched. Good, yes. So we know that Shaukat Ali and Muhammad Ali, the Ali brothers, right, launched the Khilafat movement, and Gandhiji saw an opportunity to bring the Hindus and Muslims together, right? So what happened? The Khilafat movement went from 1919 to 1924, right? And they were protesting, right, by the Muslims in India against the Britishers, right? Because what happened, we know that there was a war between the British and the Ottoman Empire, and Ottoman Empire loses, right? So after the World War First, the Ottoman Empire was defeated, right? And the Indian Muslim felt that you know, the Ottoman Empire, right, the leader of there, they had a very strong feeling for him, because the Khilla, right, he was their basically a spiritual leader. So they want to make sure that his power is intact, and they were protesting against it. Clear? Yes, to protect the power of the spiritual head of the Islam, the Khalifa. Okay? Very good. So to defeat his power, the Khilafat committee was formed in Mumbai in 1990. And of course, they were putting the pressure for the better treatments towards the Turkey. Okay? In very short word, if we have to explain, we know that Khilafat movement starting was done by the Ali brothers. 2 brothers were there, right? They were protesting against the Britishers, and because they want them to treat the Ottoman Empire king very softly, and they were actually defending the power. They don't want to give away the power, okay, from their spiritual head to the Britishers. So they were against that. Clear? Yes, good. 3 marks question, everyone. This is how you can frame it. Yes, here we go. Okay, good. Don't be nervous. See, don't be nervous. Curated. So basically formed. Advika. I think that's what you're asking. Okay. So here, everyone, this is how you can frame your answer. Now, here we have a case-based study question. Now, this was a very interesting question. So I thought we should take a look over here. So if you read the paragraph, it was taken from the CBSE history book, right? And the question is from the movement in the town. So of course, the non-cooperation movement in the town. The paragraph is over here. Yes. So of course, if you read the question, they're talking about the non-cooperation movement, how the economy was getting affected. We just discussed this particular question, right? Now here we have the questions part of it. See over here, 3 questions, and then we have to write the answer. Yes, I'm moving fast. Don't worry. So we have to explain the role of Justice Party. Then how the non-cooperation movement affected the economy, and explain the boycott movement for the foreign textile. So here the council election was boycotted, right? And but not in Madras. In Madras, Justice Party was there, right? of the non-cooperation, non-Brahmins were really very powerful. And so of course, this is a way to write the answer over here. Yes, Justice Party, absolutely correct. Next question, we have just discussed this question. How was the effect of non-cooperation movement was there on the economic front? We can mention about that. Yes, they boycotted the goods, foreign clothes were burned, and foreign trade and financial trades were refused. So our Indian people said that we will not be trading with the foreign goods, right? And they said no to it. So that was one thing. Third question, everyone. Explain the effect of boycott movement of foreign textile trade. So with the spread of the boycott movement, what we saw that people are discarding the foreign goods and they are buying more and more Indian goods. So that's why we saw that the foreign goods were completely boycotted by the people and they were accepting more of the Indian goods. Right? Yes. And of course, we saw the Indian textile industry getting bloomed. Clear? So everyone, don't worry about this. If you read this, right, if you read this paragraph, which we have, so again in the case-based study question, you have to read. See, answer is already there in the question itself. You don't have to invent your answer. Answer will be there in the question itself if you read it and you are sorted. Clear? So it was a 3 marks question because we have 3 different questions altogether. Okay. Let's take a look at everyone at a question number 16. And now we are done with the Nationalism in India chapter. And now we are moving to the making of the global world. Yes. My session is not yet over. Alright, I can see few crying faces. See, I know that everyone. Okay, can I ask you to stop over here and can you pay attention? See, I know that many of you are a little bit worried about that, right? Can I tell you, right? See everyone, I know it's a hard time. It could be that you're looking at these questions and you're feeling a little bit scared. It could be a little bit overwhelming also. But trust me, it's very easy, right? Now, what are we doing over here? See, I don't feel very proud in saying this, but I hope that all of you have studied throughout the year. If at all it's a case that you haven't studied throughout the year and now you're starting studying, if you go through these questions, everyone, I'm sure you will be able to score good marks in your examination. Okay? Take your time, look at the questions we are discussing with you, look at the answer, right? It's very direct from your textbook itself. We are not writing anything extra from our side, right? Whatever we have in a textbook, we are framing it. Clear? Viniti, the questions, so hopefully, right, the question will be there according to the blueprint. Don't worry, okay? See, we have seen so many sample papers, right? I'm sure you have also seen sample papers and practice paper and the sample paper. So don't worry about it. Practice them and you will be sorted. Chaliye. Everyone, 3 more chapters we have, right? 3 more chapters we have and we are done with 1 hour. Let's quickly finish this, all of these in half an hour. Chaliye, jaldi se. Okay? It's okay, Albin. Don't worry. I know that sometimes you feel, ma'am, we'll see the question and we'll forget about the answer. It might happen for a few seconds, but if you calm yourself, you will have the answer. I know you people. See, I was a student, right? It's not that I'm born as a teacher. Yes, I was a student like you and I have experienced the same thing. Okay, thinking that I will see the paper and I will forget everything. And sometimes it happens also. But if you keep yourself calm, right? If you deep breathe, recall things, you will be sorted. Don't worry. Yes? We all in the same boat. Don't worry, I'm with you. Social mein, more than 95. It was my favorite subject. Chaliye. Next question, everyone. Here we have from the chapter Making of the Global World. We have CBSE 2013 and it was there in that year 2013 and 2012. Who were the indentured laborers, right? So here we have 3 parts. So 5 marks question. It's a 5 marks question. Who were the laborers? Indentured labor, we have to explain who were they. How they were recruited, right? How they used to get the jobs. How their process happens. Explain the condition of the laborers who went to work in a different part of the world. So you can clearly see there are 3 parts of the question. 1 part, 2 part and 3 part. So 5 marks question. So, who were these laborers? They were the bonded labor or the contracted labor. So, before their employment, they will be signing a bond which says that they will be working for 5 years or for a few years, and then they will be going out and they will be working there and living there. Right? How they were, the process were there, they used to go, right? They used to come from the different places. They didn't have the money back there at their places. So that's why they come from their homeland to go and get a job. And how, and what was the condition they used to live? Condition was really, really pathetic, very bad. Initially, they were being told that you will be getting this, you will have this, you will be free to move here and there, but the condition was not the same. Not proper food, not proper shelter, no medical care, and they were being treated very badly. Right? All false promises. Absolutely correct. So this is how you can frame your answer. They were the bonded labor under the contract to work for an employee for a specific amount of time to pay off their passage to the new country or a home. So the people say that you are going there, we are taking your expense, you have to work for us. Then the recruitment, right, that used to happen by the agents engaged by the employer. They used to get small commission. The second part start from here. The conditions were really very pathetic, right? They were subjected to harsh, inhuman and unsympathetic conditions, unwilling to migrate, right? If they are caught, if they are trying to escape, they will give them the severe punishment. Very few legal rights or no legal rights, and deduction were made from their work and was found unsatisfactory. So they will not get the money also properly. Okay? Yes. Clear? Good. Yes. Very good, everyone. Clear? Okay. Chaliye. So everyone, this was a very easy thing. Take a screenshot. And good to go. 5 marks in our pockets. Easy peasy. Next question, everyone. Came in the year 2010. Okay. Why did Group 77 countries demanded a new international economic order? Explain. It's very easy question, right? You remember we have discussed it. I'm really sorry I'll not be able to explain in Hindi, right? We have 30 questions in history. Shivanshi, we have 30 questions. We are on 17 questions, so do the maths. 30 minus 17. That's many questions we have. Okay, jaldi se everyone. Why did the Group 77 countries demanded a new international economic order? Explain. So you remember that after the World War, right, World War II, there was a formation of the committee. That is the Bretton Woods Committee, right? They were actually basically a system that was there that actually helping the developing countries, but they were not very happy with it. That's why we saw that various countries came together. They formed this Group 77, right? And they wanted it for the development of their country. They want a clarity in what is happening. They want an understanding, right? So they were especially meant for the developing countries. So the Group 77 countries demanded a new international economic order because they wanted to revise the international economic system, right, in the favor of developing countries. They want the system to be made for the developing countries and not for the developed country. Yes, they wanted a system that would give them a real control over the natural resources. So they want the control over the natural resources and how they can use for their development. Third point, talk about they wanted to set up a system under which they could get fair prices of the raw material and better access to the manufactured goods in the developing countries. So they have the resources, right? But if they are selling those resources to the market, they usually were not treated equally. The developed countries will be taking the raw materials from these countries at a very low price. They said that we want a fair price, right? Which is our right. So these were the conditions, right? That's what they were asking for. 3 marks question, everyone. 3 marks question. So Megha, IMF used to help in helping and understand between the countries' business, right? Monetary systems all together. They used to measure the exchange rate. They used to make sure the trade is happening fairly. Okay, that was the main function of IMF. Okay, Alvin, bye. Do take care of yourself. Yes, we'll be moving a little bit faster. World Bank का कोई full form नहीं है, World Bank है. Okay, Seema. So of course this committee was formed by the developing countries for their own benefits. They want to treat it equally. They want to get the raw materials, right? They want to sell the raw materials at a fairer prices. They want the control over their own natural resources, okay? Now let's move ahead, everyone, to the next question. Question number 18 on your screen came in the year 2019. Describe the role of technology in the transformation of the year in 19th century. Very important question. Right? Very, very important question. What was the role of technology? Now you can write about the refrigerators. You remember? Yes. How the technology actually helped in the transformation of the world in 19th century. Easy peasy. Refrigerator ships. So it's all about that. Technology can be regarded as a very primary source of the economy. The railway, the telegram, the steamship, all of these helps in the development in the 19th century. Then you can mention about that the technology advances were there result in the larger political growth also, right? And with this, economy of the other countries improved. It helped in the transportation also. We can mention about the faster railway, lighter wagon, large refrigerator ship that were carrying the meat, right? It becomes really very cheaper. You can go down and mention about that points. Apart from that, you can mention that it reduced the shipping cost, right? It reduced the shipping cost throughout the country, so trade becomes more and more economical and cheaper. And better living conditions in Europe because they were getting the meat and they were really very happy and they were flourishing. Clear? Easy peasy. Good. 3 marks or 5 marks question, everyone, which is very direct question. Yes, okay. Remember to highlight the important keywords. Okay. Next question, everyone. Question number 19 came in the year 2016. When did the Great Depression begins and explain its impact on the world? Easy question. Now it's a very direct question. Nobody is asking you what caused the Great Depression, so don't go there. When the Great Depression begins? For 1 marks. Explain the impact on it, 2 marks. 3 marks question in total. So we know that the Great Depression begins around the year 1929. Yes, and went up to 1930s. Okay. So during this period, we saw that throughout the world, economic conditions were really very bad. First thing, and the question is how it affected India how it affected the Indian trade? First, of course, the import and export become half, right? As of course, there's nobody have the money, nobody is selling and nobody is buying. So the import and export become halved. Then peasant and farmers were the worst sufferer amongst everyone, right? Agriculture prices fell really very sharply, right? Peasants were used to have a good amount of food, right? Grains with them. But as there's no money, there's no export and there's no import, the agriculture goods their price fell really sharply, okay? Then that's one of the important thing. As the price of these economical goods fell really sharply, the transportation was also not happening. So that affected the jute bags which used to carry these grains. Okay. So the jute bags ka price or jute, right? The farmers who are making jute or who have the plantation of jute were deeply affected. And the Great Depression has a political impact also because during that time only Gandhiji launched the civil disobedient movement. Clear? Middle class people were a little bit happy with the Great Depression because their salary was fixed, the agriculture price was reduced so they can easily buy the goods. Okay? Yes. Very good. Very good. Okay. Chaliye. Next question, everyone. Question number 20 on your screen. CBSE 2012. Easy. What is Corn Law? 1 marks. Why was the Corn Law abolished? 2 marks. And what was the result of the abolition of the Corn Law? 3 marks. No, sorry. Yeah. 2 marks. This is this also part. Okay. Or if it can come from like this also. 5 marks, everyone. What was the Corn Law? Jaldi say. Restriction of the import on corn. Absolutely correct. What was the corn law? So corn law was made by the British government, right, on the request by the merchants and the agriculture, the farmers there in the British. They want to put the ban on the import of corn from outside. They said that we can grow the corn in a country. Why you want to buy from outside? But the corn that we'll be selling is at a higher price. So after that, what happened? The urban people who are there in the cities, they find it really, really difficult to buy that corn. So they requested the government again to abolish the ban. That happened. So why was it abolished? We gave the answer. What was the result of it? So of course, because of it, as the corn was coming to the country, the farmers who were there in British was not growing the corn anymore. The land were completely barren, right? They went outside looking for jobs. They took the money along with them. They got settled in Australia, other different places, USA, New Zealand, etc. And they studied the trade over there. So this actually helped in the outreach. Basically, it was an expansion. Apart from that, it made the conditions a little bit low for the urban people, right? So that you can mention over here. So the corn law was enforced by the Britain between the year 1815 and 1846. These law was passed, the government to restrict the import of corn. There were a high demand of food grain due to the increase in population. So the massive import of corns were very important. But of course, there was a ban on it. What happened? The industrial and the urban dweller people requested the British government to abolish the corn law. And once it happens, they were really very happy. Yay, we got the corn, which is very sasta, which is very cheap. They were really very happy. And how it affected? 3 marks question, everyone. So what happened? Britain, we have food more cheaper, right? They can get it really very easily. British agriculture was unable to compete with the import. So their land was completely free. Uncultivated lands were there. Thousands of men and women went out of the work and they migrated towards the cities. Food price fell because food was really very cheap. What happened that? The consumption in Britain rose. Now everyone is eating aram se. Hefty food they are eating because khana is very sasta. Okay. Then of course the industrial growth we see in Britain, right? Because they have high income and they have more food to import. So they are actually helping the growth of the business because they're getting more and more food from the outside. Apart from that, around the world in Eastern Europe, America, Austria, right? We saw the expansion of the food, right? From there, different parts, people are going there and the food is coming from the different parts also. So that's how we saw the growth in the economy as because of the corn law. Are we clear? Yes? Clear everyone? Easy peasy? Easy peasy. Thumbs up everyone. Few more questions. 10 more questions everyone. And then we'll have Aishwarya ma'am here.
Then break time.
Yeah, then break time. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Yes, good. Let's move ahead and let's take a look at the next question, which is from the chapter, The Age of Industrialization. So there are 2 chapters, everyone, which are very, very predictable. Age of Industrialization and the Making of the Global World. So whatever questions we have discussed, okay, from these 2 chapters, please make sure you sleep with the answers, paper in front of you. You read. You just go through these answers again and again and again. Okay? Clear? So that these ideas are very clear in your mind. So in the examination, you can write the answer. Okay? Nationalism in Europe is bache done. That's about the first chapter. Chaliye. No, I'm telling you that those chapters are important. It's not that those chapters are not important. But for these 2 chapters, right, the questions that comes are really, really predictable. Making of the global world में से बहुत predictable questions आएंगे, and the age of industrialization also. What was the role of jobber? How the life of workers got affected? How was the life of weaver? Easy peasy questions. चलिए. Okay. Yes, we have 100 questions in total. 30 questions from history, 30 questions from geography, 20 questions from pol science and from economics में से maybe we'll have just 10 only. Paul Science will have 10. Don't worry, easy questions only.
15, 25 and 50.
हाँ. See, we have good number of questions. चलिए. Print culture is super easy. 5 marks question. Sorry, 5 questions we'll have from that. Let's take a look. चलिए. If I'm what, I didn't get your question, Neelima. Okay. Answer this question, everyone, by the time. No, it's not important, Nilima. You don't have to mention that how the Dandi March का idea was started. You don't have to mention कि हाँ गांधी जी ने letter लिखा, Irwin ने नहीं सुनी उनकी बात, उसलिए Dandi March start हुई. No, you don't have to write that. Okay. Okay. Why did the export of Indian textile? Export means India is selling it out, right? Export means भेजना बाहर. So why did the export of Indian textile decline in the beginning of the 19th century? Explain with 3 reasons. 3 marks question. Right? Yes. So over here we can mention 2 points. Right? We can mention that we know that the East India Company got the power. Yes. We know that the East India Company got the power. And what they did initially, Indian cotton was huge in demand. The Indian cotton industrial people were used to bargain, right? Or you know, they used to bargain a lot. But as the British came, they saw that they're not having the benefits. So what they did, once they got into the power, they asked other people to leave the country. Then they added an extra tax, right? Then what they did, they were the only option left for the textile people to bargain or to do the business with. So they actually bought the prices very low. Okay? 5 marks are Gun, I can't see your name. But we are discussing 5 mark question also. I cannot make the 5 marks question. Right? Whatever you have in the examination, what I have seen, we are discussing those questions. Okay. So the East India Company gained the power, right? And of course, they have the monopoly of the right to trade. They are the only one in the market. And unfortunately, the Indian people have to trade with them only. That was the first condition. The growth of the cotton industries in Europe and England was also one of the factors that we saw the decline of the Indian textile in India because they were making cheaper products. Remember about the Manchester good over here. Manchester good were really very inexpensive. They were really very cheap. So when they come to our country, they are actually competing with the Indian textile industry, which was very dying industries as such. The third point, you can mention that the 2H policy to sell the British goods to the Britishers only. There was no other buyer and they will take the goods at a very cheaper price. And of course, we have the Manchester good already in the market. You can mention about the shortage of the raw material was also a reason. Clear? So they have asked 3 points. You can write any 3 points out of these 4. Clear? Yes? Everyone? Clear? Thumbs up? Good. Very good. Okay? Yes, that's a 3 marks question. 4 points we have. Pick any 3 points. Next question, everyone, on your screen. Came in the year 2011. Describe any 4 impacts of the Manchester import on the Indian weaver of India. Easy question, I told you. This question is very, in this particular chapter, everything is revolving around the weavers, Britishers, right, and the industry. Good. So, 4 impacts, 5 marks question. Right? Any 4 impacts? The first thing, Manchester good came to India, they were very cheap. So, of course, the cotton weaver was struggling with it. Right? Of course, they cannot beat them because they were produced at a very mass level. They were very cheap. Right? And people were very excited to buy the foreign goods. Yes? Their conditions were very bad because they don't have the goods also. They don't have the raw materials. They were high debt. They have so much loan. Right? So, all of these things you can mention over here. So here, export market of the cotton weavers collapsed. There was no export happening. Then cotton clothes made by machines were cheaper. Manchester of good is an example, right? Machines, the clothes which are made are very cheaper. Then after the Civil War, right? We have the Civil War in the America. The cotton supply from US were cut off. So now the cotton is not coming from US. The Indian weaver could not have the enough raw materials to make the clothes. And 4th point, raw cotton export from India increased. So the cotton which was moving away from our country as an export increased. And so Indian weaver could not get enough raw material. Easy. And whatever they have to buy, they are buying for a very high price. Yes. Yes, you can take a screenshot also. You can take a screenshot. Awesome. 4 marks question, everyone. Easy. Easy peasy. Chaliye. Question number 23. Came in the year 2019. Here we have. Okay. Describe the condition of workers in Europe after the industrial revolution. Easy. Easy question, right? What was the condition? For example, if you and I are a worker during the industrial time, right? Initially, we have the luxury of staying at our home, growing our crops and eating. But suddenly industrialization comes, right? We don't have our land now. We cannot grow crops because people don't want. They're very expensive. What you will do? You will go to a city and you will be there. And what will happen? If you have no contacts, you will not get the job. People will be unemployed, right? You and I will be unemployed. If we are talking back in the 18th century ka, just imagine, right? Oh, we are seasonal employment also. 3 months we are working and the rest of the year we are just sitting, looking at the people, what they are doing, right? We don't have money and our conditions are really very bad. So whenever we are thinking about the worker, put yourself there, try to understand what could be the condition, write your answer. 5 marks in your pocket. Nobody can take these 5 marks from you. Okay, this is how you can frame, everyone. This is the answer you can frame. Need to have good contact, need to have the relation if you want to get a job also. They have very low wages, right? Factories employ large number of women. With technology, women were also losing their job. And most of the worker lives in the slums area. And of course, our conditions were not that great. Yes, very good. Housing problems, yes. Good. Okay. Next question, everyone. Question number 24. State. This is a very common question asked, right? Came in the year 2016 as well in 2010. State any 3 functions of jobber. Okay. So, of course, the jobber was a person who used to get the people from their village. They will be acting as a guardian. And jobber was a trusted employee of the company, right? He will be asking his people to come from the village. He will be helping them to settle in the city, helping them in understanding what is the job and what they have to do, tell them about it, how they should conduct themselves, and take small gifts from them, right? So that was the 3 main functions of the jobber. They got people from the village, help the people to settle in city, and provide the money in crisis, right? They have some authority and they used to have some power and they used to help the people to settle in and do the job properly. We can say yes. Ma'am, 5 marks. Ma'am, 5 marks point by point. You can mention point by point. Yes, always write your answer in points. Okay. G7 was formed by the developing countries for their own betterment. They want especially for the developing country, they want to have a fair system where the trade was happening at a very fairer price. They want the control of the natural resources. They want to get a good price for the resources, the raw materials they have. And they felt that the other countries who were there in the power, right, they're not doing it properly. So that's why they asked. And that's how the new this G77 was formed. Okay. Next question, everyone. The new formation was formed. Okay. For 5 marks, absolutely correct. Jobber ka 5 marks question will not come. Yes. Shivanshi, 21 question. Bache explain kara tha, I think. What was the 21 question? It was about this role of, okay, any points you can mention about the how the Indian textile industries would decline. Mention the points which talks about when Britishers came, they took the power, right? They were more focusing on themselves. They were a monopoly of the trade. Raw materials were not there and they have to pay the high taxes, the Indian textile industries. Okay. Next question, everyone. Here we have question number 25, everyone. Why did the industrial production in India increases during the World War I? Or the other type the question can be asked. Explain the impact of the First World War on the industrial production in India. Easy question, right? Yes, very good, very good. How many points for 5 marks? 5 to 7 points. Okay. Right, so again over here everyone, they're asking that why did the industrial production increase in the World War First? So we know that during the World War First, the Britishers shift their focus in the war. That gave the Indian people an opportunity to build up the industries and the factories. They started the production. They were actually providing the goods to the Britishers only, right? Clothes, leather shoes, etc. So that's how we saw the industrial growth in the during the First World War. Clear? So you can write these points. 5 marks question, everyone. Britishers industries were busy for the war production, right? And for their need, Indian actually took the participation. They were actually helping them. Then it was a good opportunity for the Indian industries to fill the empty space market which was there. So that was a very good thing. Then as the war continued, Indian factories were called upon to supply the goods like jute bag, clothes, army uniform, tents, leather boots, etc. The increased demand of the variety of product actually end up in setting up new factories that actually helped in increasing the production. And many new workers were employed and forced to work for many hours. Okay? Yes, clear everyone? Easy? Yes. Okay. So with this everyone, we are done with the 4th chapter. Yes, they are important. If you do the MCQs, previous year question papers, NCERT question, you are sorted. You will get good marks. Okay. Last chapter everyone. And print culture. Here we have, what was an accordion book? Describe any 2 features of or hand printing in China. 3 marks question. 2 marks over here and 1 marks over here. Easy, straightforward question, right? So the accordion books were the traditional books of China. They were folded and stitched at the slide, right? And 2 features of the hand painted in China were, first of course, were printed by rubbing paper against the ink surface of the wooden block. Second, skilled craftsmen duplicate the remarkable with the accuracy, right, with the use of the calligraphy by hand. Clear? Yes. Easy question. 3 marks, easy question, everyone. Just a few more questions. 27, 28, 29, 30. 4 more questions, everyone. This question came in the year 2015. Why did the production of handwritten manuscript not satisfy the demand of the book? Easy question. Or the question can be asked, what is a manuscript? Write 3 shortcomings of it. So we know that if you and I are writing a book, it will take ages, right? We cannot have multiple copies of it because it will take a lot of time. We can make mistakes also. So why did the production of the handwritten manuscript was not satisfying the need of the books? For the same reason, right? The manuscript was really very fragile, awkward to handle and cannot be carried around, read. We cannot carry the book and read. Copying was very expensive, labor and a lot of time consuming. Their calculation remained limited. We cannot have multiple copies, right? Their circulation remained very limited and it could not satisfy the increasing demand of the books also. Yes. Okay. 28 question, everyone. It came in the year 2012. Write about 3 different innovation in printing technology. Important question. Super important question, everyone. The important innovation, right? Yes, the important innovation. Yes, you want geography, even I want geography. I want to go, right? I want to go and I want you to learn from Aishwarya ma'am. So yes, we will, in a minute we will have that, right? So we know that we have Richard M. Horwright of the New York. What he did, there was a lot of development that happened during that particular time. We saw the power-driven cylindrical press, which was actually capable of printing 8,000 sheets per hour. Then of course, we see the offset press that can actually print up to 6 colors. Then in the beginning of the 20th century, we saw the electrical operating press accelerating the printing operation, right? We saw some improvement in the method of the feeding paper, the paper that is used. We saw the photoelectrical controls of the color registers also. And of course, we saw the importance of the serials. Right now, the novels are coming in the series. That is also very important. Yes. Fragile meaning very delicate, very soft. Okay. Question number 29, everyone. Describe the effects of the reading mania. Came in the year 2016. 3 marks question. Direct question. What was the effect of it? Of course, people were going crazy and reading, right? So we know that booksellers were roaming around on the bicycle, peddlers, right? And they were selling the books. Very easy. They were selling the cheap books. Then penny chap books were carried. Small chap books were carried. Very cheap books we used to carry to the to give to the people so that they can read. Then of course in France we saw the distribution of blue color books. Then newspaper journals were containing information that started circulating, right? And text containing ideas of scientists and the philosophers were also promoted with the help of the text. Okay? Ma'am, vernacular act is important? Yes, it is. And as we saw, we have the last question on that only. See? You said, and so I think that all of you now have an understanding that what are we doing over here are the important question. We are not wasting your time, right? Whatever questions that we have discussed, I'm sure you would have seen in your pre-board examination, in your test examination, and I'm sure you would have seen somewhere or the other. These questions are important. Last question, everyone, that we have over here. Why was the Vernacular Press Act was passed in the year 1878? Explain. You know that this act was passed by the British government to keep a check on what is being pressed and printed. Censorship, right? They want to control the print and the press media. So they made clear that if someone is printing something against the Britishers, they will take that newspaper and they will put the person also in the jail. Sometime, of course, there will be a little bit warning and sometimes they'll just take the person. So this is how you can frame your answer. Easy? Okay? Remember the year, right? Remember the year and remember who passed it? Lord Lytton, right? In the year 1878. Yes, so all of these points, if you write, you are sorted. Yeah, with this everyone, history is done. So with 1.5 hours, almost less than, okay, in 2 hours, 15 minutes, right ma'am?
No.
We started at 5. It's
1 hour 45 minutes.
1 hour 45 minutes. 15 minutes less everyone. Yes, you have a break. So you want 15 minutes break or 5 minutes break?
10 minutes.
Okay.
No, ask them.
Yes, everyone, how much break you need? How much break you need? 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 15 minutes.
Can we do one poll?
Yeah, let's have a poll. 5 and 15. We'll have a poll. Albin, I can't see your doubt, bache, wait. Okay, Aditi is asking, ma'am, in the exam, the age of industrialization will come in the exam. Arey, it is important. Arey, age of industrialization is important. Albin is asking, ma'am, one doubt in age of... It is important, bache. Albin, it's important. 3 marks question can come. Case-based study questions can also come. Okay? I can see polls will be up. Don't worry. No break. Wah. Sanjay Singh, ma'am. Okay, there are so many zeros in, but I think you want a good big break.
Well, it's not.
Polls, everyone. Polls is up, right? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Seems like 15 minutes is winning. I think you all are like me. I always want that proper. Acha, 15 minutes, we'll start at 7 o'clock, aise, 5 o'clock, 5:30. I don't want it between 5:20, 5:15, aise. Yes, 15 minutes break seems like winning. So, kya karoge? What you'll be doing in the break time, everyone?
Skim through geography.
Yes. Yeah, Aishwarya is here only. That's why you can hear us. PDF क्यों नहीं मिलेगा? बिल्कुल मिलेगा. You will get the PDF. So everyone, what you will do in these 15 minutes, go walk around, drink water, right? walk, jump a little bit, have some energy. If you want to quickly munch on some snacks, have dates, have some dates, eat them, have some almonds. Nap is not possible, so I'll not say nap. Listen to a favorite song and then be back everyone at 7 p.m. So we'll see you again at 7 p.m. everyone. Break time. 7 p.m. we will meet. I'll leave now so you can enjoy your break. Okay, bye.
you. Can we just...
Yeah.
Huh. Yes. Are you able to hear me now? Now it's audible, right? Are you all able to hear me now? Good to go. Audio is good. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Yes. Hello, everybody. Hello. Yes, yes. Very good. Welcome to the class. So now, as we all know, right? As we know, we did history. And as a part of our 100 PYQs or 100 previous year subjective questions, we've done 30 from history. We are going to do 30 from geography, right? And as you all know, because you're going to have 30 questions that are going to be spread across 7 chapters, few basic things to keep in mind. Yes, I hope all of you had a good break. Yes, all of you took good amount of rest, and all of you here are ready for the class, right? So as you all know, please make sure that you have your textbooks open with you, right? We will anyway be sharing the PDF with you on the Telegram channel, so you have nothing to worry about it. Yes, now along with that, have your pencils open also, so that as we discuss the important questions, you can mark it in your textbooks, right? So tomorrow when you are revising geography, history, civics, economics, it will become very simple and easy, right? And yes, see, don't tell me, ma'am, finish in 1 hour, finish in half an hour. My intent is that we go through, we discuss all the questions that are there in great detail, and at the end of the day, when whoever watches this much later on, also if you're able to understand what we're discussing, then we are good to go, right? Yes. Okay, now everybody, I request all of you to please unnecessarily not spam in the chat, because our moderator may time you out, so be very careful about what you are going to be discussing. Yes, and everybody, with a lot of enthusiasm, I hope all of you have hit the like button on the video as well. Let's get started with geography, right? Geography, next set of questions, question number 31 would be there on your screens now, right? You can write down keywords as we discuss as well, not a problem. Sahasra, I will take that question. Maybe when I do a question, see, I have a question which is related to industries and manufacturing industries and location. I'll take that particular question when I do it, okay? The first question is a question that I've been telling all of you that it may come, right? This is a very high chance that this kind of a question can come. That is, why is it essential to have resource planning? Explain giving any 3 reasons, right? Now everybody, all of you, I'm going to help you mark it in the textbook also, because I know this is very important. So everybody, please go to page number 4, right? Now in page number 4, you have resource planning as a subheading, right? So you have resource planning as a subheading, and under that you have resource planning in India. Now understand that they are asking why is it essential to have resource planning, and you have to give any 3 reasons. So in this case, you need to not tell identification and strategic planning and all of that. That is one aspect of it, right? But here it starts off with understanding the importance, right? What is the importance? We know that resource planning is essential. So let me just write this down. So what is resource planning essential for? We know that it is essential for the overall utilization of resources, and more specifically the judicious use of resources, right? And along with that, we know that in a country like India, we know that the distribution is not equal, right? The distribution is not equal, and different areas have different types of distribution. Yes. So as you all know, you can give examples of how in Arunachal Pradesh, right? So going back, we know that Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh are rich in minerals and coal deposits. So coal, iron ore, we know, we've learned about it in our minerals and energy resources chapter. This is very, very important, right? And we know that Arunachal Pradesh has rich abundance in water resources but does not have proper infrastructure. Rajasthan has good solar and wind resources, but we know that it is poor with water resources, right? Which is why in this case, when you are writing it, this is how you will write the answer. Starting with saying that resource planning is essential for judicious use of resource, right? And we know that in our country, the distribution is not equal. And you can give some 1 or 2 examples, right? So you can give 1 or 2 examples, and then you you can say that strategic planning of resources will ultimately help in reducing wastage, right? So that is what I would, or these are the 3 points you will have to write. So in this case, as you all know, right, this kind of a question can come for 3 marks, and if you write 3 of these points, you will get 3 marks. Kerala is rich in human... Yes, you can write that, Albin, not a problem. Yashika, ma'am, in agriculture, we do we have to learn impact of globalization? As per CBSE, they have deleted that particular topic. They have said it's in excluding this. But sometimes they say they may... If at all they give you a question, don't get worried about it, okay? So are we all clear? Mark this in your textbook. This can come for 3 marks, okay? Let's quickly move on to the next question. Yes, everybody, moving on to the next question. Describe any 3 features of alluvial soil found in India, or describe any 3 features of black soil found in India. Now this right here has come in CBSE 2019, and if I were to go back to the previous question, it came in CBSE 2020. So as you all know, these are all very recently asked questions, right? So moving on, describe any 3 features of alluvial soil. I need you all to give me the answers, and for all of you, if you want to mark it in your textbooks, please go to page number... Let's all go to page number 8, where you can highlight the important pointers, right? So as you all know, this question again will come only for 3 marks, right? Because they have said any 3 features. So if it is 3 features, you will have to write 3 points, any 3 points. So you can talk about how mainly it is found distributed in the northern plains and parts of the eastern coastal region, and it mainly has sand in it along with some clay, and we know that it's extremely fertile, right? And which is why in densely populated areas, especially the northern plains, is densely populated, and we know that it has phosphoric acid, lime, so on and so forth. But if you have to write about alluvial soil, right, I mean black soil, then you can talk about how it is mainly found in the Deccan Plateau area like Maharashtra, Karnataka, and you know that it is, again, it's also commonly known as Regur soil or black cotton soil, and we know that it has kind of like a clay texture, right, and it can hold a lot of water content in it, and is also fertile, like maybe like magnesium, calcium carbonate, and so on. Can we write about formation of soil? You can write about formation of soil, but mainly if you go back to the question, they are asking you any 3 features, right? 3 characteristics, I would say. Which is why in this case, what I would prefer is write the characteristics of it. You can mention about Khadar and Bhangar, that is there, you can write about it. But again, if you're writing about Khadar and Bhangar, like old and new alluvial soil, you might have to mention the characteristics, right? So see, alluvial soil and black soil have good amount of characteristics that you can remember about, right? But at the same time, when you are writing about it, please make sure that you are being accurate. Yes? So when you're writing it, start off this way, right? Where is it found? What are the characteristics? Fertility? What kind of crops are grown? These are easy ways in which you can remember, right? What about water retention capacity? Bandstick, we know that in the case of black soil, high water retention capacity, right? So you can mention those points. Any 3 points you write, you will get 3 marks, right? And normally, from what we have observed after going through sample papers, after going through PYQs, most often than not, they ask you based on alluvial soil and black soil, right? They ask you to write characteristics, or they may twist you and ask you saying, write about the soil in which we grow cotton, right? So they're indirectly asking you about black soil. They may not directly ask you saying list 3 features. They may indirectly ask you. So most often than not, they ask you about these, but at times you have also seen that they have asked questions which are mainly based on, which are mainly, I would say, that are based on other soil types that are there. Those are basically Hitain. Those are like types that you would find maybe, in the Piedmont, right? I told you Piedmont plains that are there is a region which is a gentle slope between the hills and the plain, right? So in this Piedmont area, what you would find is Duaros, Chos, Terai, and all of that, okay? Very simple and easy. Now moving on to the next one, which is also said to be a very likely type of question, right? That is, discuss the anthropogenic factors that has led to soil degradation, right? CBSE 2019. Now here, what do we mean by anthropogenic factors? Can you tell me? Can we increase the font size of the comments? Can we make it a little more bigger? Yes, everybody see anthropogenic factors. They have used a very fancy word here, but what is it? Exactly. Human factors that have led to land degradation. So I need all of you to move into page number, let me tell you, move to page number 7. Right, and in page number 7 put a star mark next to the textbook, wherein land degradation is a very important topic. They can twist and ask you land degradation as well. See, answer is always very simple, but they'll here and there they'll twist and ask you a little bit on, maybe they'll give you a quote saying that for many years land has been overutilized and stuff like that. They'll ask you, right? But at the end of the day, what are they asking? They're simply asking you on land degradation, right? So here when you're talking about land degradation, I can see the answers, right? So we know that reckless use of land by humans has what is led to land degradation. And what are the reasons? It is over irrigation, mining, overgrazing, and of course industrial pollution, right? So you can write about any of these if it comes for 3 marks, right? If it comes for 3 marks, then you need to discuss any 3 points. But if they come for 5 marks, then you will have to elaborate on 5 points that are there, right? So when you are writing the answer for this, you can talk about how deforestation due to mining activities in Jharkhand, Odisha has led to land degradation. Then we also know that mineral processing, right, especially processing of soapstone, in soapstone industries especially, right, we know that there's a lot of dust that gets generated, and when all that dust settles on the surface, it can again affect infiltration of water. Then we know that overgrazing in areas like Gujarat can have an impact, right? And then we also know that over irrigation in Punjab and Haryana and Uttar Pradesh, we know that this can cause water logging. Do we have to mention states? I would prefer that you mention the state, right? Because when you mention the state, it gives you a little more it gives you a little more, the examiner gets an idea that you really know, right? You really know that where exactly it is happening in India. So if I were your examiner and you write the states and you give it to me, I would be very impressed, right? I will be very impressed that you are actually able to remember all of this. So remember one state example for each, it is good enough, right? Now think about it. Over irrigation, where will you have over irrigation? Where more agriculture takes place? Normally in your northern plains like Punjab, Haryana region, right? While on the other hand, when you talk about mineral processing or mining, you know where mining will happen. So think about it very logically and you go from there, right? And of course, overall or across the country, we know that there is industrial pollution which can again cause land degradation. So for 5 marks, write 5 points. For 3 marks, write 3 points. But put a star mark next to it in your textbook. Yes? Now, I hope all of us are clear with this, and we are going to move on to the next one, which is question number 34, right? Question number 34, and I need you to remain on page number 7 itself, right? So here we are going to be talking, I need you all to remain in page number 7. Now, this right here is a very indirectly asked question on consequences of environmental degradation does not respect national or state boundaries. Support this statement with examples, right? Yes, this is economics, but see, like I tell you, right, this is, like I said, this is a very neither here nor there kind of question. Now with economics, and I would tell you with geography, development chapter where you have sustainable development, and in the case of resource and development chapter where you talk about sustainability, you can get confused, right? And see, this right here is come twice. It's come in 2018, it's come in 2015. This is a very common question, but this is mainly from geography. Don't get confused. There is another question which is very similar to this that we will deal with when it comes in economics. But here they're saying consequences of environmental degradation. Now, when you say environmental degradation, they're not saying economical, right? They're saying environmental degradation. When do we observe that? Can you try giving me the answer to this, right? We're saying that if at all the environment gets affected, it will not respect your nation or your state boundaries. Now, what do we mean by that? They're saying that impact of environmental degradation. That is what they are asking you. There's a little bit of biology, that's all, right? What is the impact of the environmental degradation? What will happen if deforestation takes place and all of that? Exactly, it will impact everything, right? But at the same time, increase in temperature, very good. So here we're talking about, we know that eventually, if at all, in one part of the world, right? Let's assume that maybe in India, there's a lot of carbon emissions. It's contributing to greenhouse effect. Now, does not mean that greenhouse effect will only impact India. Greenhouse effect that is there is going to affect all over the world, right? The impact that is there is all over. And we know that at the end of the day, we know that if greenhouse effect is there, it means global warming, right? If we know that if global warming is there, that can affect, that can cause climate change, then you're right in that flow, right? So how are you going to start this? Consequences of environmental degradation. Start with that, right? So consequences of environmental degradation does not respect national or state boundaries, right? And it affects all the countries of the world equally. Now we know that if land degradation takes place and let's say major agriculturally, agriculturally dependent countries or from where a lot of agriculture is practiced, right? So we know that if agriculture gets affected, it can affect food crops. Now if food crops get affected, it's going to affect international trade, right? And along with that, addition of greenhouse gases can cause increase in temperature, resulting in global warming, right? And we all know that addition of chlorofluorocarbons that are there is in the atmosphere. And again, depletion of ozone layer can impact everybody. Polluted water and pollution in seas and oceans can affect everybody. Polluted air can also affect everybody, right? So as you all know, this is not there in the textbook, right? But is this something that none of you don't know about, right? Is this something that you all don't know about? That is what I want to ask you. Ma'am, is land degradation and environmental degradation the same? No. But land degrading activities can cause or they can go ahead with it can contribute to environmental degradation. It's not there in textbook, but this is right? It's a very easy question, but they have twisted it, right? Now, this is from your Forest and Wildlife Resources chapter. This is also there coming in a little bit from, your Resource and Development chapter. So, in this case, they have blended it and they have asked you a very general question. Now, why am I asking you or why am I giving you this question? You should not be like, I don't know where this question is coming from, so I am not going to attempt, right? So, wherever you talk about environmental degradation, let me tell you, this is a, small insight, like a insider trick. I'm telling you, environmental degradation, you can always write about your greenhouse effect, global warming, climate change, water pollution. They're all very simple, right? Yes. So it's very simple and easy. Just read the question, right? Just read it. And there could be chances that as per your sample paper and practice paper, there could be chances that you can get some indirect questions like this, right? Okay. Now we are going to quickly move on to the next question, right? This is question number 35. Now we will move on to chapter number 2, which is Forest and Wildlife Resources, okay? It is not deleted. Who is telling deleted syllabus? It is not. This is basic general knowledge. I can't believe you are saying, oh, deleted syllabus, I will not write. All of you will be able to get 5 on 5 for that answer, I'm telling you. You are all so smart. So much I have taught you in biology. So much you've been learning from 5th standard that if you tell me, ma'am, I can't write that answer, I will not believe you. Because I know you know the answer to this, right? Okay. Name 2 states which have the highest forest cover, right? Now, what I want you to do is, I need all of you to go and have a look, right? Now, everybody go to page number 20 on your screen. Yes? All of you, not on your screen, on your textbooks, page number 20, right? Now, Madhya Pradesh is Madhya Pradesh for sure, right? That means MP, you can write, you know that Madhya Pradesh, that is there, as we all know, right? Has almost 75% of total forest area, right? But other than that, what can you do or what do you need to write about? Large percentage, right? So when you talk about it, have large percentage of reserve forest of its total forest area. That means from this, you can write either Andhra Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal or Maharashtra. Out of these, it says that a large percentage of it is forest area, right? Read the statement. Everybody, I'm reading it off the textbook for you. Madhya Pradesh has largest area under permanent forest constituting 75% of its total forest area. Full stop. Jammu Kashmir, Andhra Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal and Maharashtra have large percentage of reserve forest from its total forest area, right? So you can write about this. Now, along with that, you can also say all northeastern states and parts of Gujarat have high percentage of forests as unclassed forests, right? So, page number that is there is page number 20. I have written it on your screens. So, mainly, right, read it. Here they're saying the first part of it, for those of you who told me Maharashtra, Kerala, they're saying a large percentage of their total forest area comes under your reserved forest. But most often than not, your northeastern states, we know that a large proportion of your northeastern states have high forest cover, right? Which is why you can write either Arunachal Pradesh, or actually I would rephrase this and write northeastern states. And you can give an example out of this, right? But normally, this is again, it's one of the sample papers that are there, right? So these are mainly unclassed that I've written about, but this is from sample paper, but they'll not really ask you. This is from some reference books that I have picked up, right? Ma'am, forest and mountainous soil are mainly present in northern plain in the Himalayan region, right? Yes. Moving on, everybody, question number 36. That was a 2-mark question. Very simple and easy, right? Very, very easy question. Chances of that kind of a question coming are very slim, but nonetheless, moving on. This is also very easy. The 33% of area should be under forests. Justify the statement by highlighting advantages of forest. 3 marks for this particular question. Can you give in other countries? No, they have said highest states. If they mention states, it's our country, okay? Yes, only 24% is available now, but they're saying ideally you should have 33%, right? So, but what are the advantages? This is so easy, right? You can write pages and pages for this. How many of you know the answer? Ma'am, so easy, right? If I get this question in my exam, pakka 3 marks I am going to get, right? Exactly. So many answers you can write, so many points you can write on this. So if I were to treat this as a 5 marker for this, right? First and foremost, we know that forests are home to various types of resources. We know that there are various direct resources that we get, like timber and everything that you are all telling me. And we know that we obtain a lot of indirect resources as well. Now, along with that, we know that when forest cover is there, they also prevent soil erosion, right? Because we know that they bind the soil together and thereby does not allow the removal of topsoil. That means soil erosion, that means soil quality is maintained, does not allow for land degradation, right? Then we also know that the forests that are there, they have a very integral role to play when it comes to water cycle and everything, right? They bring in rainfall, they improve quality of air because we know photosynthesis, right? And at the same time, because of the whole process of photosynthesis, it can also have a counteract, right? It can counteract, or it can, counter the greenhouse effect that is there, right? So here you can write so much. Yes, so if you get this for 3 marks, write any 3 points. You get this for 5 marks, write 5 points. Yes, easy peasy, everybody. This is also not directly off your textbook, right? But it's a little bit indirect one that is there. Yes. How much is actual total forest area? See, total forest area should ideally be 33%, right? But in the case of India, as we all know, it is not exactly 33, it's less than 33. Page number, see, like I said, you don't have it directly given in your textbook. It's a little indirect question, little twisted, which is why I thought I'd be able to give it to you, right? But they have given you like a rough understanding overall throughout your book, okay? Now moving on to the next question. Explain any 3 reasons why forest resources are depleting after independence. This right here can be a 3 mark. This can be a 5 mark question also. Who said Dabba question? Why Nirmal? Easy peasy question. No, for you easy you will get marks. Why take stress? Okay. Now for this particular question, I need all of you, okay, to move into page number. I will tell you. Go to page number 16 and 17. Yeah, right? So answers are given in page number 16 and 17. Yes? But this is very easy, right? Super duper easy. Exactly. So as we all know, in this particular case, we're talking about post-independence, right? So we know that pre-independence, we know that Britishers did a lot of deforestation because they wanted large areas of land to grow the kind of trees that they wanted to grow, right? But at the same time, if they ask you, right, you can write about need for wood, right? Mining activities, river valley projects, right? Grazing, that will be there. Slash and burn agriculture. Yes. Many of you, this is not deleted, right? Deforestation is important, right? And if now what will you do if you get a deleted question in your exam? Because I was going through some of the reference books and some of the practice papers and everything. There is deleted portion. If it is deleted and if it comes in the exam, will you tell the instructor, ma'am, deleted, I'm not writing the answer. But these are all very easy questions, right? So everybody please pay attention. So when you're writing the answer for this particular question, please focus. What do you need to write about? Rapid expansion of industries and urbanization. Very good, right? Development of multi-purpose river valley projects which clears large areas of land, right? We know that a lot of forest land is converted into agriculture and grazing land. And we know that in some cases there is slash and burn agriculture. If it comes to 3 marks, write 3 points, you are good to go. Ma'am, they will give marks if the question is from deleted portion. See, ideally they should, right? They should be able to give, but they will only give if you write an attempt, right? You have to attempt that question. Yes, okay? Thank you, Ramesh. Thank you so much, right? Now moving on to the next one. Describe how communities have conserved and protected forest and wildlife in India. NCERT exercise question, and this can come again for 3 marks. It can come for 5 marks. Case based can come for 4 marks. Yes. So this right here is very, very important, right? It is benefit, ma'am. Generally, CBSE will have answer key, or will they give marks for our answer? There is an answer key which will be given to the teachers or the examiners, and they are normally correct, right? A marking scheme will be given. So basically, like we all said, right? Whenever you talk about how you write the answer, there are key points that are going to be there. Ma'am, is it okay if I don't do NCERT exercises? Go through it. Go through it once. It's very, very important. Class is there tomorrow, Gauri. Please don't spam. PDF will come. Okay, everything is there. Now, this is all unnecessary things who are telling, ma'am, deleted. It's not at all deleted. And if you think this is deleted, then you are losing out marks, bacha. See, when you talk about community and conservation, we know that conservation is a very important topic that is there. And when you talk about community and conservation, you need to write about Chipko movement, right? How we observed, especially during the mountainous Himalayan region where all the women came together, they hugged the trees, right? You can write about the Beach Bachao Andolan which happened in Tehri, right? Wherein they wanted to say that instead of using chemicals to practice agriculture, even the normal ways in which we are doing is bringing about good crop production. So you had your farmers and your citizens coming here, right? Then you had joint forest management, right? Wherein you talk about how community and the forest authorities are coming together. And yes, of course, you can write about the, villagers who were there in the Alwar district as well, where they came together and they declared about 1200 hectares of forest land as Bhairodev Dhaka Sonchuri, right? Basically, they declared that land where which prohibited hunting and it protected wildlife. So you can write about it, right? Now, basically, these are in regions. Beach Bachao Andolan, wherein in these regions, it was a collective initiative, right? So, mainly, Beach Bachao Andolan was to make sure that people who believe that adequate levels of crop production can happen without using any synthetic chemicals. So, for 3 marks, write any 3 points, any 3 out of the 4 which are mentioned in your textbook, and it is good to go. Yes, I will. Oh, okay. Yes. Try to write about examples which are mentioned in your textbook, preferable. Yes? Okay. Alright. Now moving on to the next one. Right? This is an NCERT exercise question for 2 marks. Right? Explain how water can be considered as a renewable source. Yes? Everybody. Impact of globalization on agriculture. As per NCERT, that is deleted. As per CBSE, impact of globalization is actually deleted, right? Which is why I will not take that. Ma'am, trees are worshipped. What are the trees? Sacred groves are there, Nitik, which are worshipped by different people. You'll normally, in Kerala, it's called Kavu, right? Where they go and there'll be like a deity and everything where they worship that, right? Yes, very good. Easy peasy. This is from Water Resource. It is there right in page number 23, first paragraph. And we know, right, why is water considered to be a renewable resource? Because of the fact that the hydrological cycle or the water cycle exists. Now, we know that 3/4 of the You know, when you talk about area on earth, 3/4 of it is covered with water and only a percentage of it is fresh water, right? Around, you know, less than 3% that is there. Now, in this case, the fresh water that is there is what we normally use, yes? And this water is constantly recharged and renewed with the help of the cycle that is there, right? The hydrological cycle. So, when you're writing your answer, you can simply, you don't need to explain the process, right? Don't explain it. Just write down that you know that 3/4 of earth is covered with water, and we know that only percentage of it is fresh water, and we know that the groundwater and the surface runoff is what we use, and it is constantly renewed and recharged through the hydrological cycle, right? And all the water moves within the hydrological cycle, which is why it is a renewable resource, okay? Debil, I have already discussed this in the marathon, so I request you to go to Geography Marathon and check it out. That will definitely help you. Yes? Ajit, we will also post the PDF on Telegram, the link to CBSE where you can check it out. Yes? You can focus on self-preparation, Hitin. It's okay if you missed that video. Focus on your self-prep. Ma'am, there has been a marking scheme of each chapter like blueprint shared. So do we follow that? Has this been shared with you by official CBSE website? Because from what we understand, that's normally not shared. They tell you the kind of questions that can come, 28%, 30%, 40%. Try to follow that, okay? Because CBSE, as for what we know from our experience, they don't officially release it, right? If that was the case, then why do you have to study the other chapters, right? Which is why it's very, very important, okay? Now, this particular question is not going to come. Okay, this particular one is not going to come for more than 2 marks. It's only going to come for 2 marks. Okay. Yes, I will pace it up. 3/4 of the earth's surface is covered with water, but there's still a scarcity of water across the globe. Give 3 reasons. Now, everybody, in your textbooks, I need all of you to turn to page number 25, right? So page number 25, mark this. This is very, very important, right? We are talking about what are the reasons for water scarcity, right? Or water exploitation. And there is a lot that you can write about. So we know that primarily the 2 reasons are agriculture. There is growing population. And if there is a population explosion, we know that it causes a unequal access or insufficient water which gets available for people, resulting in water scarcity, right? And we know that this means that more agriculture needs to happen and more industry needs to work, yes? And if agriculture gets expanded, that means more amount of food needs to be there. More amount of food means more irrigation, right? And thereby the amount of water gets down. Now, same thing if it's urbanization, then you can talk about more domestic use and again water table going down. So everybody take a quick screenshot of this. Take a quick screenshot because this table here will help you learn it very simple and easy, right? This will make you understand the whole chapter in the easiest manner. Yes? If it is blur, I request all of you to quickly go to settings, then go to quality, go to advanced features, hit 720p and it will apply, okay? Yes, very good, very good, very good. Okay, now I'm going to pace it up. So now, of course, everybody, as we know, water scarcity is the outcome of growing population, right? Because people have unequal access to it. Higher food grain production, more irrigation, right? And of course, industry being heavy users of water, they exploit it for hydroelectric energy. Increase in urban centers, also increase in the urban areas means more demand for water and water pollution, right? So 5 marks this question can come. You will get it for, right, 5 points that are there. Okay, very, very simple and easy. Yes? Now moving on to the next one, which is a 4-mark question. Now your case-based or your source-based questions can come from this particular chapter, right? Chances of it are very high. So everybody quickly read it, go to settings or go to 1080p. Exactly, Devananda. Ma'am, what are the trees? Shivanshi, like I said, there are sacred groves which are there, right? Sacred groves which are there in certain areas. Now, everybody take a minute and please, right? Please read the paragraph and then we will solve the questions. Shivanshi, I have answered your question, Bacha. If you keep spamming, you will get timed out. So kindly, please don't. Ma'am, can we write about quality? Ma'am, is it Is it not because saline water, as we don't have appropriate technology and only 1% is drinkable? Yes, Chirayu, but at the same time, we are also experiencing scarcity in terms of quality and quantity, where we know that at the end of the day, whatever is usable is also getting exploited, right? So here we need to elaborate it on both aspects, okay? Yes. Aida, I will tell you that once I finish all the questions. Okay. Very good, ma'am. All right, okay. So shall I show you the question now? Have you all read it? Yes, can I show you the question? Pushpendra, you have 1.5 days for social sciences. You have to get the feeling of exam. Yes, exactly. So now this is the question. See, I told you to read the paragraph because I told you in source-based or case-based questions, you will get one from history for sure, you will get one from political science, and normally your one is between geography or economics, right? So that is going to be something you need to understand. Now moving on, okay, I'm going to pace it up quickly. Name the traditional rainwater harvesting technique which is commonly practiced in Rajasthan. What is the answer? Exactly, the answer is tankas, right? 1 mark you will get for writing this. Moving on, in which part of Rajasthan is tankas commonly used? Yes, where is it commonly used? The answer was given there itself, right? I'm going to go back. So semi-arid area, semi-arid regions were all, particularly Bikaner, Barmer and Falodi, right? So these are the regions that you will have to write. They have already given it in the paragraph, so mention those 3 areas, but mainly in semi-arid regions. Now last but not the least, you need to write down any 2 advantages. So jaldi, tell me what are the advantages of using rooftop rainwater harvesting? Yes, cooling for summer. Yes, somebody's telling me, ma'am, you're very strict. Is that so, Dhanshil? Okay. The thing is, we also don't have time. Your time is very valuable to me, right? Somebody has already told me, ma'am, you've not smiled all day. I'll keep that in mind. I'll have a smile on my face. Yes, okay, to conserve water, exactly, used for cooking. So mainly, as we all know, right, the main thing here is that we are also able to recharge the groundwater, right? So here mainly we see that we are able to recharge the groundwater and we are able to utilize it, right? And we are also able to conserve water that is there. And along with that, we are also able to make sure that we help, right? I mean, we can use it for various other reasons. You will get the PDF, you will get, kindly don't spam. Yes, so 4 marks source base that is there, right? So you'll get 1 mark, 1 mark and 2 marks for this, totally 4 marks, right? And this eventually makes it a reliable source of drinking water as well. Very good, right? Yes, exactly. Geography chances are low, ma'am. Exactly. Now Akshat, as a matter of fact, right, as you all know, in this particular case, for source based, right, they normally for geography, if they give it to you, most often than not, answer is given, right? Answer is already given in the question itself. Yes, so Harsh, you know that I have gone through everything, right? Everything, everywhere to make sure that I give you top-notch questions. Why, Gokul? Why? I want to know. Okay, but before you tell me that, towards the end you tell me, but before that you give me the answer to this, right? Do you think multipurpose river valley projects have failed to achieve their purpose for which they have built, right? Justify your answer. Yes, exactly. What is the answer? First, yes or no? Yes or no? They have failed to achieve the purpose that they were built for. Yes, they have failed. Okay. Now why? That is the reason that you will have to tell me, right? What is the reason why they have failed? That's what you'll have to tell me. So here what you can write about this right here can come for 5 marks or it can come for 3 marks, right? So as you all know, in this case, if it comes for 5 marks, talk about how there are 5 environmental impacts, right? So we know that there are certain environmental impacts which are there and you just need to mention that, right? So here you can talk about how construction of multipurpose river valley projects has resulted in, We know that large areas of forest cover is removed to create reservoirs. We know that although it was built to, to protect us from floods, but there are chances that it can cause floods, right? And we also know that construction of such things can cause earthquakes, and along with that, it can lead to loss of soil fertility. And along with that, we know that it can affect aquatic life, it can affect the migration of them. There are many that you can write, right? So there are positive as well as negative impacts. But over time, what have we understood? The negative impacts are trumping the positive impacts, right? So as we all know, you just need to mention any 4 points. Ma'am, in sample paper and practice paper, geography accounted for 15 marks and eco for 25 marks. See, exactly. That's the case. Now, let me tell you, in science also, even though you will get a lot of questions from economics is very easy, right? Economics is super duper easy. So, you have nothing to worry about. Yes, whether you get 20 marks, right? Now, there are chances, it also depends upon your or question that you take. So, don't think too much about it, okay? Take one thing at a time. Yes? So everybody write your key pointers here. If you get for 3 marks, 3 points. 5 marks means 5 points. Okay. Moving on. We need to pick up the pace. We're still in question number 43. We have to reach till question number 60. Right. Next 20 minutes. I need your full focus. We are going to finish it. Yes. All right. Can we all? I need your focus. By 8 o'clock, we should be able to finish geography. Yes. That is our aim. Okay. Now, if I tell 8 o'clock, only by 8:30 we'll finish, which is why I'm saying focus. See, questions which are not related to what I'm taking right now, hold it, I will take it towards the end, okay? Now, this is a very easy question which came in CBSE 2019, and this is very easy, that is there. They analyzed between Kharif and Rabi crops, right? Now, Kharif crops, as we know, right? This is from 8th standard you've been studying, so everybody should be able to get this answer correctly, right? Kharif crops that are there, they are mainly sown, or they are often known as monsoon crops, right? Because we see that they are sown during the monsoon season and they are harvested during the end, like around autumn season, around September, October. While on the other hand, the Rabi crops that are there are also known as winter crops because they are sown during, your October, November time, harvested during Feb and March, right? Now, when you talk about Kharif crops, they require a lot of water, while when compared to your Rabi crops, which don't really require a lot of water, right? And we see that rice, maize, jute, cotton are all examples of Kharif, while wheat, oats, barley and pulses are examples of Rabi crops, right? So when you're writing the differences between the two, use these aspects. What is the sowing period? What is the harvesting period, right? What is the water requirement? Where all do we find it? And some examples. So everybody, you can take a quick screenshot. Ma'am, do all Rabi crops require less water? Not necessarily. There could be some 1 or 2 examples. Now, whenever I remember Kharif and Rabi crops, what I normally do is I think of some examples, right? Rice and wheat is the easiest thing for me to remember. For Kharif, I know it is rice, and for Rabi, I know it is wheat. I take those examples and I make sure that I think about it, right? Okay, what would rice need? What would wheat need? And I take it from there. Yes? Divyanshi, for the previous question, is it okay if I mention positive as well as negative aspects? But Divyanshi, you can write it down, right? So as you know, Divyanshi, in this case, when you're writing positive impacts, see, it depends on how you look at the statement. If you say that over time, multipurpose river valley projects have failed. If you say, no, I don't agree, they have positive impacts, then you will have to write positive impacts. So it's basically on how you justify. But most often than not, we know that the negative impacts outweigh the positive impacts. So you will have to mention that point. So can we just have a check on some of them are doubts. So we'll keep the doubts, okay? We'll just time out the spammers. Yes. Alright, I have mentioned it, don't worry. So kindly make sure that you don't spam. Today, moderators are going to be very strict. Now moving on to question number 44, right? So we'll do one thing. Do you want to take a quick, 2-minute water break after this question? We'll do a 2-minute water break after this so that Aram se, even if class takes longer, it's okay. But Aram se, we'll take a water break and we will move on to question number 45, right? Yes. Okay. 2 minutes. 2 minutes only. See, let me tell you, for those of you who are telling, ma'am, no, why you're wasting our time? Let me tell you one thing. At the end of the day, if you sit 5 hours in today's class and half of it went above your head, there is no point. Alright? There is absolutely no point in you doing this because you will not be able to attend. But if you keep taking breaks in between, whether it's 2 minutes, whether it's 3 minutes, whether it's 4 minutes, right? Take a break so that you are able to refresh your mind and you are able to focus, right? So that is why I am telling you. I cannot give you 24 hours break, Anand. Very sorry, right? So everybody, after the 45th question, I am going to give you a 2 to 5 minute break. Yes, so please don't chat. I mean, unnecessarily don't spam on the chat, right? Because I know you had IT exam and then after that, you know, you had to come for class also. So don't worry about it. Now moving on to 44. Explain any 4 characteristics of commercial farming in India. Yes. Ma'am, Ramesh, I will take that after this question, okay? Will they ask about Z crops? Chances are very less, right? Now, when you talk about commercial farming, I'm going to get to the answer directly. Now, when you talk about commercial farming, we know that it is practiced on large areas of land, right? And if they're practiced on large areas of land, normally they'll grow only one single crop, which is why we also call commercial farming or a type of commercial farming as plantation, right? So, everybody, if you turn to your textbooks, yes? So quickly turning to your textbooks and going to page number 35, you will be able to star mark this particular point, right? So we know that all the produce that we get from commercial farming is provided as raw materials for various industries, or we use them as food that is there, right? Or it's normally used for export. Now in commercial farming, we use a lot of, modern outputs or modern inputs like high yielding varieties, chemical fertilizers, insecticides, pesticides, to make sure that there is improved productivity, right? And as you all know, right, we know that at the end of the day, because it's mainly for large scale manufacture, we normally see that there's a lot of transport involved, a lot of communication involved, right? A lot of labor which is involved. So you can write about all of these things and put a 3 marks or put 3 points on it. So everybody, somebody asked me, can I write about plantation? You can say that one such example is plantation. Yes? Okay, yes Akshat, you can write this point as well. That's a good point to write about. Read and write, Shivanshu. Oh, that's good. It's very good, right, that you solved all this. Yes, very good, very good. Okay. Now somebody was asking me, ma'am, in the previous question, right? I think you were asking me about the previous question. For multi-purpose, can we write for it? Now see, like I said, even in the textbook, in water resources, they mention that over time, the negative impacts have outweighed it, right? So which is why I would suggest that you don't write for saying that multipurpose river valley projects are necessary, right? Okay. Yash Gaming, what do you mean? What do you mean? That is a joke. We are not serious about it, okay? I hope you know that we just joke around it. Differences between rice, ma'am, will questions on difference between rice and wheat appear? Chances are very less that come. Can we say modern machines? Yes, you can. Ma'am, is plantation farming and commercial farming the same? Plantation farming is an example of commercial farming, okay? Ma'am, it is sown on crop. Yes. Yeah, you can write that. Very good. Ma'am, is it pakka that we'll get options? Of course, you'll get options for MCQ. Why would it then? That's why it's called multiple choice. No, you will get options. What type of crop is bajra? Bajra is a millet, right? Yes, okay. Question number 45, after which a quick break. Yes? Now, this is a very tricky question, okay? This is not a direct question. Yes? CBSE 2019, I need your focus here. Irrigation has changed the cropping pattern in many regions in India. Analyze the statement. This right here is super indirect, okay? Now, this is a combination of question which has come from water resources as well as agriculture, right? So, here there are 2 questions which have been clubbed, yes? Now, here the question is, we know that cropping pattern, right? For example, amount of rainfall. We know that the rainfall distribution that is there is not equal across the country, right? So we know that the rainfall distribution is unequal. Some places have more rainfall, some places have less rainfall, right? And we know that crops are normally grown with the availability of water. But over time, imagine in some place like Punjab, where we know that during summer season, maybe not that much rainfall would be there when compared to Kerala or or something, right? Maybe in that monsoon time, if we were to compare it, right? We see that this right here would be very different, yes? But nonetheless, I am able to grow rice all over the country. I am able to grow rice, right? So why is that possible? Because of irrigation, right? So earlier agriculture, or we had cropping pattern based on different water, like based on water availability through rainfall. But irrigation has made sure that whatever crops that we were cultivating, or earlier what we could only cultivate in a small area of land, I am able to cultivate everywhere else. So the example is of rice, right? So earlier I was not able to cultivate it in Punjab, but proper irrigation has helped me to cultivate rice, especially in Punjab and Haryana, right? And I'm able to grow rice in relatively less, wherever there's not enough water, I am still able to grow it, right? So here, if you see, did you understand the question? It was a very simple question, right? But I hope all of you understood how to go about it. Yes, Gautam, you will get marks. Okay. Ma'am, paddy is what type of crop? Paddy is a kharif crop, right? So normally you find it in areas where there's a lot of rainfall. Tamil Nadu, Kerala. Yes, okay. Ma'am, ma'am, once again, yes, of course. See, in this particular case, if you see, right, when you talk about rice and when you talk about wheat, now the thing is, earlier we call them as kharif crop, monsoon crops, or we call them as, winter crops because of the cropping pattern, right? They were only there was a time when I was only able to grow them during certain seasons. But now throughout the year, I am able to grow these crops. Why am I able to do this? Because of green revolution, right? And along with that, due to irrigation, wherein for crops like rice, which require more water, I am able to grow it during summer season also where there's not enough water, or during winter season when there's not a lot of rain, I am still able to grow rice, right? So that is what I mean by it. Okay. Ma'am, should we mention advantages and disadvantages? See, here it's not about advantage, disadvantage. Here they're asking you in general. Ma'am, do we need to know the places of crops by heart? At least I would suggest that 1-2 places you should know. Okay? Green revolution is basically when they started producing high yielding varieties, right? So some of you are confused with green revolution as well as white revolution. Now white revolution was done to increase the production of milk, right? So what did they do to increase production of milk? They started using cross breeds. They started, adopting a lot of other techniques to make sure that they get increased production of milk. Then what is green revolution? Using high yielding variety seeds, right? Modified seeds, hybrid seeds, so that at the end of the day, they get increased yield of crops. So are we all clear? Are we clear? Yes, give me a quick thumbs up. All of you who are getting confused, I hope all of you are clear. Yes? Give me a thumbs up, jaldi, jaldi, jaldi. Intensive subsistence farming, small piece of land, high output, okay? All right, so before going on to question number 46, everybody, I am going to give you a quick break, yes? So it is a quick break time right now. Take a quick water break at this point. I am also going to go drink some water. Yes, and what do I need to do? Yes, I will give you 5 minutes break. Yes, exactly. 5 minutes, and I will resume when? I will resume 7:58. And I might as well resume at 8 o'clock.
Yeah. Start at 8.
Yes, Ankita ma'am is here and she's, you know her. Resuming at 8 p.m. See, if you tell ma'am no need, still take it. I know you need it, right? Otherwise you will tell me ma'am, not happening. So I'll be back. Yes, everybody, time up. Time is up. Am I audible? What I'm writing is visible? Everything is good to go. Yashika, like I said, yeah, see, before you all tell me, ma'am, late OP, I came, right? Yes, okay, good to go, awesome, right? Now, I hope all of you here are feeling, energized, right? See, like I said, as long as our class goes today, that is all right. But at the end of the day, you should be feeling energized. It should not be that you sat 5 hours and only 2 hours worth of information went into our head. How to revise geography? First and foremost, when you are revising geography, try to identify what are your strong points or strong chapters and what are your weak chapters. Normally, chapters where you have to remember a lot is what becomes tricky for you. So take some time, try to, revise those first and then you go ahead with the remaining of it, right? Okay, I'm mainly a biology teacher, but of course I help you out with social sciences as well. Are these enough? Oh, more than enough to do a full chapter revision. But here, like I said, these are PYQs. These are some important questions that are going to be there that we are going to discuss. Now, everybody, Yashika, can I please take this towards the end? Because see, we have 15 more questions left and my aim is to finish it off by 8:30 so that we can give you kind of like a long dinner break so that you can have dinner and come back. And then at one go, we'll go ahead and finish off political science and economics, okay? How does the plan sound? Does this sound good to all of you? So that by 8:30 we'll finish geography and your bulky subjects, history and geography is done. Okay. Then after that, you take some time, have dinner and come and then we will do the rest. Makes sense, no? Yes. Now this is going to happen to all the live students only if you cooperate with me, right? So jaldi we have to pick up the pace for the next 15 questions, right? So let's have a look at this particular question, okay? The declining share of agriculture in gross domestic product or the GDP, right, is a matter of serious concern in India. Support this particular statement. Now, everybody, this question right here is a very, very important one. In multiple sample papers which were given by various other sources and what is available in the market, when we went through this question that here has come twisted and turned, right? Now, for everybody who's telling me, ma'am, economics, ma'am, this portion is deleted. I know you all will tell me this, which is why I need all of you to go to page number 43. Everybody go to page number 43. Now, you have a basic idea of this way from your economics part, right? But this right here has come from agriculture. So, it's a mix of your understanding in economics and geography. So, this is very simple. So, go to page number 43 and mark that whole portion in 43 and page number 44 because it is very, very important. Now, when you talk about agriculture, we know that agriculture is part of the primary sector, right? And we know that in our case, if you look at our country, more than 50% of the people work in the agricultural field. Now, if at all, right, we see that the contribution is declining over a period of time, then we know that agriculture being a primary sector can affect other parts of the economy or basically your secondary and tertiary sectors, right? And we also know, right, over time there has been shift from primary to secondary to tertiary, and at this rate, over time the growth rate within the agricultural sector is also coming down, right? And we know that Indian farmers are facing a lot of competition as well, which is why this right here is very important. Now somebody said, ma'am, can you explain point number 3? Now see, over time, of course, we know that the contribution of agriculture to the GDP has been declining. Now the government of India, of course, completely recognizes this, which is why they have established institutions wherein a lot of research can be done to improve quality of agriculture or to improve productivity of agriculture so that people learn more about it, which is why you have agricultural universities, right? Animal breeding centers to improve it. So they've had various initiatives that is going to help them, right? So this is the whole idea. Now, how will you write the answer, right? Start off by saying that agriculture is the backbone of the Indian economy, right? Because India is primarily an agricultural country, yes? And we know that around, if you take the census way back in 2010, more than 50% of the country works in the agricultural field and they are dependent, right? And of course, if there's a decline in this particular field, it will affect the other, sectors as well. And at the end of the day, this can affect affect the economic development, which is why this right here is an alarming situation for all of us, right? So here, if this comes for 3 marks, please make sure that you write 3 points. No problem, Ibrahim, no problem at all. Yes? So I hope all of you have understood this particular question. Give me a quick thumbs up so that we can move ahead. Yes? Okay. Moving on to the next particular question, which is again a very simple source-based questions, right? Yes, so this is a source-based question that is there. Now everybody take a minute of your time to read this particular paragraph and then give me the answer. Then we will go ahead once, right? Now this right here, this particular paragraph that is there is also available right there in your textbooks. It is available, I will tell you, in page number 34. So this is there in page number 34. This is a question, yes, exactly, right? Ma'am, we can conclude that people have shifted and that is also good. I understand, Hiten, you can say that there has been a shift to tertiary, secondary and tertiary sector and that's good, right? But at the end of the day, where is your secondary sector going to see? Your tertiary sector gets work or normally services are there because at the end of the day, a part of your services are necessary for your secondary sector. Now, for your secondary sector, where are you going to get your raw materials? That's coming from your primary sector. And if your primary sector in itself is declining, that means you are not able to get as much as it should ideally contribute. Then the backbone of your whole economic structure is collapsing. And at a long run, that is not sustainable, right? That is not a sustainable model, which is why in this case, we know that it is an alarming situation for us, right? I hope, Hiten, I have answered your question. Yes? Done reading. Very good. Okay. Now, everyone, how is primitive subsistence farming related to jhuming? Basically, what is another name that we know? What is also known as primitive agriculture? Very easy, right? Okay. What is it? Slash and burn, exactly, right? So as we know, it's also called as slash and burn, or what you can say is you can call it as shifting agriculture also. So shifting agriculture, you will get marks or you will get slash and burn, right? So slash and burn. Now next up, slash and burn agriculture is called as Conuco in which country? I saw the answer coming along. Yes, Runa, very good. It is in Venezuela, right? Yes. Chirayu, will you remind me that towards the end? Tell me towards the end, I will teach that once, okay? Social impacts I will do, but since I crossed that chapter, I will take it towards the end. Yes? Can these questions come in the exam? I have tried to take the most likely questions as possible. So the answer here is Venezuela. What are the major problems of jhuming agriculture? Yes, what are the major problems of jhuming cultivation? So in this case, we know that first and foremost, there's a lot of low harvest, right? Low land productivity that is there. And we know that they don't use modern implements or they don't use a lot of technology and they do it on a small piece of land. It provides basic food necessities that are needed for the farmers, right? And we know that there's not a lot of irrigation facilities. Ma'am, should we learn this para by heart? No, but you need to know the names, right? Especially in our country. Now, of course, what's called in Central America and all, you don't need to know. But they may ask you a question, right? What is it called in this particular place or that particular place? So, you could get that. Yes? Okay. Very good, very good. Swayam, like I said, due to crunch of time, what I'm going to do is I'll go through these questions, mark the question number and keep that you didn't understand, right? And then I will go ahead and then I will discuss that once again towards the end. Okay, Swayam? I hope that works for you so that we'll finish off these questions. Okay? Yes, very good, very good. Moving on to question number 48, right? Question number 48 is, minerals are an indispensable part of our lives. Justify this with statement. It came into CBSE 2016. Now I need all of you to try and answer, right, this particular question. And all of you please go to page number 48. Page number 48, your first paragraph in this particular chapter that is there is what we understand by this. It is an indispensable part. That means it's not something I can dispense, I can let go of. It is a very integral part of my life. I need minerals to survive, right? So what do I mean by this? Because we know that minerals that are there, we use minerals almost on a day-to-day basis, right? Because minerals are part of your primary sector, right? So it forms the basis of most industries, first and foremost. Now, secondly, starting from maybe making a small, tiny pin to building a huge building, I still require minerals, right? And we know that all the transport and services that are there is what we call, railway lines, machineries, everything that is there. All of this that is there is built by minerals, of course. And our food that we eat also consists of a lot of minerals because our body requires minerals as well. Which is why if you see whether we talk about economic development at different stages, minerals are necessary, right? So these are 3 pointers that you will have to write to get 3 marks. Karthik, if you rewind this particular video, you will find the explanation on Balkan tension where Ankita ma'am has explained it. Please go ahead and watch that, right? Or you can watch her one-shot session, her Maha Marathon session where you will be able to find it. Yes? Okay. Ma'am, the answer be practiced by. So in the previous question, I think, right? They are asking, how is primitive agriculture related to Jhumming? It is based on shifting agriculture, which is a type of, farming that is practiced, right? So they're saying, how is that connected? Jhumming is the traditional way. Primitive subsistence farming is your slash and burn, right? So it's just a similar pattern that you see. All right. Moving on, everybody, I hope you've taken a screenshot of this. We are quickly going to go on to question number 49. Question number 49 is very, very important. Now, I'll tell you why this particular question is important. Now, first and foremost, in question number 49, I have noticed that in multiple sample papers which have been provided by different sources have brought up this particular question, okay? And for some reason, you could say teacher's instinct, I am getting a feeling that this particular question on conservation of minerals can come, right? Which is why in this case, when you talk about conservation of minerals, yes, thank you for helping me out with the page numbers. 55 and 56, everybody, your friend has helped you out, okay? Everybody go to page number 55 and 56. Please put a star mark next to it. You will have to write it down, okay? So when you talk about it, we know that minerals that are there, they serve as raw materials for various industries. But does not mean that minerals are unlimited. They are a limited resource and we know that they can be exhaustible. That means they are non-renewable. Why so? Because we know that they take millions of years to form, right? Now the rate at which we are consuming the minerals is so fast that the rate of formation is super slow, right? Which is why in this case we know that a lot of economic development depends upon the availability of minerals. Now the thing is, first and foremost, we need to judiciously use our minerals, make sure that we develop technologies to make sure that we use low grade ores and to produce, at low cost. And of course, a very important thing is to recycle metals which are there, make sure that we use other substitutes for all of this. So these 3 pointers are very, very important, which can easily come for 5 marks. If 5 marks comes, you will have to write 5 points. Vedesh, we have already discussed different types of primitive farming. It's slash and burn. It's referred to by different names in different parts, but at the end of the day, primitive farming is basically your slash and burn. Yes, Sri Hari, you can write some on your own as well, but they need to be relevant to the question. Okay? So are we all clear? Have we all taken a screenshot? Yes? Have we all taken a screenshot? Are we all ready? I hope now we are good to go, right? Confidence level has become better and bigger. Yes, very good. So I hope your confidence level is becoming once again much better in this, right? So here we are talking specifically on conservation of minerals for this particular question, where we know that minerals are non-renewable, right? If they are non-renewable, we should be wise about how to use them. If we are wise about how to use them, we also need to make sure that we should find innovative ways of finding other resources that we can use instead, right? And along with that, we need to recycle it as well. Moving on, everybody, next one. Why is energy needed? How can we conserve energy resources? Explain. Now here you will get this for 1 mark, and how can we conserve energy can come for 4 marks, right? So as we all know, this right here is an easy 5-mark question. Roger, let me tell you, you need to have a mix of preparation, which is what we are doing right now. We are doing a mix of some questions which are there in your sample paper, some which are there in your practice paper. Then we are doing questions which are available in outside resources as well as BYQs, right? Okay, so as we all know, right, we are in question number 50, 10 more questions and we will be done with geography, right? Yes, Selvi, why do you need to know that, bacha? How does it matter? How does it matter? Okay, so everybody, so for this particular question, I need you to go to page number 56 and then I need you to go all the way till the last page, which is 61, right? So here we know that energy resources are needed because at the end of the day, they provide energy for basic activities that are there. Yes, and we know that at all cases, right, we use it for cooking, we use it for, for powering a machine, so on and so forth, right? Now we know that conservation of energy resources are very, very important. And how can we conserve it? We can conserve it in the following manner. Making sure that we use sustainably, right? Unnecessarily stop wasting of energy resource, right? Making sure that there is judicious use of it. Making sure we implement modern technology that is there, right? So here you will get 1 mark and 4 ways in which you can conserve. You can elaborate on this, right? So in page number 61, you can write some generic points on understanding how to conserve energy resources, right? Okay. How is cement industry responsible for degradation? Because we know that cement industry may require lime, right? And from the soapstone industry. Yes, and we know that they generate a lot of dust. All of that will settle. And at the end of the day, it will affect water filtration, causing your land degradation. Okay? Moving on, question number 51. This has come in CBSE 2017. For some reason, my gut is telling me one question like this is going to come, okay? Either one on petrol or one on natural gas. I feel like one on this conventional source may come in the exam for some reason. I could be absolutely wrong. But here, this is a very important 3-mark question, right? Natural gas is an important source of energy. Support this with a particular statement. Yes? It is deleted? Absolutely not, right? This is not deleted. This is absolutely there, right? Petroleum is there. This is very, very important. Coal, petroleum, conventional sources are there. Yes? So everybody, please pay attention. Okay? So everyone, please go on to page number 58. Put a star mark next to natural gas, and for me, just put a star mark near petroleum also. There was one question, but I couldn't add it, but I feel like it might be there, right? So as you all know, when you talk about natural gas, it's normally associated, right? Or it's associated with mineral oil, or I would say it's associated with crude oil, right? And we know that normally it is found in places from where it is normally released when we extract crude oil. Yes? Now, of course, it's pretty cheaper when compared to your other conventional sources like petrol or coal because of how much very little carbon that it has, right? And we also know that it on the pollutants that are released, right? When compared, I'm always telling you it is relative comparison, right? So when compared to your petrol and coal, it is relatively eco-friendly, right? And it can be used as domestic and industrial fuel. And of course, normally in vehicles, it is used as CNG, right? That is compressed natural gas. Yes? So when you're writing the answer, write 3 points on this and you will be able to get the marks, right? Now see, lot of you are still having conversation on blueprint. I will take this question once and for all, right? Ma'am, I still have stuff to complete. Dhyan, then the first thing you do is finish studying and you can always watch this video later, right? Put it on 2x and watch. You will be able to understand. Moving on, everybody, to the next one. Yes? Oh, very, very important question, right? Very important question. Ma'am, will some of these questions come in exam? How will I know? How will I know if what CBSE has set? I'm hoping maybe some of this will help you. Let's have confidence that it comes, right? Some of my gut feeling says some of the topics will definitely be asked, right? So let's have that gut feeling, and with that, let's go on to the next one, okay? This is there in your practice paper. For those of you who have not done practice paper, this is for all of you, which has come for 5 marks, okay? And this right here is from your manufacturing industries. Yes? Agriculture sector and manufacturing sector move hand in hand. Justify with suitable examples. Again, like I said, this is not a very easy question, but nonetheless, as you all know, this is super important, right? So as we know, when you talk about agricultural industry, right, and when we talk about manufacturing industry, very quickly, agriculture industry is primary or secondary? Yes, I have already told you this. Agriculture that is there is primary or secondary? Yes? Then if that is the case, what about manufacturing industry, primary or secondary? Forming your basis for economics? Exactly. So agriculture, your agro-based and your mineral-based industries are your primary sectors, right? While your manufacturing industries, on the other hand, are your secondary sector. Yes? And we know that at the end of the day, when we talk about it, right, we know that both your agricultural industry and your manufacturing are, interconnected. Why? Because if your manufacturing industry has more demand, right, and we know that if your manufacturing industry is doing well, then agro-based industries, especially, right, being a manufacturing industry that is there, like your cotton textile industry or whatever it is, it actually boosts your agricultural productivity, right? So indirectly we are talking about importance of manufacturing industries, which is there in page number 63, right, in by taking an example of agro based, right? And we know that at the end of the day they also add value to agricultural produce, right? And we know that industries depend on agriculture for raw materials, which is why this is also important. And we know that development and competitiveness of manufacturing industries can only happen if it is assisted by farmers. Unless and until your agriculture industry cooperates, your manufacturing industry can never boom, which is why they need to go hand in hand, right? So everybody, you can add a point from economics as well, but you will have to write 5 points to understand this better, right? Ma'am, justify questions are very tough. I completely understand. How to justify whether the statement is there or no. So think about it in a very simple way, right? Now think about agricultural industry and manufacturing industry go hand in hand. Justify. That means, how is it that they help each other? Think of it as a how or a why. So when they say justify, they just don't want to give it to you away, right? That there's actually a why or a how in it. But the same thing, if I go back to this question, right? Agricultural sector and manufacturing sector go hand in hand. Now imagine I put a how after this, right? If I put a how or if I put a why, doesn't this question become easy to answer? Yes or no? Yes? Doesn't it become very easy if I put a how or a why after it? Yes? Becomes very simple, no? So always, right, do that. Put a how, put a why, so that you are able to answer these questions. Okay? 8 more questions, right? 8 more questions. We're in question number 52. I'm going to quickly move on to question number 53. Now here I'm going to take Sahasra's question as well, right? Now determining an ideal industrial location is a challenging undertaking. Examine the above and elucidate, right? Or I will rephrase this too. Determining an ideal industrial location is a challenging undertaking. Why? Why is it a challenging undertaking? That is what you need to understand, right? So this is again there in your practice paper, and as you all know, this is there from your industrial location. So everybody please identify and put page number 64. It is there in the answer. I mean in your textbook, please put a star mark, right? So now as you all know, right, when you talk about industrial location, it is dependent on multiple factors, right? So raw materials, labor, capital, power, availability of power, availability of a market where they can sell their products, and of course making sure that they are in a line with the government policies, right? So these are multiple factors that are there. And Sahasra asked me, ma'am, why is it that we always prefer to have manufacturing industries near coal fields, right? Same reason being is availability of power. So Sahasra, if you are here right now, because I know you asked me this question much earlier, but if you are here right now, this is for you. Because near coal fields or where there is accessibility to power, it need not be only coal, thermal power, it could be hydroelectric also. But normally they prefer to be closer to thermal power plants or from where they use these coal fields, so that at the end of the day they can power their industries, right? So that is why they normally we see that these manufacturing industries are normally set up here. So I hope I have answered your question. So this right here is for 5 marks, right? So this particular question is a long answer question which will come for 5 marks, okay? So you can start off by saying about how it is influenced by availability of raw material, capital and all of that. And we know that ideally, yes, we need to make sure that the more appropriate place or the most appropriate place will have all the factors which are aligned, right? And we know industrialization and urbanization go hand in hand. And we know that cities provide a place for various services that are there. Okay, now before I go ahead, everybody, some of you are saying, ma'am, you're going too fast. Am I going very fast for this particular question? Do you want me to repeat this once again? Yes? Okay. Do you want me to do this once again? Yes or no? Or are we clear? I want to understand, because see, ideally, as you all know, I mean, I'm assuming my pace is normal, but I need you to understand if you are able to follow what you need to write. That is what I'm more worried about, right? No, ma'am, it's clear. Okay, for those of you who are not clear, I'm just going to do a quick thing. See, it's very simple. Basically, they're saying, why is it important that you choose proper agricultural industrial location? Why is it important? Because you know that your wherever you put your industry should have availability to raw material. It should make sure that wherever you are getting power, right? That means you're getting energy out of it. Making sure that you have access to a lot of, things like, for example, labor. You need to people who need to work, right? You need to have money that needs to be invested. So when you are choosing an industrial location, what is the challenge? Why is it a challenging task? Because all of these things need to align, right? And last but not the least, making sure that whatever you are doing should be aligned with the government policies. Do we need to mention about agglomeration economies? Yes, you can mention, right? So that is the point here indirectly, that cities provide markets as well as services. So this is an agglomeration of economies, right? So you can mention that point as well. 50-second ka answer. 50-second ka answer ye hoga, right? I've already mentioned this. You can take a screenshot, Roger. We've already discussed this. Okay, everyone, we need to pace it up. It's already 8:30 and I still have a few more questions to go. Question number 54. I actually have 6 more questions. Okay. Yes. Ma'am, will marks be reduced if it goes little up and down? It will not go up. See, obviously you will not exactly mark where Mayurbhanj, where Mayurbhanj exactly is, or you'll not be able to exactly mark where Hirakud Dam is, or whatever dam, Nagarjuna Sagar. You will not be able to exactly pinpoint. It'll be little up and down. It's okay, but does not mean that if Hirakud is supposed to be here, you put it somewhere in the north, right? Then if you do that in Odisha, then gone, 0 marks. So either little bit in map is okay, but make sure that you know where exactly it should come. All right? Okay, Samra constantly asking me, ma'am, Ankita ma'am ne jo blueprint kiya tha. See, what is Ankita ma'am's analysis? Ankita ma'am's analysis was to tell you that from all of this is what is most likely. That is not official CBSE, and I'm sure Ankita ma'am has also mentioned that. Okay? So everybody unnecessarily getting stressed about blueprint. All right? Now going on to question number 54, everybody. Suggest any 3 steps to minimize environmental degradation caused by industrial development. Everyone, very simple, right? Very, very simple question. Yes, how many of you find this question to be easy? How many of you feel, ma'am, this is all there in my pocket, right? Rainwater harvesting, yeah. Okay. Now, for some of you, I'm still getting a lot of mixed answers, so which is why I need all of you to please go to page number 76, right? We're talking about environmental degradation, right? So, how can I make sure that environmental degradation does not happen? A lot of you are telling, ma'am, plant trees. Okay, we'll plant trees, but we're talking about industrial development, right? So, here, what should it be? Check overgrazing. Okay, yes. But the main thing here is on what can you do in the industry. For example, we know that industrial development or industrialization has caused pollution, right? It has thermal pollution, you have water pollution, air pollution, you have noise pollution. So many types of pollution has happened, right? So then what will you do? That is what you need to do, right? So you know that first and foremost, making sure that water that is sent out in the ocean is or whatever water is released out should be treated water, should not go out with effluents, right? Then you know that particulate matter, fine particles which are emitted out from the which are emitted out from the industry, right? Make sure that there are smokestacks wherein they filter out the smoke, right? Especially by using scrubbers, filters, so on, so that whatever chotu particles are there that can be harmful, they are all damaged. I mean, they are all filtered out, right? And you know that mainly, especially instead of using coal, which releases a lot of smoke, you can switch to some cleaner options, right? And you know that using updated machinery so that they make less noise, so that noise pollution does not happen, making sure that pollution checks are done by the environment, by the company, so that overall pollution levels can be maintained. And last but not the least, making sure that the, machineries have good efficiency and they reduce noise, okay? Sakshi and others who are having random conversations, please leave my class. You know that I don't want to do that right now. Okay, thoda Hindi mein bolo, as you know, linguistic policy. Ma'am, can we write subtopics? Yes, you can write subtopics, but that's not what the question is asking you, right? What is the question asking you? They're talking what steps can you take to minimize environmental, degradation. They're not asking you what you have to do or what are the types of environmental degradation. They're asking how can you reduce it, which is why in page number 76, you have a small paragraph which you can highlight it, right? Yes, Prajwal, again, like I said, everything related to blueprint. I will not see those messages right now. I will only take it after the session, after I finish geography, right? Yes, all right. So moving on to question number 55, right? Ma'am, planting trees are reducing pollution, right? Yes, exactly. See, planting trees can reduce pollution, but they want targeted ones. That could be one among many that is there, right? One among many. All right, I will try my best, Ramesh. I will try my best. Bani, when I do economics, I will explain self-help groups, okay? I'll do that there for sure. I know it's a very confusing topic for most of you, so I will do it there. Moving on. What are software technology parks? Last 5 questions, then dinner break. What are software technology parks, and state any 2 points of significance of the IT industry in India? This came way back in 2012, right? And this normally came for a 3 marker, which means you will get 1 mark here, 2 marks for writing the significance. So everybody, requesting you all to please turn the page to page number 74. Yes? So everybody, please go to page number 74 where you can star mark this particular point, right? Exactly, Jarvis, Bengaluru. So as we all know, when you talk about information technology or electronic industry especially, we know that we're talking about development of software, and we know that this right here is a service, right? Now this particular service of course has made life a lot better, but along with that it has also enabled a lot of foreign exchange as well, right? And we know that Bengaluru has emerged as the electronic capital, and we know that this particular field has brought in a lot of trade, it has brought in a lot of employment opportunities as well, right? So in this case, when you are writing, you can talk about how software technology parks that are there. So if you think about it, where we are right now, or the place where I am quite literally right now, is a technology park. Why is it called as a technology park in Bangalore? Because here it's not just one office, right? It's not just one company, but there are many such software companies which are there. So it is a cluster of software technology units or software export units, right? And they all come together and they develop on export. So basically what do? They develop the software that is there, right? And we know that this is all governed by the IT industry or the IT ministry. Why is it important? Because it has created more job opportunities and of course has brought in foreign exchange. Yes? So are we all clear? Yes. Now I know a lot of my bachas are like, ma'am, हमने तो blueprint का doubt पूछा था, आपने you didn't take it, right? I will definitely take it, but I will tell you towards the end as I promised, right? I have promised you I will take it towards the end, okay? So don't be disheartened saying, ma'am, why did you do that? Why do you not saying? Don't say that. I'll definitely take it up, okay? Yes, very good, very good. Moving on, last chapter. Last 4-5 questions from the last chapter, Lifelines of National Economy. This is the easiest chapter of them all. You know, I'm telling you, this is so easy. Only map seems little scary from this chapter, but nonetheless, it's very simple. Yes? Now, this right here is a very important question, right? Now, as you all know, don't worry, smile. Few more questions and break time, okay? All right, ma'am, ab nahi padna. Ramsagar, 1.5 days mein exam is there. What to do? We have to study. Motivation. I know today you had IT exam. I know, ma'am, abhi social. Oh, that 200 questions, 21 chapters. I know it feels like quite a lot, right? I know it feels very overwhelming, and I know Ankita ma'am and I both know that it's not easy for all of you. But I'm telling you, no, this is the hard work that you invest right now, and tomorrow you will smile thinking, I put in that effort and I did my best, and whatever it may be, you will be proud of yourself, right? See, at the end of the day, the satisfaction that you have when you've put your 1000% in it, no, it's something else altogether, right? So everybody, take a 2-minute time to appreciate yourself for the hard work that you are putting in. It's not easy, right? Nothing that you're doing is easy, but you still do it anyway, and we are proud of you every single day. Yes? So with that, of course, everyone, right? Let's move on with the Josh, okay? We will go on quickly at understanding why efficient means of transport are prerequisite for fast development. Now, this right here is there in page number 79 as well. It is the introduction to your chapter, right? And most of you, exactly, this is one among the most repeated questions they ask from this. Do they ask information from boxes? They can ask you, you never know. So read the boxes, don't skip it, right? Now, when you talk about pace of economic development, right, we know that at the end of the day, whenever you have goods and services, right? So imagine you are manufacturing goods. They will only be able to reach different parts. Only then we see that the production of goods will increase if there is efficient transport, right? So the pace of the development is linked to the production and its movement, right? Which is why in this case, when you are writing, start off by saying that the pace of development of the country depends upon the production of goods and services. And we know that movement of goods can happen either through air, it can happen through water or through land. An efficient transport system along with communication is essential for growth of the country. And we know that it also brings in a lot of a socio-economic progress, and we know that it also brings in trade and foreign exchange, and thereby we know that because of all these things, having an efficient transport system and having an efficient communication system will make sure that it will help in fast development of the country. Which page is it there in? It is there in page number 79, first paragraph. Please make sure that you put a star mark next to it. Ramlata, all of that on one party system. Ankita ma'am will come. She will take all those doubts. She's very excited. Okay. Now, Manas, we have already explained that, Bacha. I think you might have to rewind and watch that part a little bit on how industries and agriculture go hand in hand. Okay. Now, moving on to question number 57. Roadways in India will still have an edge over railways in India. Support this statement with examples. This is also a very repeated question. How many of you got this particular question in your pre-boards? Any of you who got this particular question in your pre-board exam? You can send me a quick hands up or raise your hand as well to let me know that you had it. Yes, exactly. Now, this particular question can come either as a part of your case-based or source-based, or this right here can come for 5 marks. This can come here for 3 marks as well. So, there are multiple ways. This question is very, very important, okay? So, everyone turn to page number 80, okay? Page number 80, page the first paragraph which is on your left side, star mark that, because you easily have 5 points which are coming in and it is super, super important. Okay. So as we all know, when you talk about roadways, right, or why roadways have an edge over railways. First and foremost, when you talk about construction of railways, it's slightly more expensive when compared to roadways, right? And we know that railways have a lot of limitations when it comes to the geography and the topography and all of it, right? Which is why roads can travel, especially in places where it's topsy-turvy. When you say undulating is when it's going topsy, curvy, or in mountainous regions. We know that roadways is better, and we know that it is more economical for shorter distances, right? And along with that, it connects your your airport, your seaport, your railway station. It connects all of it. So when you're writing the answer, if it comes for 5 marks, you will have to write 5 pointers, right? Very, very important. Yogesh, as you all know, I hope that you make a table for studying that. It makes it easy. Manasvi, like I told you, bacha, just rewind back. You will be able to find the explanation for the same. But you know that agriculture is basically your primary sector, providing raw materials for your industry. Okay? What is importance of lifeline? Importance in lifeline, I am telling you now. Okay? Yes, I'll give you the PDF also, so don't worry about it. Map work tomorrow. Now question number 58, right? This is also very, very important. Everybody, question number 58. Now in roadways, I'll also tell you 2-mark question you can get from golden quadrilateral. So everybody, please make sure you star mark golden quadrilateral also. It is there right in page number 80. So star mark that as well. All right. Now last 3 questions, then dinner break. Don't worry. Last 3 and dinner break, I promise. Now everyone, this right here is also important, right? Examine the factors that influence the distribution of railway network. I really feel like this question may come in the exam, okay? I have a strong feeling. How many of you have got this particular question in your pre-boards? Yes? How many of you here have got this particular question? Because this has come in the sample paper, so I'm pretty sure that for most of you, you would have got this question in the pre-board, right? And this right here can come for 3 marks and this can come for 5 marks. So our approach is going to be if it is going to come for 5 marks, right? Now, when you talk about how the railways are made, right, or the distribution of railways, right, it depends on your physiographic. What do you mean by physiographic? It means your physical factors, right? How does the geography of the area look like? Yes. And what are the economic factors and what are the administrative factors, right? So this is a very simple one. We've already discussed. We know that there are, when you talk about the physical factors, especially in the Gangetic plains, it's very, favorable for construction of railways, right? Because if you see vast areas of level land, and along with that, it's a very densely populated area. Yes? While on the other hand, when you talk about the Deccan Plateau, it is not highly favorable but moderately favorable, right? Because here and there you know that there'll be some rocky places and tunnels need to be made. Yes? But there are some places which are absolutely unfavorable for construction. For example, Himalayan region, right? The mountainous terrain is very tough because, of course, first and foremost, the terrain is very tough, and along with that, very few people are there, right? Sparse population. And again, because very few people are there, there's no point of constructing that also. People might as well prefer roadways in those areas rather than having railways, right? And those areas are also very prone to landslides. So if you construct railways and all, safety issues also going to be there, right? But Konkan Railways is there in the Western Ghat region. That is an important point that you will have to write. Undulating is kind of like curvy, okay? And some places like swamp, that is there, right? Swamps of Gujarat, forested tracts, absolutely unfavorable. Now, what are the economic factors? Somebody was telling, ma'am, I don't understand economic factors. Economic factor that is there is mainly, if I build my railways, am I going to get money out of it? Is it going to be economically beneficial? Now, imagine I build one railway network in some place where some 5 people live, and they prefer to walk from one place to another. They don't need the railways, right? It's loss of money for me. I'm unnecessarily spending money of the government, and I could have put that money somewhere else, right? Which is why in this case, if you see, when I make it, raw materials are there, labor goes into it. So a lot of things are put into the picture. Yes. And administrative is also on a front that, places where political headquarters are there. So normally railways are there to connect all these important parts as well. Why is tourism considered as trade? Because you know that tourism brings people in. It shows you what is there in and around you. Imagine I have never visited Spain, but I go to Spain and I see some local art and I think it's very good. And I think that, that's going to be a good business back in India. Then also that facilitates trade, right? Because it's exposing me to seeing new things. So that is what we mean by it. So when you're writing the answer, make sure you divide it to northern plains, peninsular region, the Himalayan region, desert of Rajasthan, swamps and all of that. Mention all of that in great detail. Is it necessary to write example? Preferably. Where is this found? It is there in page number 82 and page number 83. Answer is given, right? All right, undulating, upar niche, theek hai? Ma'am, which chapter is most likely? Industry, manufacturing industries can come for 5 marks. Lifelines of national economy can come for 5 marks. And I feel either resource and development can come for 5 marks. This is my bet on these 3 things. And you can get even from minerals and energy resources, but mainly you will get on terms of pollution, right? Okay. Economics discussion, bacha, will be towards the end. Last thing will be economics. But don't worry, watch the one-shot videos, you will feel confident. Don't worry, okay? Second last question. All of you, please read this. This is again there in one of the sample papers, but I feel like this is a good question. Is this session important? Very important. 100 PYQs, 100 important, most important questions. Please read it. Jaldi, jaldi. And everyone, if you are enjoying what we are learning today, quickly hit the like button on this video. Please show me your love and make sure that we hit 1000 likes before we wind this session up, right? Yes. Okay, ma'am, will we be asked to compare roadways and railways? You may not get a question directly, but they will ask you indirectly asking why is roadways better than railways. Ritvik, I'll give you break anyway for dinner. Finish this and go. 2 more questions and I'm giving you dinner break. Okay. I have explained this question, Talat. Please go ahead and watch this. I have already explained the question you've asked me. You have read it. Very good. Ma'am, do we need to learn waterways? Absolutely, you need to learn waterways. So here the question came in 2021 sample paper in term 2. Okay, this is a question that is from there. Now the first part of the question is examine the role of Indian Postal Network. Now it's there in the paragraph, right? Because we know that the Indian Postal Network that is there has connected with respect to communication and socio-economic development because it's bringing different people together. And it also provides a lot of facilities like speed post, ordinary post, business post. Thereby, it is connecting different things together, right? Now the second part of the question is differentiate between personal communication and mass communication. Easy peasy. Personal communication is one-to-one. Mass communication is one-to-many, right? And give examples of the same. The last one is they're asking us for significance of communication. Why is communication important? Because we know that it connects different people together and we know that it is a source of entertainment and knowledge. Renuka, what happened? Kindly don't spam. And last but not the least, last question for the day in geography. Drum rolls. Yes. Now this is a very simple question, okay? After this, we'll take a long dinner break, right? But look at it. You have completed 60 questions. You have done 60 questions and you have revised history and geography. That's absolutely not easy, and what you have done is amazing today. So please, you should be super proud of yourself that you have achieved so much today. You finished the bulky chapters of history. You finished the long chapters of geography. And you've actually done a full revision of all of it. Knowingly, unknowingly, you've actually revised your strong concepts. And you have also made sure that, oh, this part I know well. This part I need to work a little bit. You have identified your strong points and your weak points. So tomorrow when you're doing your revision, you will know what to do, right? Now, of course, right, as we move on, international trade is considered to be the economic barometer of the country. Using very fancy word to say that international trade is something that tells us how economically developed a country is. Put a why. Why are we saying international trade is important? Simple. What is international trade? When I exchange my goods and services with a foreign country, it is what I call as international trade, right? And we know that trade between two countries is what we call as international trade. And when we talk about it, we know that resources that are there, they're not space, the resources are space bound, right? We know that there are some resources I'll find in India, there is some which I'll find somewhere else, right? So maybe Ankita ma'am has something that I want and I have something Ankita ma'am wants, so I will exchange it, right? So that is a trade that is taking place. Now at all times we know that foreign trade is necessary for improving manufactured goods and productivity of manufactured goods, right? So whatever I sell from India to other countries, we know that at the same time, if I sell it, I'm actually going to make money, right? So imagine Ankita ma'am wants some jewels from me, okay? I have like these nice sapphires, I have beautiful rubies. Ankita ma'am wants, she's found in some other country and she wants it. Now do you think I'll give it to her for free? Even if she's my very good friend and all, I'll not give. No, it's a trade, it's a business. Which means if Ankita ma'am wants rubies from me, she has to give me money. Exactly. So when foreign trade is there, we know that at the end of the day, we know that this will, we get money for trading, right? Similarly, if we purchase something, then that is beneficial. So at an international level, especially when it comes to software technology, India has emerged as a giant, right? And we know that there has been a lot of foreign exchange. Yes, this is business. Exactly. So you need to write along those lines, okay? Very simple and easy. Now, for those of you who had a few questions, I remember a few questions off the top of my head. One was social impacts of multi-purpose river valley projects. So I'm just going to write short forms. Multi-purpose river valley projects. So this Chirayu had asked me, right? So as you all know, Chirayu, social impact, what is there? First and foremost, we know that there is displacement of people, right? People are made to move away from their homes. So imagine I'm living here and suddenly they say, oh, we're building dam, go bye-bye. So then they may give me some compensation, but I'm losing my home, right? And we also know that at times promises might not be kept. They'll say that okay, we are building this dam so that I'll be able to give you water, but at times it is not followed through and irrigation is not provided, right? And when irrigation is not provided, this can lead to some interstate disputes, right? So construction of dams can lead to interstate disputes. Yes? Okay. Shivanshi, ma'am, in the recent years, multipurpose river valley projects have come under scrutiny and opposition. So for that particular question, you need to write about the environmental impacts, right? And you need to write about the social impacts, right? So we know that multipurpose river valley projects can harm the environment and cause like loss of vegetation and all of that I explained about, and the social impacts. Yes? Okay. Do we need to know energy resources? You have to. JFM is basically Joint Forest Management, which is between the community and the forest authority, where the community does the part of conservation and in turn they get some, they are able to probably get some benefits, right? Yes, thank you for telling me I look like a certain someone. Very simple and easy. Do you have any running notes? Actually, I don't, right? I have a few. I can share that with you. So everybody, for 5 marks, write 5 points. Yes? Now, of course, the next thing that we're going to do will be political science. But before we get to political science, it is time for a dinner break, right? So we're going to quickly have a dinner break. So how much of dinner break do you want? Ma'am, can we have a poll? Okay, so students, 2 options. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize this is there. Am I audible? Am I audible? Yes? Okay, now we're giving you 2 options, right? So now we told you we will do 100 questions, but we also know that it's going to be quite a long day considering we have 40 more questions left. So we'll give you 2 options. Option number 1 is finish it off today, right? So let us finish it off today. Or option number 2 is tomorrow morning we can do the remaining questions, which will take us 2 hours maximum. So what would you want first and foremost? Do you want to finish it off today or do you want part 2? So this will be one full part or it's going to be part 2 so that you can revise the rest of it, right? All at one go, maybe the class might extend because with dinner break and everything, class may extend to maybe late in the night till about 10:30, 11-ish, right? So you want to finish it off today or tomorrow? We have a poll. There's a poll. Yes, quickly everybody. Okay, I can see today is winning.
Yeah, today is winning.
So we will finish it today. Yes, today. So first and foremost, majority. But don't worry, we'll give you breaks. We'll finish it off today. Yes, done. We are finishing it off today. So everybody, I will give you a quick dinner break. Dinner break, ma'am. How much time shall we give them?
Anything. I think half an hour.
Okay. So we'll give you half an hour, 30 minutes. Ma'am, what you want, ma'am? We want what you want. Okay, take a 30-minute break. Alright? So take a 30-minute break. Ankita ma'am and I will also quickly eat something and come. And see you at 9:30. Sending you lots of love. Yes, Mansvi will take that doubt, but till then,
everyone. Good evening. Good evening. So we are back. Ready? Yes, ready. Yes. Good evening, everyone. It's 9:30 and now we will start with the next part, right? So very quickly, now I think economics and pol science are there. So I think we'll be able to finish it off really very quickly, right? You had your dinner. Very good, everyone. Very good. Tummy is full as is my brain. Okay. So are you ready for the pol science classes? Right? Not classes as such. Let's discuss the questions, right? So now we will be discussing the questions from the political science. Very easy chapters, I would say, and very, very easy questions, right? Because I was just going through the previous year sample papers, practice papers, previous year question papers. The questions are really very direct, right? The questions were very, very direct. And I just felt that, you don't have to remember, mug up things. It's more of understanding now and then, of course, once you have an idea, you'll be able to write your answers. How many questions? We have 25 questions. Yes, okay? So we have 25 questions, so let's quickly get started, everyone. Outcomes of democracy is not that hard. I would agree that it's a little bit more time-taking chapter for you, right? Yes. But now I think if you have watched our session, right, marathon sessions, of course we have gone into details and I have studied that chapter. So don't worry. Chaliye. So I hope that all of you are ready, everyone. Quick thumbs up. Quick thumbs up, everyone. And I hope that all of you have hit the like button for the video. Feeling sleepy, bhai, we asked, right? We had a poll and majority of you said that you want to have the class. That's why we are here. So I think now if you're saying you are sleepy, it will be demotivating all of your friends out here. So let's keep our energy high. If you feel sleepy, you can go, don't worry, sleep. And tomorrow you can watch the session. Those of you who are ready for the class, right, who are not feeling sleepy, let's get started, right? So let's take a look at the first question from economics, everyone. And here we have. State any one step. Read the question carefully. They're asking you to just give one step taken in Belgium to rule out the problem of the regional difference and the cultural diversity. This question came in the CBSE 2020. Yes? Great. Very good, everyone. Yes, so we just have to tell 1 point. It's a 2-mark question. Of course, this question can come for 5 or 6 marks, 5 marks also. Did I say eco? I'm really sorry. That's pol science. Very good. Yes, awesome. Absolutely correct, right? They had the accommodation, right? They gave the power to one, they distributed the power equally. So this is how, everyone, you can frame your answer. We can write that Belgium introduced the 3 kind of government. That is, of course, we have the community government, we have the central government, right? And we have the state government altogether. They have different levels of the government so that they can tackle different problems and issues of the people. Community people, state people, and of course the center. Then community governments is elected by the people and of course with the same language that they speak. So what happens over here is that if they are using this particular technique, what is happening? The country is living with the harmony, right? At each and every level, we have a position, right, that can actually help in better relationship with the people, right? And of course, that's how they'll be able to move ahead. Clear? Good. Ma'am, whole syllabus map point. Yes, you will have it tomorrow. Ashwara ma'am will be coming and discussing the map work, so don't worry. Good. Okay, let's move ahead, everyone. Let's take a look at the next question. Why is power sharing desirable? Again, it's a 2 marks question, everyone. Came in the CBSE 2019 paper. Very easy question, right? Very, very easy question. Yes. Definitely we'll be doing the paper discussion. After you are done with your paper, we'll be requesting you to send the paper. We'll have a discussion. Absolutely correct, right? Yes, of course. Why the power sharing is important, you can mention about the 2 points, right? Prudential and moral. We are thinking about the others. We are caring about the others. We are thinking about the others, right? And of course, we keep others equally, right? Morally, we want to help the society. Morally, we want that everyone have to have the equality. So that's why we can mention these 2 points, and you can write this in such a way that power sharing is a high spirit or the very own spirit of the democracy, which actually help to reduce the conflicts and provide the equality to the people. Very good. Yes. Okay, so you can write in this particular way, everyone. I hope it is clear. Yes. Okay. Very spirit of the democracy. Absolutely correct. Next question, everyone. Next question. Here we go. This question can come for 3 marks also. Yeah, we have the 2 marks questions also in the paper, right? So yeah, it can come for 2 or 3 marks. Now we have to differentiate between horizontal and vertical division of power. You remember this, everyone? So we have horizontal division of power where we have legislature, right? We have the executive and judiciary. Yes. Then we have the vertical, right? We have the central government, state government, community, and that's how. You remember this? Very good. So we have to differentiate between these. So we know that, of course, in the horizontal, every organ, right? These are the organs. So these organs have the powers distribution. No one particular part has actually holding the whole power. It's been distributed. Yes? So this is very, very important. You can mention the examples. Very good, Akshat, very good. See, I am very proud of you when I see all of these answers. Yes. Absolutely correct. Keshav, you can leave the class. Don't worry, bache. Right? Don't spam over here. It's a very crucial time for all of us. Okay. So everyone, you can mention that. This is how you can write. See, take a screenshot. It's not compulsory, Pranjal, to write the answer in points, but if you're writing in points, it actually helps the examiner and actually helps you also. Yes, very good, very good. So here we have. So in this division, what is happening? Right? In horizontal division, we will see the sharing of the arrangement, right? Sharing arrangement. Power is shared among the different organs. That's a very important point. Now, different organs of the government exercise different powers altogether. So, legislature will be making they are making the laws. Then, of course, the executive are making sure that the laws are being followed. Now, the judiciary will keep a check whether the laws are being followed or not. Then, it is very specific to the concept of checks and balance, right? It keeps a check and the balance and check the ultimate power in all the organs. Whereas in the vertical division of power, we know that the power sharing is definitely there. It's happening amongst the government at different level. We have the union, center level, state level, and the local level. Then basically they have a different level, and there's a distribution of power at the different levels altogether again. And of course, there's no concept of check and balance because power is clearly divided among the higher and the lower levels. So of course over here there are no checkpoints because power is like, okay, if there's something big decision to be taken, it will be taken by center or the union. Then small decisions, right? So are we clear, everyone? Yes, are we clear? Quick thumbs up. Good, everyone. Yes, also known as federal division. Yes, okay. Good, very good. So again, this question can come for 3 marks and 3 points, right? You can mention about 3 points and it's easy peasy. Now, let's take a look at the next question, everyone. A 5 marks question. Came in the year 2019. Very good. Yes. Evaluate the power sharing system in India. Now we're discussing, what we have to go into the details, and then we have to tell about the power sharing system that we have in our country. So if you talk about our country, India, we have power sharing, definitely, right? Of course, we have we have different types of all the power sharing, horizontal and vertical, federal form of government. So now we have to write the important features of it. Basically, if you have to say, what we can add? We know that we have the different organs of the government. We have just discussed, right? Vertical and the horizontal part. So we will write that over here. We have the different organs altogether. We have union government, state government and local panchayat also. right? So this talks about the horizontal division. This talks about the vertical division, right? There is reserved place for the women. This is very important, and social weaker section in the parliament and in assembly. So we can say that we are sharing the power, right, in India with the women and with the weaker section. So according to this, right, we can write this point also because it happens. It's a very valid point. It happens. Then in India, different political parties, we have different pressure groups, and women control the influence of the government. It's just not only the government who is taking a charge. There are a lot of pressure groups, right? There are a lot of people who are involved that can influence how the party is working. Are we clear? Yes? Very good. Yes, 1/3 reservation for women. You will get the PDF. Very good. Thank you everyone for sharing your answers. Very good. Very good. Yes. If you feel that you can't see it clearly, just refresh your page. Just change the setting. Okay? Yes. Good. If the screen is blurred, just change the setting, everyone. You will be fine with it. Okay. Okay, now let's move ahead, everyone, to the next question. And here we have the question from the CBSE 2014 paper, right? We have compared the ways in which Belgium and Sri Lankan have dealt with the cultural diversity. Now again, this is a very important question from this particular chapter. Now in this particular chapter, if we talk about power sharing, we have this case study which is super important. So can you tell me how the Belgium and Sri Lankan, right, dealt with the cultural diversity that they have in their country? Very good. Yes, of course, there was not a effective use of the power sharing. Yes, in Belgium, we saw that we have the equal power distribution, right? Yes, absolutely correct. Dealt means how they are actually taking care of it, right? For example, if you have something, you are taking care of it in some other way. Very good, very good. Yes. Special features, absolutely correct. Very good, everyone. Majoritism in Sri Lanka. Yes, accommodation. Good. So let's take a look how we can frame our answer. So in Belgium, of course, we know that number of Dutch and French speaking people, right, will be equal in the central government. So of course, they have different level of government. So in center, right, they have the equal members who are there, right, in the central government of equal number of Dutch people and equal number of the French people. Right, many powers of the central state is actually given to the state government. Very valid point. The capital city, which is Brussels, right, have a separate government which have the equal representation of both the community. Very important. And the community government is elected by people belonging to the same language. For example, if there's a Dutch representative, it will be taken care of that part, right? And they will be working for the Dutch people, making sure about the cultural, educational and language aspects of it. So there are no issues out there, no clashes between the two different parties. Are we clear? Majoritism is nothing but when we have a certain something in the majority. For example, if I ask you in class that how many of you want to have dinner break, right? So before we went, right, so if you say that 69, let's suppose 70% of you said yes ma'am, we want the break, and 30% said no, we don't want the break. But over here we can clearly see that majority of you are want a break. So this is nothing but the majoritism. Where you have, Tani, I'm explaining it to you. If you pay attention, you will be able to understand. Okay? So if you have majority of the people voting or going for some particular thing, right? Yes, that is majoritism. Clear? Yes. Nagesh, third point. Third point is bache. So the capital city of the Belgium is called as Brussels, right? It's a city. There also they have given the equal representation of both the people, Dutch people and the French people all together. Clear? That's a simple, easy point. So this is how the Belgium dealt with it. Now let's talk about the Sri Lanka. So of course, Sri Lanka, there's something opposite happened, right? So they formed a policy where they give more weightage to the people who speaks these language, a local language, right? They will get more jobs easily. They will get the universities applications easily. They can easily get into the university because there was a little bit favorism towards the language there. Okay, and of course the state, see over here, the state followed a policy of majoritism by protecting and fostering the religion, which is Buddhism. So majority of the people, right, in Sri Lanka follows Buddhism. So they had a little bit favor towards that particular religion also. Clear? So they didn't give the importance, they didn't gave a more thought process in thinking about the other religion and other language speaking people. Clear? Yes. Okay. Awesome. Yashwant, this last point talk about that community government is elected by the people belonging to one language. Right? So for example, we have Dutch and we have French people. So the Dutch people will be, right? The Dutch people will be forming their small community, right? Of course, in which only Dutch people can vote and here French people. And that's how they'll have a balance of understanding, right? Because they will be representing it way ahead. Yes. It's okay. Very good, Bhavish. Very good. Okay. Let's move ahead, everyone. Let's move ahead to the next question. Okay. Okay, let's talk about... very good, very good. Majoritism is not... So, see again, it's good when we have a community polls, right? For example, if you're selecting a leader, definitely it just shows that majority of the people are voting for it. But the other people, right, who are not voted for them should not be mistreated. Their opinion should be equally valid, right? And we should be valuing their decisions also. Okay. Everyone, let's take a look at the next question. Right, and now we are moving to the next chapter altogether. The first chapter was power sharing. We had 5 questions. Now we are moving to the next chapter, which is federalism. Super important topic, chapter, and let's take a look over here. Yes, Shri Tanvi have explained the majoritism few minutes back. Can you go back and see that? Okay. We have to name any 2 subjects that are included in the concurrent list. And how are laws made on these subjects? A very easy question, everyone. So we know that in federalism we have different lists. Can you quickly recall the list? We have the union list, state list, right? And we have the concurrent list and we have one more list. Yes? So in union list, of course, the topics that comes that are only controlled by the union, the center, right? The defense policy of a country, major decision, finance, all of these. In state, of course, we have laws that comes, right? And of course, in the last, we have mixed, right? Both of them have equal, both of them are making the laws. And yes, we have education, marriage into that. Then lastly, we have the subsidiary subjects, right? Subsidiary list that has all the new topics like IT, cyber, all of those. Very good. So let's discuss about it. So we know that the laws of these subjects are made by both the union government as well as the state government, right? Both of them will be working on these lists and that's why they'll be helping in making the laws altogether. Subjects on the concurrent list, right, are of common interest of both the union and of the center. That's why both are involved, right? So, and what are the laws that are made in that particular list? As you mentioned, trade union, marriage, adoption and succession, all of these topics will be coming under the concurrent list. Are we clear? Yes, very good. Thank you, Saurav. Yes. Clear, very good. Ma'am, in this chapter, I'm unable to understand what undermine the spirit of federalism. We'll discuss about that. Unknown will discuss that. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Bhavesh. Thank you so much. Yes, Unknown will discuss about that once we're there in the chapter. Okay. Let's move ahead, everyone, to the next question. And here we have the... Yes, computer subject will come in the... Yes, absolutely. Subsidiary list. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay, let's take a look at the next question, everyone. This question came in the year CBSE 2015 and the question is about the federalism, right? What steps were taken in 1992 for the decentralization in India? Now, it's a very, very important topic, everyone. We have gone into details and we have discussed it. What is the meaning of decentralization, first of all? Yes, residual. Yes, sorry. Okay. Very good, very good. Yes, decentralization, right? We know that the distribution, right? The distribution of the power, right? Very good. Distribution of the power and the function is nothing but the decentralization. Now it started after the 1992. What was happening before then? There was no local elections. After that, after the decentralization in India, we saw that the elections are happening, right? The local elections are happening. We saw there was representation also. Yes, it is important. Age of internalization is important. Very good. So let's take everyone here. So you can mention about that holding of election at the local government was local bodies are made mandatory. So there has to be a local election, panchayat, those all elections are really must now. Then responsibilities of conducting elections on local bodies like panchayat, municipal cooperation, right, was given to the State Election Commission. Yes. Then state government were required to share some part of their revenue. So state government should give some revenue to the local government. Okay, that's become really very important. They're sharing the power also and they will share the revenue also. Clear? Yes, this question is really very easy and super important, and this is how you can write. Very straightforward question, everyone. Yes, absolutely correct. Hello everyone, I can see your spirit is really very high. Let's move ahead and let's take a look at the next question. Now we have the question which is there in the CBSE 2015, and the question talks about that we have to differentiate between the coming together and holding together, right? We have this federalism. Sorry, we have the different types of federalism, right? Coming together and holding together. So this is a very important question, right? So let's take a look at the answer. Can you quickly tell me, right? See, coming together and holding together. So coming together may, yes, we have the examples of USA, right? Yes. So what happens in coming together? We know that, of course, the states are coming, but they have their own independent power. They are not weak, right? They are not weak as compared to the center. They are the equal power. Yes. Whereas in the holding together, different states are coming. They are not equal to the center. Maybe some state has some more power as compared to the other states, right? But they are all coming together and making basically having it all together. Yes, India is an example of the holding together federalism. So let's see how we can write the difference, everyone, over here. So in coming together, independent state come together and they have their own identity and they're really very strong. They can increase their security by pooling, right? And of course, they retain their identity. They maintain who they are, right? And examples we have USA, Switzerland and Australia. That's you all told, so very good, everyone. Holding together is something, of course, in a large country decide to divide their power, right? Into different state and the national governments. Of course, we have the state's power and then we have the national power. So the power is being divided over here. The central has more power, right, as compared to the others. Example, we have India, Spain and Belgium. Yes, yeah, I'll just move aside, take a screenshot. Good. Yes. Bacho, let's just raise. I want all of you to stay, stay focused. Screenshot ke liye I moved. Done. Very good. India is a federalism. India is a federal country. Pooling means coming together. For example, let's pool. Carpool, right? What is happening? People are sitting in a one single car and going. They are coming together. Okay? Saurav Singh. Arey, Saurav Singh ko dhyan rakho. Everyone, Saurav Singh. Please focus on your studies. सिमरन आ जाएगी. सिमरन ट्रेन में ना चढ़ जाए. ठीक है? Focus. Suddenly there's a scene that comes to my mind. I'm just like holding myself. Everyone, let's stay focused. Come on. Chaliye. Oh yes. Chaliye everyone, let's move ahead. No. We will be finishing it. Don't worry. We will finish. We started our class at 9:30, right? Oh, suddenly I realized, oh, I saw the time, it's almost 10. So I was like, did I start my class at 9? Okay, chalo everyone, let's move fast. Next question, everyone. Question number 69 over here. And we have, explain any 4 or 5 features of federalism. Super important question, everyone. Super important. We have to write about the features. You remember in the class also, we have shared the characteristic features of the federalism. Similarly, we have to write about the features of the federalism. And so here, both the questions are same, but the style they have been asked, it's a little bit different, so don't worry. It came very recently also. Yes, so let's move ahead everyone and let's take a look at the answer. Now you can only tell me, Jaldi se you only tell me, what is federalism features? Yeah, we have 2 or more level, absolutely correct. Yes. What else? What else? Different types of government. Yes, absolutely correct. Very good. Very good. Don't know, we'll discuss. Yeah, there's a conduction of the election. Unitary government is something where, of course, we have the elections will be held, right? And we have a one single party. One single. Yes. Okay, very good. Right, we have one single party which is there in the power altogether. Awesome. So let's take a look at the answer. Here we have. So we can see that in the federalism, we will have the central government, right, which of course have the power, but of course is kind of distributed. So we can say that administration subjects are being distributed with the local, right, with the local bodies and states. Both the center and the government enjoy the power of their independent power altogether. We have a case example of India and USA. The fundamental provision of the constitution cannot be changed, right? We cannot change the fundamental rights, the fundamental things, right? One government cannot change it. Everyone should be getting involved and then only those changes can be made. Fundamental provision, very important everyone. Fundamental provision cannot be made by one. Such requires the consent. Such requires the understanding and coming together of both the government. Very important point. Fourth point, the federal system has dual objectivity. It safeguards and promotes the unity of the country while at the same time actually accommodate regional diversity. See, the good thing about the federalism is that though the power is equally shared, right, everyone with different diversity have given the equal importance. So that's very good. There's an accommodation of the diversity. Everyone, this is very important. Do remember this. And the last point talks about the source of the revenue that we have, right? For each level of the government are clearly specified, right? It's financial and not me. So of course they have their ways of earning money and it's very clear. Clear? And of course, dual objectivity means two objective. Federalism is not just serving as the, coming together wala type ke everything is together, but it actually promotes not just the sharing of the power, but making sure that people are together. Different diversity people are together. Clear? Yes. Done. Okay. Everyone, last question. Last question from the federalism chapter came in the year 2019. The creation of the linguistic state was the first and major test for democratic politics in our country. We have to justify this statement, and now this becomes important because we have discussed about this, right? So in our country, we have various linguistic states. States are made based upon the languages, right? So of course, the question is asking, it was a major democratic politics, right? And how we can justify it. So definitely it was a very good step, right? Moving forward, what we can see that after the formation of the states based upon the languages, we saw that people are working quarterly, first of all, inside the state. They're using their local languages. Apart from that, not just for the languages, we have made the states based upon their cultural diversity also. Now, once a country identify a people who are speaking in different language and cultural difference, right, diversity in both the languages and in the culture, the people feel that yes, it's very good. So people wants to come together and live in harmony and peacefully. So this becomes very, very important. Ramesh, Bache, I have explained that. I would request you to go back to the session and see that. Yes. Okay, very good. So here everyone, this is how you can write your answer. You can mention that in 1947 we have boundaries. Later, of course, it was done based upon the languages people speaks. National leader feared that it might divide the people, but it didn't happen. We all came more together. Very good. Yes, absolutely. Those of you who are asking for the break, bache, we just came from the break. Okay, so of course in our country we have some state created based upon the languages as well as for the culture. So you can mention those points, right? And you can mention that it brings the country together. It unites the country, right? And of course it actually helps in maintaining the federal structure that we have in our country. Okay, it gives the people their chance to have the communication, administration in their mother tongue. And it actually helps as a country for all of us to grow together because we respect the different culture and the diversity and the languages. Are we clear? Ha, right? Ha, we see if you're spamming, you'll get blocked. Don't worry. Take a screenshot, everyone. हाँ, true, true, true. अच्छा ये पूछ रहे हैं कि मैम blueprint true है नहीं. अच्छा blueprint क्या होता है? अच्छा you tell me now. We can have a discussion around it. Anyways, we'll be moving to the next chapter, right? What is a blueprint? जल्दी बताओ. Yes, what is the meaning of blueprint? Blueprint is blue in color. Wow. Super impressed. Yes, what is the meaning of? Yes, what is the meaning? Ha. See, again, blueprint, again, it was released by CBSE for our understanding. Okay, ha, okay, you have these many chapters, you have these many subjects, you have these many marks, and this is how the distribution will be there. But can I tell you, right, what happens? We have seen in past and of course in the recent papers, right, the blueprint is not being followed, right? Blueprint में क्या है? Chapters के नाम दिए हैं, questions ऐसे आएंगे, ये सब है. That's it. CBSE haven't given any blueprint के इस chapter में से इतना marks आएगा. See, we did a session, I did a session, I would say that, but looking at the trends throughout the video, I'm saying that by looking at the trends that we have gone through the sample papers, right, the sample the previous questions, based upon that, if we see that was a trend, but of course the trends keeps on changing. It's not 100% guarantee, right, कि अच्छा print culture में से 5 marks का ही आएगा. It's not a guarantee that we are giving, right, because we are not connected with, we don't have a good frequency with the examiner, right, who's making the paper. We don't have it, right? We cannot go and we cannot have that conversation with them, right? They have made the paper. So, please don't worry about the blueprint. Blueprint is a myth, okay? What we can do from our side, we can study properly, right? And that's all sorted. Yes, I think we have to block someone. Yes. Awesome, very good. Okay, there's a question. What is undermining spirit of the undermining spirit of the federalism? Lord, अच्छा मुझे बताओ, what is the meaning of undermining? अरे नहीं, जगराता नहीं होगा, 3 बजे तक नहीं चलेगा. We'll finish off quickly. What is the meaning of undermining? जल्दी से. If you can tell me what is the meaning of undermining, we'll be able to find the answer. What is the meaning of undermining, everyone? See, we know that undermining is something, for example, let's suppose the government has a good power, right? But now it's not doing good. So people will have their doubts, right? People will have ki acha, this is not working, right? Maybe it's not there's a less down. So the question that, I'm sorry, I forgot your name that you're asking is that, what are the undermining effects of the federalism? Okay, federalism is good, but uske disadvantage या फिर uske drawbacks क्या हैं? So of course, when you talk about the federalism, I don't see any disadvantages as such, right? There are few things that definitely can be improved upon. Yes, are we clear? So you can mention about those points. You can mention that, see, in federalism, when we talk about, we have the equality, right? We have good points altogether, but are we following them? That could be something that you can write upon. For example, we can write that there is a corruption, even though there are rules written, right? We will still see there are a few fundamental rights which are not being followed. There are still some laws which are broken, right? We still have the corruption. Eventually, all of this are kind of undermining the federalism. They're actually questioning the federalism. Clear? Clear? Give me a quick thumbs up. I can't say the trend, bacha. I can't say the trend. We are not the SST trend setter for questions. See, these are the questions that we believe are very important. Clear? Okay, good. Utopia means a sense of something that cannot happen in reality. It's a very ideal situation, but cannot happen. Cannot happen in reality. Too real to be true. Okay. Yes. Okay, let's move ahead, everyone, to the next question. And we will be taking a look at the next question, which is question number 71. And now we are moving to the next chapter, which is gender, caste and religion. Now this chapter is very easy. 2 or 3 questions are really important from here, so let's take a look. Describe any 5 features of the caste system in India. Yes. Very good. Everyone, come on. Why we have horizontal system? Why India comes under the horizontal? Because we have both. We have vertical also and we have horizontal also. Horizontal means we have the 3 organs, right? Different organs. One is making the law, the legislation, right? One is actually executing it, making sure the laws are being executed. And we have at the end, we have the judiciary. That is the horizontal. Clear? This is important. So, Suchitra, for more, the prudential and moral means over here, like in the federalism when we talk about, it talks about our moral responsibility for the people, right? We care about it, right? Because of that only, in the federalism, we give equality to each one, right? We consider about the different religion, diversity, etc. So both of these words actually help us to understand that they are the basic pillar. They are the basic pillar, or they are the pillar of the federalism. Okay? Clear? Yes. You will get the PDF. I know. Yes. Everyone. Urmila, I have explained. Chalo. Describe any 5 features of the caste system, everyone. So in our country, we have caste system. Now, what is a caste system? We have different caste altogether, right? We have different caste people, and they have different occupation which is attached to them. So according to our old caste system, what is there that if the caste is being followed, right, the caste will move. Definitely, the job which they are doing right, will be moving from the next generation to the next generation. For example, if someone is doing X job, if someone is of X caste and their job is Y, so their next generation also will be following that same occupation. Even though now in our country we are educated, right? We still see at some parts of our country where we still see the caste system. But now with the education and with the development of a country, we see that different caste people are at various different positions. So we had a caste system. I would not say that it's gone completely, right? There's still untouchability in some part of our country, but mostly it's gone, which is a very good thing. So here we have to mention any 5 features. So this is how you can write. It has the hierarchical occupation division of the society. Based upon the occupation, it was divided, right? Caste system has both hierarchy and the segmented. It has the divisions also, right? It has the divisions also. Okay? Yes. Okay, I think I missed a point. Yeah, I know it's... Yes. I know, intelligent boy, but they were just asking for it. Cool. Yes, very good. Then third point, most important aspect of the caste system, as we just discussed, is the untouchability. Fourth point, we can mention about that. In a caste system, of course, the member of a same caste will be mingling or will be forming a community amongst their people only, and they'll not be going outside their caste. That is one thing that we see in our country. In a caste system, the people belonging to the higher class started treating the others as belonging to the lower caste, and they started the practice of untouchability. So this is very easy for us to frame all together, right? You can mention about the caste system and how it follows in our country, right, in your own words. Yeah, I'll move aside. Do take a screenshot, everyone. Yes. Okay. Gender division is not based upon the biology but on the social expectation and stereotype. A good question. So we know that in gender, right, if we talk about the gender stereotype, so what we think, so there is a patriarchal society, believes in that male is supreme, right, in a family, and they always try to suppress the women power, right, and they will stereotype, okay, a woman cannot work, they should not be educated, and henceforth. So you can mention all of these examples, and then that's how you'll be able to frame your answer. Yes, I hope that I've answered your question. Okay, let's take a look at the next question, everyone. Here we have the next question, and we have this question number 72, which came in the year 2019, and the question is, mention the problem of the casteism in Indian politics. It came in the year 2020 also. Or how can a caste take several forms in politics? Explain with the example. So we have discussed this out loud, that caste and politics and caste are kind of or always on kind of moving together. Not exactly together, but caste and politics and caste. Very I would say that, 1 minute, two very confusing topics, right? But how the caste is influencing the politics and how the politics is influencing the caste. If you understand this, you will be able to write your answer. The question is asking, we have to mention a problem which we have in the casteism in India. We have so many problems, right? How can a caste take several forms in the politics? Explain with the example. So now over here, we can mention about the caste system. Now we can mention that during the election especially, we will see that the candidate which are choose, right, from a particular place, their caste is always kept in mind. Whether these people can help us to get the vote of their own similar caste, either yes or no, right? Whether they can influence their own caste people, yes. So these points, if you mention, right, in the casteism, you'll be able to frame your answer. Let's take a look how we can frame the answer, everyone. So first we can mention that when party choose their candidate in election, they keep the caste composition in their mind, right? Okay, the nomination that we are having at least will be able to help us in getting some votes, right? This is very, very important. Then a candidate from a particular minority community, if they are, if a party is giving a ticket to the candidate who belongs to a particular minority community, becomes a candidate from the constitution which actually will be able to get more votes, and it actually shows a lot of variety. Okay, we are supporting the other people also, and we are pushing them ahead. Then during the campaign, what happens? Political parties and candidates make appeal to give people right, based upon their caste. So they will be like, you know, I am from your caste, I will do good for your caste, so please vote for me. It's become very easy for anyone to get influence and cast their vote for them. This is a very important thing that we have it in the politics which can influence. Then, when the government is formed, political party take care of the representative of different castes and tribes, right, get a place in the, basically they should get a place, right? Even if the people who are coming together, right, are from different castes, but still when the government is formed, it's a government responsibility to take care of everyone, not just one community. Yes, Akshat. Okay, Bhartiya. Yes, correct. Ramesh, come on. We cannot. See, you're spamming again and again. Let us just finish it up. If you want to leave, if you want to take rest, you can go and take rest. Tomorrow you can come watch it again. Yes, very good. Okay, we have few questions. Come on, yeah, I understand that you have been here with us for a long time and you have economics class also, so we'll just go quickly. CBSE question which came in the 2012 and 11. Here we have, what is communalism and how is communalism a hindrance in the function of the democracy? We have to explain. So what is communalism? If communalism is very easy concept, right? It's a 3 marks question right over here. 1 marks for this and 2 marks for this. Now can you tell me what is communalism? Yes, what is communalism? If we have one set of people, right, belonging to one religion, and if they come together and they feel that that particular state or where the function is happening is one, that is communalism, and they don't want other religion or anything other apart from them to flourish and to grow, right? That is the communalism, we can say, okay? They will think only about themselves and not about the other. They are the supreme, okay? That's what the understanding is. How is communalism is a hindrance in the functioning of the democracy? We know that in a democracy, our democracy tells that everyone is equal. If we have the communalism angle, what will happen? Eventually, people will not be treated equally, right? Sometime out of anger, we might say something bad to the other people, right? Which can cause a lot of chaotic situation in the society. So, the communalism can definitely hinder the democracy. So here, this is how you can frame your answer. Communalism means followers of a particular religion that must belong to one community and their fundamental interests are same. They just think about themselves. They have a very same interest. People of different religion cannot belong to the same community and their interests bound to be different and involves conflicts. And communalism leads to the belief that people belong to a different religion cannot live as an equal citizen within the one nation. That's all about the communalism. How it can affect is the next question. So, it involves religious judiciary, basically their own consumption, own ideas. Stereotype of the religion communities. Okay, this religion is like this. Oh, this religion is like this. Oh, this community of people act like this. So, sometimes we put them in the various buckets of stereotype. Then, communalism leads to majoritarian dominance, right? Only one party or one type of people will be dominating a certain part or certain place, which is definitely not good. Communalism involves the use of the sacred symbols, religious leader and emotional appeal to the voters of one religion, right? And this is definitely something we cannot have it in our democracy. Just imagine, right? Yes, just imagine everyone. Yeah, I'll move aside. Just imagine everyone. For example, let's suppose you belongs to an X religion, right? You belongs to an X religion, but the area that you are living in has a majority of Y religion. Everyone, I hope that you are paying attention, right? So we have X religion community, right? And there's Y religion community, right? Let's suppose a Y religion community person, right, because of some work is living here, right? Now, in democracy, they can live happily, right? In democracy, they don't have to fear anything. They can live happily, they will have equal rights. But if we have the communalism, what will happen? These X people, right, will not allow these white people to live happily. They will keep on hindering in their life. Oh, you cannot do this. You should follow our things. Oh, you should follow what we follow. They might force them in worst case to change their religion also. Okay? So this is communalism. But if, of course, if the people of a different community are living together, that is democracy and everyone is getting equal rights. So, okay? I hope that it's clear, everyone. Right? And we know that sometime if the communalism takes a lead chair, right? Of course, we see violence, riots happening also. Yes, absolutely correct. So I hope that everyone, are you clear with this? Clear? Yes, in our country, we have the secularism. Secular. India is a secular country. Okay, wait. The government of India gives holidays for the festivals of most of the religion. Why is it so? Give your point of view. I'm sure it's not a question. Right? But if this question comes because we have diversity, simple, you can write about different diversity we have. Okay? Okay. Let's move ahead, everyone. How's the Josh? Awesome. Oh, this question came very recently and it talks about women still lags behind men in India despite some improvements since independence. Analyze the statement, or we have these two statements, right? In India, women still lag. Oh, the repetition of two statements. My bad. Okay. Now we have to support the answer. Very easy question, right, everyone? We know that women still lags behind as compared to the men, even if we have a lot of technology and of the improvement. Yes, we have to write with the help of example. So first thing, in our textbook itself, they have mentioned few points. They have mentioned about the literacy rate, right? They have mentioned about the salaries that the women get for the equal job they are doing. Women are mostly considered as the household worker, right? They are usually kept in the house and they kind of expect, the expectation of the women is that they should be doing household work also. Apart, if they want to work outside, it's okay, but they have to take care of the house also. So even if we have so much of growth in the innovation and the technology, still women lags behind. If you talk in terms of the parliament, we have only few seats for the women, right? Still a long way to go, and slowly now the government is actually supporting the women, and we can see the percentage expanding in number of female member in the parliament also getting added. Okay, so it came in your pre-board. Very good, very good. Patriarchal means male dominant society, right? In a family, it's the patriarchy. Basically, only men has a decision making. Women cannot say anything. Okay, Martin, I don't know. This will be dealt by Aishwarya ma'am. So here we go. Everyone, this is how you can frame. In India, still the patriarchal society is there. We have a lot of gender discrimination, definitely. Parents still prefer to spend more on the boys' education as compared to the female education, right? Girls perform well in school, but still the literacy rate is definitely low. We have 54% in female and 76% in the male, basically in the male. The dropout. Of course, the portion of the women with the higher salary is less as compared to the men for the same job, right? All areas of the work, women are paid less. And women feel harassment, violence and exploitation in our society at different levels. Okay? Yes. I hope it's clear, everyone. Right? Easy peasy now? Good. Very good. Very good, everyone. Yes. Okay. Let's take a look at the last question. Very interesting question, everyone, and super easy, I would say that. Define the term secularism. Explain any 4 features of it in India. So we know that India is a secular country, right? We know that we have different religions, right? And we have different diversity, different languages are spoken. We have our freedom to follow any of these, right? There's no official language. There's no official religion that we have to follow. Ma'am, can we write these in our own words? You can write in your own words. Alvin, you can write in your own words, but no pressure. Yes. I think the class will get over by 11:30. Yes, hopefully. Okay, I'll finish my class in a bit. Okay, everyone, this is how you can frame your answer. So we know that secularism refers to the separation of religion from a state. It simply means that the state does not discriminate among citizens on the basis of their religion, right? There's no official religion. Every religion is treated equally. No, there's no official religion, right? In different countries, we have a very specific religion, but in our country, no official religion. All individuals and communities are free to practice their religion without any foundation. There's no discrimination on the grounds of religion if they go for an educational place or if they go for a government job or any job. And it allows the states to intervene in the matter of religion in order to ensure the equality, right? So of course the state can definitely come into the place and can take take some decisions and can interfere, because if they have to ban the untouchability. Clear? Yes, very good. Very good, very good. You will be getting the PDF. You will be getting the PDF after the class on Telegram. Okay. Shiv. I'm not sure. We cannot say bache. It can be different from sample paper also. Ma'am, can they ask about what are the views of Gandhiji on religion? Yeah, it can ask for 2 marks. Yes. Okay. Okay. Feminist movement. Feminist, of course. Now again, it was for the women, right? They came together. And it's just for the women to come out and fighting for their rights. Yes. It's not that difficult. Absolutely, yeah. Okay. Next question, everyone. Question number 46. And now we're moving to the next chapter, which is the political parties. After this, we have only one chapter, which is the outcomes of democracy. Here we go. This question came in the years 2015 CBSE, right? Why has India adopted, right, a multi-party system? Explain. Now, we have gone into the details and we have discussed that throughout the world, we have different party system. One-party system, two-party system, multi-party system. Why in our country, India, we have multi-party system? We have to explain. And it's a 3 marks question. Very easy question, right? See, in our country, first of course, we can start talking about the diversity of our country. We have a great diversity, right? And we have different states altogether. And different people have their different opinion, right? And at every level, right, there is a representation. Yes? So because of that, there is a formation of various parties altogether. Okay? So here we go, and this is how you can write. India, being a vast and diverse country, multi-party system was needed to accommodate the vast population. Social and geographical diversity of India could not be represented by just 1 or 2 parties. If we have 2 parties, they cannot represent whole of our country, right? Then, the multi-party system evolved over the period of time depending on the nature of the society, region division and the history of the politics. And multi-party system actually ensure a healthy competition between the different parties, prevent the dictatorship, right? Prevent the dictatorship of a single party, and Indian constitution declare India as a democratic country. Multi-party system actually fulfill all the criteria. Clear? Yes. Easy. It's a very straightforward question. Yashika, I don't know whether it will be trickier or not. Clear? Okay. Let's move ahead, everyone, to the next question. I hope that all of your Josh is really very high. Okay, let's take a look at the next question, everyone. The political parties as necessary for democracy justify the statement, or the question can be asked in such a way that, what is the necessity of political parties for a political party for a democracy? A trickier question. If you look at the first question, it's very easy for us to understand. The political parties as necessary for the democracy. Why? We discussed this question also during the class, that it's very important, right? The political parties are very, very important for the democracy. To contest in the elections, absolutely correct, to make laws. Yes, to make laws. Very good, very good. They will be coming together. When we say that, yes, share of the public opinion, function of political parties. Yeah, we can mention all of those points. Absolutely correct. So see, everyone, 5 marks question, this is how we can frame. Every candidate, right? So without the political parties, these things cannot be there. So every candidate in an election is independent. No one will be able to make any promises to the people about any major policy change, right? If we have every candidate going out all alone, right? Of course, it will not be functional. We need a candidate who can actually represent a whole community, right? Then the government may be formed, but its utility will remain uncertain. Without a democracy, even if there's a government, there's nobody to check on that, right? Elected representative will be accountable. Now, in democracy, of course, we know that the government is accountable, right? Responsive. But if there's no democracy, they can do whatever they want. The panchayat election are non-party based election of the panchayat in many states of India. Although these parties do not constitute formally, it's general notice that the village gets split into 2 or more groups. See, this is what happens. They give an example from our Indian only, right? That in the panchayat, in the villages, right, when they are having the elections, they don't follow the proper rule, the proper things that we have in the democracy. In villages, there are only 2 communities. Somehow that's formed. Okay, I belong to this community, I belong to this community. So if that is there at a very large level, our country will not be able to function well. So that's why democracy is important. You can mention these points, everyone. You can write this also, that the rise of the political parties is directly linked to the emergence of the representatives. Right? We have so many representatives. They want to represent different ideas. That's why this is all good. Yes, love you too. Thank you so much. Aditya, kya hua? Yes, everyone, let's just focus. Society needs to have a mechanism to support or to restrain the government, right? So that's why political parties help in fulfilling these needs for the government. Yes, clear? Good, everyone. See, I can see that a little bit low of your energy. I hope that, everyone. Come on. Yes. Yes, human being, I'll explain. So, in a very simple word, right, why the political parties are important. Political parties are important because, especially in the democracy, if there's no democracy, anyone can stand up in the election. One single party, can you, for example, if I'm standing in the election, do you think that I can do everything by myself? Can I be the one-man army and doing everything? Right? In democracy, it's not that possible. We need a support of the people. Right? So that's one important point. Individual candidate cannot take the country ahead. Then, very important thing. If at all the government is formed, of course, it's not a valid government. They don't promise anything. Right? Then, of course, we know that if there's a political party, it can actually support the society, right? It can actually work for the society, for the betterment of the society. Even if the party does not agree to that particular point, they will still be actively helping. But for example, if I am there in the election, if I don't like your point of view, I will say I will not follow. I will not give importance to your views. So democracy with political parties plays that very, very important role. Yes. Clear? Good. Done? Okay. Yeah, I got it. Yes, everyone. Chaliye. You'll get the PDF. You will get the PDF after the class. Okay, not the last question, everyone. Here we have a question. Describe any 3 broad guidelines for devising ways and means of political party reforms in India. Very easy question. Everyone, let's write our own answer. How you think that you can reform the political parties? We have discussed, right, that we should reduce the corruption, the movement of one particular single candidate to the next party just for the money should be put a ban on, right? We have discussed all of this. That's it. That's it. We should be writing all of these points over here. A law should be made to regulate the internal affairs of the political parties, right? It should not be that only one person is controlling everything. There should be internal affairs. There should be internal meetings happening, internal elections happening. Political parties must be, political parties can be monitored by ordinary citizens, pressure group, very important, right? To keep a check what they are doing. And the quality of the democracy depends on the degree of the public participation, right? If the public is not involved, it will not be happening. So we should write all of those points. You can mention over here, we have just mentioned 3, right? You can add more. Yes, Deflection law, absolutely correct. Filing of the income tax laws, keeping a check on what is happening. Good. I'm very proud of you that you remember all of that. Okay. Oh, this was from the sample paper, everyone. Examine the role of political parties in democratic countries. Just now we have discussed. Political parties are very important, right? They actually put the candidate in the election. They choose. If they win, they'll be running the government altogether. Then political parties plays a very important role in making policies for the country, right? Political parties actually help in shaping the public opinions also. Yes, few points for 3 or 4 marks. This is what we have over here. Yes. Yeah, these are very straightforward questions, I know. I think in sample paper, the questions were very straightforward. But in the practice paper, right? In the practice paper, we saw there was a twist. They have given the question directly from the text. Okay? Yes, good. Okay, chaliye. Everyone, last question from the political parties and then we have just few more questions. State the various functions that political party perform in the democracy. What are the functions of political parties? Yes, you can add that. Zainab, you can add that. Yes. Okay. So we know that political parties ki function. Same functions actually. I think the answer has been, by mistake, it's been copied wrong. What are the functions of political parties, everyone? To contest election, to ensure the stability in the country, to form and run the government, to take the contribution from every community, right? To form laws. Very good. Awesome. Okay. Okay, everyone, moving to the next chapter. I need just 5 more minutes. Yeah, 5 more minutes. 1000 likes ho gaye kya?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
We can hit 1100.
Yeah. See, we really want you to excel. How, ma'am? Your Alvin is asking, ma'am, how you're not sleepless? Because I'm teaching. If I sleep, do you think all of you will be here? Thank you, Insaf Ibrahim. Insaf Ibrahim was saying, ma'am, both the teachers call me Ibrahim only. See, I'm calling you by first name and ma'am also will be calling you from your first name. Don't worry. Yeah. At night, what happens? We don't have the sleep, right? We just become a different individuals altogether. See, we crack jokes with you, right? You see the other side of us. We are no more serious. Yeah? We have to do all of this so that all of you are awake. Right? Yeah, we have to crack jokes. We have to make you smile. Right? We have to make a fool of ourselves sometime. Saying things here and there. Okay, chaliye. Last chapter, everyone. 5 marks. And then Ashwarya ma'am will come and ma'am will finish the economics portion. So we really need your support. Okay, 5 minutes, everyone. So let's see this question number 81 that we have over here. How is the democratic government known as responsive government? Very important question, right? Explain with an example. It's a question which came in the year CBSE 2014. Similarly, very recently it came in a different form. How is government accountable and responsive to the needs and the expectation of the citizen? So we have discussed that and government should be responsive, accountable and legitimate, right? It should be responsive enough to respond, right? It should be following the norms of the society, not the society, norms basically should follow the principles, right? We know that it should be accountable to the people. Whatever they are doing, they should be accountable. Whatever they are doing, they should tell us. It should be very clear and transparent. Legitimate again means that it should be following. It should be real, as in, right? It should not say something and do something else. It should be real in that way. So this is how, everyone, you can frame your answer. Here we go. In the democracy, people have a right to choose their ruler and the people have a control over the ruler. In democracy, citizens have their rights. Of course, they can, by means of explanation of decision making, they are a very important part. Yes, so democracy is based on the ideation, right? This is very important. Decision making in democracy is based upon the norms and the procedures. So a party should be following all the norms and the procedures. And in democracy, the government take more time to make decision about any subject to protect the interests of the citizen. So we sometimes complain, oh, the government take a lot of time. But of course they do it so that they can come up with the right solution for all the people. Yes, absolutely correct. Good. You will be doing tech helper, don't worry. Okay, next question everyone. Democratic government is a legitimate government, right? We just discussed that. So they should be, the laws are applicable to all the citizens. Very important, right? So a legitimate government is a government under which laws and actions of the government are relieved to the people, and of course it being followed very transparently. It's a real government. It works on the rules and the principles. So all the laws are equal for the people, right? Political equality is there. Everyone can vote, have equal rights. Yes, and people have a right to challenge the government and policies and action, and they should accept it. If the people are not satisfied with the working of the government, they have a right to change the government. Are we clear? Yes. Functions are in transparent manner. Absolutely correct. Yes. Okay? Good. Next question, everyone. Democracy have a greater success in setting regular, free and fair election. Basically we have to analyze the statement. Democracy have a greater success in setting regular and fair election. What is the meaning of this? So we know that in democracy, of course, everyone is getting equal rights, right? But the question is asking that democracy have had great success. So because of the democracy, we have regular elections, very fair elections. Somewhat we can say, if not 100%, definitely we have a fair bit of election. We have equal representation. We have correct systems that actually are there. People are eligible to vote. They will be going vote, right? There's a vote of equality. Yes, everyone has an equal chance to express their views. So you can frame your answer in this way that every democracy hold election that has a different political parties and guaranteed the voting rights to citizen. Every citizen in the democracy has a right to elect his leader. Okay. Whenever in a democracy, whenever possible, necessary citizens are participating in the decision making, which was affecting them. So I'm sure we have a lot of polls that has been conducted. People have different laws which are passed, right? We can definitely raise a voice against it. And democracy should practice regular free elections. Okay? This is the power of the democracy. Okay, yes, what is your doubt? Please ask. Okay. Yes. Okay, let's move ahead and you can write it out here. Okay. Next question, everyone. Again, why do we feel that democracy is better form of government than any other form? Explain. Our democratic system is better than any other form of government. Support the statement. Easy peasy. We can say that yes, our democracy is the best. See, sorry, this is from the last chapter, which is outcomes of democracy, right? Yes. Absolutely. Yes. So we can write over here, right? So what we can mention that the democracy promotes equality among citizens. It's very good point, right? Every citizen is treated equally. Every citizen of the country has an equal right by the law. We can mention that. Democracy enhances the dignity of the individual, right? They can follow whatever they want to and they will be respected. That's very good, important point. We'll get the equal treatment, right? A good treatment. Third, democracy improves the quality of decision making, right? It actually gives a chance to an open debate. Discussions happens there. Fourth point, it gives a chance to resolve the conflicts also, right? There's a room for basically it actually helps to ease out the social tension. We have laws that actually help in solving a problem. Then democracy is a legitimate government, right? It supports all the people and of course it actually promotes the fair and equal elections altogether. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, everyone. Thank you Rajiv. Thank you Vanshika. Yes, everyone. With that, we are at the last question from the Pol Science and then Economics. Ma'am, do we have to explain these points or not? Explain in it. See, these points, see, again. So what is the meaning? So these points that we have over here, you're writing it by yourself, right? So you can frame. Focus on the points that you have. These points are there in our textbook only, but the way which we are writing is a little bit different. So take a call over there. Okay. Democracy, ability to generate its own support, is itself an outcome that cannot be ignored. A statement directly from your textbook. Democracy, ability to generate its own support. It can actually generate its own support is itself an outcome that cannot be ignored. See, democracy is very, very important, right? So we have to frame our answer in such a way. It was there in your sample paper. Look at the answer. It's directly from there. Yes? So we can mention that democracy actually is for the people, right? By the people and of the people. So it actually talks in a very high way, right? It is supported by us only. So we have a higher value over there. You can mention that. We choose our ruler. We choose our leader, right? Second point, the decision making is based upon the norms and the procedure as per the law. So whatever laws are being followed, right? It's not by one individual, right? There is a proper laws which are there. There's a lot of procedure which is there. For example, if there's any law which have to be passed, it will be going through various set of people, right? Both in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, and then only it will be passed. So that is there. Then democracy as a form of government is accountable, legitimate and responsible, transparent. Whatever they are doing, it should be very transparent. People can question what they are doing, right? So you can write all of these points here. Clear? I know it's look very difficult and very boring, but can I tell you this is very easy. Ma'am, just by watching it won't benefit? Yes, it will be. You can recall. Yes, negotiation is there. Absolutely correct. Yes. Ma'am, why this chapter so what I did for the economics, for every chapter I took 5 questions. Okay. Yes, now we'll have a break of 5 minutes, everyone. Right, we'll have a break of 5 minutes. And then, of course, we'll continue with the economics. Clear? Okie dokie. 5 minutes break.
Mom, can I try something?
Yeah, please.
Wait, I'm just gonna do something.
Yes. Ta-da!
I won't be able to write, but can I leave it like this?
Yes, you can leave like this. Yes, Aishwarya ma'am will be coming and ma'am will be doing the economics part of it. So everyone give us some time, 5 minutes break. I'll see you, right? I'll see you in the end. I will be here, but ma'am will be continuing. See you in a bit.
Mom will come now only.
Yeah, ma'am will come now only. Yes. Yes. Okay, here we go, ma'am.
Looks like we have a transparent background.
Yeah, it's very transparent. Let me just clean this.
It's okay.
Yeah, here you go.
Just have a look how it looks there.
Let's look black. Nice. Thank you so much everyone for staying up so late with us. See, it's because of you only we are doing. Right? So, yes. We are very proud of you.
So I think half an hour after the break, economics half an hour we'll wind up. 11:30 is our aim. No more than 11:30. Yes. Okay. So now, yes. So Ankita ma'am and I are trying some stuff out.
Hey everyone, I hope that all of you are voting also. See, on our community page, right, there are questions that are related with SST. So I hope that all of you are voting for those questions.
Yes. So now,
5 minutes break.
yeah.
They're asking to start at 11.
Okay.
11 will be
No, half an hour.
half an hour, no? Huh.
So we'll start at 11. Shall we start at 11? Are you all with me? 11 p.m. we will start, 10 minutes break, and then half an hour we will wind it up. Yes? See, like I said, it's as per CBSE, like we can make predictions saying that, see, like for example, how Ankita ma'am was saying history, nationalism in Europe and India are important. In geography, I would be able to tell you. I know you don't want break, but take it, right? Take it because it will be helpful for you. That is why. It's only helpful for you so that you will be able to learn it at one go. Yes? The other ones, other questions which are there, I will take it up. Take 10 minutes. I'm telling you, it will be helpful for you so that you can wash your face, you can walk around a little, right? You can stretch your hands and legs. Yes, do all of that. And we will be back and we will resume at 11 p.m. and we will finish at 11:30 p.m. It's a name, right? So 15 questions. We're going to wind up quickly. Everyone, let's go.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. No, 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 no.
Yeah.
Now it's fine.
Yeah. Am I audible? Am I audible? Are you all able to hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, 1 minute. Yes, now audible. Okay, fine.
Now audible.
Okay, how's the Josh? I mean, it's 11 in the night and all of you are like, Mom, that too, it's not even science, not maths, social sciences, not an easy subject to be studying at the night when it's very easy to bob off and sleep, right? So I do understand. So first and foremost, thank you so much for having so much Josh, for keeping us going, because see, it's not easy when, you know, I have all this Josh, but you are not having that, right? You feel like, ma'am, not happening today. Today is not the time, you know, I feel sleepy. And if you are somebody who's watching it much later when the live stream is over, then it's okay. You can skip through this part where I'm just going to be telling them how awesome the live stream students were. So of course, with this everybody, as you all know, I'm not going to waste any more time. We'll get started. But everybody, to mark your attendance, please make sure that you hit the like button on this video and you hit the subscribe button, because as you know, nowhere else will you find such amazing kind of questions coming up. Teachers going all out of the way, right, to help you out. So everybody, quick Josh level check and we will get started very soon, right? Yes, I know I look like her. Thank you so much. So we will get started with economics, right? Now, I told you in half an hour we will do economics. Now, when we do economics in the next half an hour, I need your cooperation. Because if you ask me, ma'am, this and that, some random questions, then it will not happen, right? So, what do we need? We need to have all the confidence. We need to have all the attention so that in half an hour, 11:30 go, we will wind it up and go to sleep, right? Yes, Alvin is right. Okay. So now, of course, see, when you talk about economics, and I do know a lot of you are telling me that, ma'am, if you look at sample paper or in some of your pre-boards also, we did see that there is a lot more percentage of questions coming in from economics. And we have also observed that in some of the reference sample papers that we were going through. Now, let me tell you one thing, okay? Now, between geography and economics, right? Imagine if you got more questions from economics. Aren't you happy? Aren't you happy that you're getting questions from economics? Because if you have watched my one-shot session, right? If you have watched my one-shot session, then I will guarantee you that economics will be easy, because I have broken it down step by step to understand it. Now, a lot of MCQs come from the development chapter, and in the Maha Marathon session, I have already told you all the important things that you need to keep in mind. So, everyone, let's get started very quickly on economics. And this is question number 86 for all of you on the screen. Yes, although average is useful for comparing countries, right? Or I would say, although average incomes are useful for comparing countries, they also hide disparities. Explain the meaning of this statement and support this statement with suitable arguments. Now, this has come in CBSE 2019, right? And this right here is a 3-mark question. How easy is this on a scale of 1 to 10? How easy is this particular question? Easy peasy lemon squeezy, right? So as you all know, exactly, this is very simple. Now, as we know, right, what is average income, or what we also call as per capita income? We know that it is the total income divided by the total population. Now, the thing is, if we use average income as a method of comparing countries, we know that it will hide income disparity. What do we mean by that? We also did a numerical, right, on country A and country B during competency. Now, if in country A you have 3 people who earn 10,000, then 11,000, and maybe 10,000 again, right? While on the other hand, you have someone who earns 40,000, then somebody is earning maybe 400, and someone is earning 100 rupees, right? We see that this disparity does not come out. And along with that, it also does not talk to you about quality of life, right? It does not tell you about how the people are finding or how they are able to live. So what are the main things? We know first you start out with definition. This is what we understand as per capita income. Yes, and we know that they hide disparities. How? First and foremost is distribution of the income, right? How much money is each person getting? Yes, and along with that does not provide information. Very good, intelligent boy. Does not provide information on educational health or health educational level or health status, which is nothing but your HDI, right? And you can also talk about how they don't give you any idea about non-materialistic goods and services. Now this right here is a very simple 3-marker. If you get, easy peasy in your pocket, right? Now moving on. What is Human Development Index? Explain its indicators. This has come in CBSE 2020, right? And this right here is also another 3-mark question. Now here, most of you get confused with HDI versus HDR. How many of you here are confused with this? HDI versus HDR. Yes? Okay. Bright arts part towards the end, right? We all know. How many of you get confused here? Not me, not confused. Oh, a lot of you are getting confusion. I'm assuming that me is for the confusion. See, what is HDI? I always give you this example, right? HDI is the marks you score in your exam, right? The marks you score in the exam is your HDI. You can compare it to that. So in social you got this much, in math you got this much, in science you got this much, right? That is what we mean by HDI. What is HDR? It's the final mark sheet that you get. In board exam, you'll get the final mark sheet. No telling, Yashika has scored 98%, right? That 98%, that report that comes telling you you got 98%. That is what we mean by HDR. So what do we mean by HDI? It is Human Development Index, which measures the key dimensions of human development. It tells how is the quality of life in this particular country. How do we measure it? How are we giving them the marks? We are giving it based on life expectancy, education, per capita income, right? And we also know that when we say life expectancy, it is basically the length, right? What is the average duration of life that they have in that particular country? Is it between 50 to 60? Is it between 60 to 70 or between 30 to 40? Lower the life expectancy, that means very bad, right? That means that health facilities are not very great. But higher the life expectancy, that means good health facilities. Now along with that, education is also very important. What is the literacy rate, so on and so forth, and per capita income. So this is what you need to write for 3 marks. And I have a very strong feeling, somewhere my gut is telling me one question either for 2 marks will come on this or another question for 3 marks will come. And also talking about what are the features of a developed country, right? What are the features of a developed country? This could also be another question that they could ask you, right? Or another question that they could ask you is, which I would say I don't have it with me, but it's a possibility. Now, in your textbook, they have given you an example, right? To talk about development of materialistic versus non-materialistic growth, they have actually told you about what would happen, right? So what would happen if you were asked to relocate to another city? So imagine I live in Bangalore, but they said to work, you have to come to Noida. So what are the factors that I would consider while relocating? So everybody in your textbook, I know I have made you mark all these things, but please put a star mark because those are not direct questions. They are a little bit indirect, that is there, right? Now for those of you who want to leave right now, Yash, please watch the session tomorrow. Not a problem at all. Any doubts that you may have, let me know in the comments of this video. Yes? Okay. Moving on to the next one, right? We have not inherited the world from our forefathers. We have borrowed it from our children. Explain the statement with an example. Now, if you remember when I did geography, I told you that there are 2 questions that can seem very similar with respect to sustainable development, right? So, as you all know, when you talk about sustainable development, I told you that there are 2 places where you get confused. Now, if this particular quote comes that is in economics, right? It is in economics. And here they are asking you with respect to example, right? Now, if you have to give an example, now in your textbook, everybody, if you open, right? So, everybody, jaldi go to page number 14 and 15, right? So, in page number 14 and in page number 15, you have 2 examples that are there, right? As you all know, in page number 14, they've given you an example of groundwater in India, right? Depletion rate of groundwater. And another example in page number 15 is exhaustion of natural resource. Everybody, please learn these 2 examples because they can ask you this, right? So they can ask you this particular question and these are 2 examples to learn, right? So you can talk about what do we mean by sustainable development, right? How we need to, practice sustainability so that whatever resources we have today is available for everybody tomorrow, right? Example of groundwater you can take, or you can take example of natural resource. Okay? Are we all good with this? Are we all good? And everybody, on side note, everyone, just a side note for all of you, in page number 10, right? So page number 10, you have some comparative data. Yes? Comparative data on 3 states, right? So there is comparative data on 3 states. Now this particular thing, if all of you have watched my live on economics Maha Marathon one shot, then you know, right? But at the same time, this right here is very, very important on an examination front. Your MCQ questions can come from this, okay? So everybody, please star mark this. Very, very important. Thank you so much, Shrey. Thank you so much, Bacha. Don't spam, but now just pay attention. We will quickly wind this up. Yes? Are you all clear? Are we all clear with development? Full chapter ka ek fatafat resource, revision has happened, right? Yes, ma'am, should we know the values? No, you don't need to know the values. You should know how to interpret the information. And yes, thank you for that. So you need to interpret information from that table. They'll not ask you to mug up the values and come. Yes? Very good. Moving on, very easy peasy question which has come in CBSE 2019. I will tell you that if this particular question comes, everyone will be clapping. Ma'am, primary sector, secondary sector, you all know, right? Primary sector is the activities which are related to extraction and the exploitation. I don't think you'll be able to see, but okay. And the exploitation of natural resources, right? 2-mark question. Now mainly you can give examples like mining and agriculture. They are all examples of the same. While secondary sector on the other hand, right? So secondary sector on the other hand, as you all know, they mainly convert your primary or your raw materials into valuable products, and they are associated with different industries. Yes? So when you're writing this particular question, if they ask you to differentiate, please go ahead, right? Please go write in a table so that 2 marks score 2 points may you will be able to write. Now somebody was asking me for development, how to interpret the data. Now let me tell you one thing. I know I want to take it up, but like I said, right? If you want to understand it a greater bit in detail, go to the economics Maha Marathon and just watch that one part. Don't watch the whole thing if you know it. Just watch the parts that you need, right? And trust me, right? You will be able to. I've gone it in detail. 4 denge exam ko. That's all that we need to hear. Yes. If Saurabh sir was there, there would be like more essay, josh and motivation. Last 10 questions, everyone. Last 10 questions, right? 3 chapters. 10 questions. In the next 20 minutes, we are going to finish, right? So I need you all to be with me. Have your textbooks open, right? And if you want to watch the session tomorrow, I am absolutely fine, right? I'm absolutely fine. Now, next up is a very important question, and I hope that all of you have made a note of it. So everybody, please open your textbooks, right? And please go to page number 24, okay? Now this right here is a very, very important question, and please make sure that you go ahead and you star mark this, right? Why is tertiary sector becoming more important in India? Explain by giving 3 reasons. Yes, I'm sure that all of you would have seen this, right? So as you know, there has been a shift from primary to secondary, secondary to tertiary, right? Now, as we all know, right, when we talk about why tertiary sector is there, first and foremost, there is a rise in demand of basic services, right? So we see that there is rise in basic services like hospitals, banks, so on and so forth. And along with that, there is development of primary and secondary sectors as well, which has led to the development of the tertiary sector, which is your service sector, right? Now, along with this, people are also getting more money, more income, right? And as a result, there is rise for demand of certain services like private hospitals, private education, so on and so forth, right? And we know that there is expansion of communication as well, which is very, very important. So now they've asked you for only 3. right? Now we know why tertiary sector is becoming important, because a shift from primary to secondary, secondary to tertiary, right? And at the end of the day, you need to write any 3 points, and in your textbook, like I said, page number 24, have you all marked it? Give me a thumbs up in the chat. Yes, give me a thumbs up saying that page number 22, page number 24, you have marked it, right? Very good, Alasia. Very, very good. Yes, lots of love. Moving on to question number 91. Highlight benefits of organized sector. See, I feel there's an inner teacher and inner instinct in me tells me that there is going to be a question from organized and unorganized sector, right? Now in your practice paper also you had a question, and organized versus unorganized is very easy, right? So everybody, when you talk about organized sector, so I will tell you where to find this. Okay, I need you all to go to page number 30 where you talk about organized sector. Now, what do we mean by organized sector? What are the advantages? Exactly. So, we know that first of all, these are sectors where the company is registered with the government. There is assured work, right? We know that the company has to follow rules which are laid by the government. Job security is there. We know that there are safe working conditions, and there are of course various benefits, right? So we see that there are paid leaves, medical allowances, so on and so forth, and they all have to be followed. Now out of this, any 5 you write. So easy. You think about your teachers, right? Your teachers are part of your organized sector. Yes. So think of this as an example and you can go ahead. Aishwarya ma'am is not like Paul the Octopus, okay? Paul the Octopus actually made some right predictions, but if I make some 3 right predictions, then yes, I could be the future predictor. Yes, intelligent boy. Very good, very good. Okay. One party system. Harshu, please rewind and watch. Okay. Now you write 5 points. They've asked you 5. I think there are only 4, but you can write the 5th point and you will get 5 marks. Moving on to question number 92, everybody. What steps should be taken to create more employment? This is a very, very important question, right? This right here is very, very important. Now, what I need you all to do is I need you to quickly go to page number, let me tell you, right? Yes, check page number 27, 28, right? Page number 27 and 28 along with 29. How to create more employment. They're very simple, right? So easy. Okay. So as you all know, when you talk about employment, there is also a lot of unemployment, right? So we know that it could be either in the form of disguised unemployment that we see in agricultural sector. It could be seasonal unemployment where during a certain season they don't have a lot of work to do. Or it could be, probably due to lack of better job opportunities, it could be educated unemployment also. So how can we generate employment? We know that giving loans, right? Making sure that we give loans to farmers so that they are able to make their work better, right? Like for example, getting irrigation, so on and so forth, right? Generating employment like construction of dams, developing rural roads, facilities, yes? And of course, providing investment in basic services like transportation, communication, cold storage, encouraging non-farming activities like cottage industries, tourism, and creating job opportunities. Now, along with this, what you also need to write about, another added point, yes. So, as you all know, you can talk about Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, which is targeted for people who are suffering from poverty. So, you can write about how 100 days of guaranteed employment is provided by the government. Ma'am, can we write educating more people? You can, right? But here we are also talking about how you need people in your primary, secondary and tertiary sector and how you give job opportunities to them also. Okay. So as we all know, everybody, please star mark this particular part because this can come for 5 marks. Okay. This can come for 3 marks. This can come for 5 marks, and they will not ask you directly. They will ask you indirectly. Okay. They will tell you, maybe they'll give you some quote and they'll say, what do you think about it? Justify the statement. So they will ask you a little bit indirectly. You can take a screenshot, Purva, or I will be sharing it with you. So don't worry. Very good, Ashika. Very good. Okay. Yes. Ma'am, what are jobs under that? So normally, Deva, the jobs under are daily wage worker jobs that would be provided. One day may send them. Yes, you can, Praveen. All you need to do is to put your heart and soul and have self-confidence. Can we write 5 points? Yes, you can. Question number 93. Everyone. Super duper important. We are moving to money and credit right now. Yes, I feel like I will not hold up my promise to you, but it's okay. Money and credit. Are we ready? Money and credit. Explain the significance of the Reserve Bank of India in the Indian economy. CBSE 2012, CBSE 2017, CBSE 2019, sample question paper. So everyone, you need to know the role of the RBI, right? So all of you, please go to page number 48. And on the left side, you will be able to find, under formal sector of credit in India, you will be able to find it. Now, when you talk about RBI or the Reserve Bank of India, we know that it regulates the functioning of other banks, right? It not only provides loans, it ensures that banks not only provide loans to business making or profit making businesses, but even to small scale cultivators, right? Now, along with that, it monitors the functioning of other banks. It collects information from them, making sure how much money you are giving, how much is getting issued, so on and so forth, right? They are also responsible for issuing currency, right? So they are who are responsible for issuing currency, and they monitor how much money is maintained, right? So these are the four main points. Cash and balance is maintained, right? So everybody quickly star mark this question. 5 marks this will come for, right? So please make sure that you write all the 5 pointers, right? So it's very important. Underline the key points. Now, along with this, in sample question paper, which is also very commonly asked, right? Very commonly asked, which most of you are confused with, is explain the role of self-help groups in rural societies. Yes? So, explain the role of self-help groups in rural society. Easy peasy, right? But very important question. Like I said, these are all important ones. And they are most confusing as well. As easy as they are, it's quite confusing. So what do we understand by self-help group? First and foremost, easiest thing. They are all made up of women, right? So it is a group of 15 to 20 members of women who meet and they save up money, right? Now the thing is, how are these people different from cooperatives, right? Most of you have that kind of a doubt as to how are self-help groups different from cooperatives. Now, when you talk about a farmer cooperative, first and foremost, it is a more larger scale structure, right? And we know that here it's a little more formal because they'll be regulated by the panchayat and so on and so forth. This is more or less a smaller scale which has 15 to 20 women, and they come together and they discuss about problems, right? And they are also responsible for giving out loans. So to small scale farmers, to in and around, they will be able to give out loans as well with a fixed interest rate, right? So they take up decisions which are necessary regarding loan activities, and they also have the facility where they themselves, once they would have gotten some money. So imagine me, Ankita ma'am, Saurabh sir, Arsh ma'am, Khushbu ma'am, Kriti ma'am, we all go and give some money to the self-help group regularly, right? And eventually after a point of time, say that they have maybe 10,000 rupees, right? So we were only able to save so much and only 10,000 rupees we were able to give, right? So now imagine eventually with this 10,000 rupees, they can actually go and they can get loan from the bank. Because one of the biggest disadvantages about rural people reaching out to banks is that they don't have any collateral, right? They will not be able to give anything. No collateral is there. Which is why in this case, the self-help groups comes into the picture. And their main thing is that they help the borrowers overcome the lack of collateral. Are we all clear? Yes, are we clear? Now are we clear with the difference between a cooperative and the difference between a self-help group? Okay, very good, very good. So now of course when you are writing, self-help group can come for 5 marks, so write any 5 points, right? So yes, apart from this, they also discuss about some domestic topics also. So 5 out of any that I have shown you right now, you will be able to write and you will get your marks, yes? Very proud of all of you, very good. Moving on to question number 95, yes? So question number 95 is differentiate between formal and informal sources, right? So you have to differentiate between formal and informal sources. So everybody, I don't need you to tell me too much in detail, but who comes under the category of formal sources? Yes? Very good, regulate, very good, bank. Yes. So your banks that are there come under formal sources, right? And we know that informal sources are your money lenders, your friends, right? Me borrowing from Ankita ma'am is my informal source. Yes? So we know that when you differentiate and you get this for 3 marks, write it in a table, right? So when you talk about source of credit, formal sources include your bank and cooperatives, which are regulated by the government and the Reserve Bank of India. They follow all the rules and regulations, and there is of course a fixed interest rate, and we know that everything is properly regulated, right? While on the other hand, informal sources include money lenders, friends, landlords, all of them, right? Table important. Table is important for you to write answer. Ma'am, is self-help group formal or informal? See, at this case, it is informal, right? So, it will be an informal one because there's nobody really regulating them, right? And of course, we know that in the regulatory body, there's nobody supervising them. And we know that they don't really follow any set of rules. Anytime they can decide to change their interest rate, right? And again, with the self-help group, one thing you need to understand is, even though it's an informal and they're lending money, it's kind of like your cooperative. So they come somewhere in between, okay, like between formal and informal types. Okay, exactly. They don't really harass or they don't really do anything to the borrower. Question number 96. Why is it necessary for banks and cooperative societies to increase their lending facility in rural areas? 3-mark question. It has come in 2015, come in 2017, and it has come when? It has come in 2019 as well. So can you tell me the answer quickly? No, I'm very excited, right? Okay. Just give me one moment. Yes, very good, very good. I can see, Zainab, you can ask your doubts, right? So as you all know, right, when you talk about why people in rural areas are still so dependent. Now, this question can be indirectly said to, why is it that why are people in rural areas still dependent on maybe your informal sources? Why are they not going to your formal sources? That's because in the case of informal sources, right, we know that there are no banks in rural areas. And along with that, we know that it's very difficult for people to avail money from banks, especially in rural areas, because of lack of any collateral. And along with that, we see that they don't really have any proper documents as well, which makes it very difficult. So if you write any 3 out of this, it makes it easy, right? So why should banks and cooperatives lend more? So that people in rural areas reduce their dependency on informal sources, right? And we know that rural people are exploited and there is unfair means, yes, and we know that formal sources of credit will provide them cheap and affordable credit, right? Exactly, and they get easily trapped in debt traps, and this can actually make them come out of it. So now, of course, moving on to question number 96, last chapter. Okay? Last chapter. How is the Josh? I have 4 minutes. I don't really think I'll finish 4 questions in 4 minutes, right? But close enough. I told you that half an hour I will do it, right? What is collateral? Bacha, collateral that is there is basically what you do, right? Like what you give as a... like for example, if I want to take 10 lakh loan to go to US, right? I should tell the bank like a promise that, see, I will give you the money back. How will the bank say that? How will I trust you? How will you really give me 10 lakhs back? What? You should give me something in return. So he'll keep my house, right? He'll be like, I have all the details to your house. I'll just keep it with me. I'll not do anything. But you should return the money, right? Ramlata, Ankita ma'am has already explained that. Please go check out her one-shot video on political science. You will be able to get. So it's kind of like an asset, right? Exactly. It's an asset or a security. Okay. Aprama Tamil pesalam. But now all of you pay attention. Otherwise all of you will keep saying this. Okay. Now, moving on, right? Moving on to question number 96. Yes. So as we all know, right, in what ways are MNCs different from other companies, right? Give an explain with an example. So as you all know, right, this is from the sample question paper, right, from 2022. Now, when you talk about this, you have to compare an MNC, which is multinational, to domestic company, okay? So very easy example I can tell you, right? So you can think about maybe... think about Adidas or Nike. Think about some example like that. versus maybe some chotu sa shoe shop company that is there near your house, right? So do a comparison of the same. Now, you know, domestic companies, they restrict their operations within that country. So if it is maybe one iShoe shoe company that is there, right? We call it as iShoes shoe company. Then we know that I will only be selling it in and around Bangalore. But Nike is going to be selling it all over the world, right? So that is something. Now you can give an example of Infosys. Now you know that MNCs like Infosys, they expand to different countries for more labor, more opportunities, cheaper resources, newer markets, right? And we know that domestic is still retained here. And we know that the financial management between how an MNC would do versus the way I would do it would be very different, right? And we also know that there will be a lot of trading that happens at an MNC, which might not be there, right? Yeah, I can see a lot of things happening. So now, as you know, this can come for 3 marks, it can come for 5 marks, right? So use an example, right? Use an example to study this and write the answer. It becomes very easy, right? Okay, exactly. Ma'am is going to teach and then take doubts. Next one is question number 97. What is globalization, and explain 2 positive and 2 negative impacts, right? On a scale of 1 to 10, how easy is this question? This has come in CBSE 2016. Don't get carried away by other things. See, I told you 1130. I'm in 97. That only is an achievement, right? Yes, exactly, right? Ma'am, give discount. No. So now we know globalization is nothing but the process of rapid integration or interconnection between different countries through foreign trade and foreign investment, right? Sharmila's like, ma'am, this came in my pre-board. Exactly. Very, very important. What are the positive impacts? We know that there is benefit to local suppliers due to outsourcing. We know that this gives a lot of opportunities for growth, especially in IT sector. There's a lot of services which can be outsourced, right? So we know that here in this case, a lot of administrative tasks, services can be outsourced. Negative one, we know that there could also be loss to small scale producers because of a lot of competition. And we also know that there's resistance to free trade, right? Because we know that in some countries, there's still a lot of unfair trade barriers. Okay. Next up is a question that we have done yesterday, right? Distinguish between foreign trade and foreign investment. Yes, I will take the doubts after I finish this, right? So as we all know, right, in question number 98, what is foreign trade? Foreign trade is the buying and selling, right? So if I am here and Ankita ma'am is in US, right? And she has diamonds, okay? Ankita ma'am has diamonds which I want, okay? But I have rubies which Ankita ma'am wants. So what will we do? I will buy diamonds from her and I'll sell my rubies, right? So import, export, exactly. But what is foreign investment? Now if Ankita ma'am is sitting in US and she wants to invest some money in my company, iShoe shoe shop. Ankita ma'am is like, oh, I can make some money out of this, right? So then what will happen? That is a foreign investment, right? So here we know that in foreign trade, there is flow of goods and services. Here there is flow of capital, right? Question number 99. Yes, this is question number 99. Explain by giving examples that MNCs are spreading their production in different ways. Now this right here, if you have your textbooks with you, I request all of you to go to page number 57. Right, go to page number 57 and 58. Your answers are there, right? Your answers are there in itself. Because how can an MNC expand its business? What are the different strategies? Very good, Soham. So happy to see the answers, right? Establish a subsidiary, right? So you can have a subsidiary of a parent company, which is like a main one. So for example, how you have Disney Star Private Limited, which is a subsidiary of the Walt Disney that is there, right? Or collaborate with an existing company. For example, how we know that various, water manufacturing companies will collaborate with small scale companies, right? Joint ventures, exactly. Or buy a local company. The Cargill food which bought Parak food items, right? That is an example. Or outsource it to small producers. So you will have to write these 4 points as well. Now everybody, time for drum rolls. Because it is the last question for the day. Question number 100. And with that, everyone, as you know, right, we have finished 100 questions. You have revised 21 chapters by just watching this particular video, right? Yes, very good. So now, as we all know, right, this is a very important question which has come in CBSE 2016. Yes, why did the Indian government put up barriers on foreign trade and foreign investment after independence? Yes, so this right here is very, very important, especially because we're talking about trade barriers, right? Ashika, I'll explain that. So as we know once, what is a trade barrier? A trade barrier is basically a trade policy, right? So what do? There are certain restrictions when it comes to international trade. Now what is the reason? Because we know that after independence our economy was left very weak, right? Our economy was very weak, and we know that if we were going to trade, we would have a lot of dependency, right? Which is why taxes, and in order to make sure that domestic producers were able to sell more and was able to come up more, the government implemented taxes, made sure they implemented quotas, which was fixed amount of product that would come from the outside. Yes, and we know that there was increase in price of imports and limit on quantity of goods. Yes. But of course, over time, right, once post 1971, a new economic policy reform was there where people felt like, okay, you know what, we should have some foreign investments, we should be having more foreign trade, more foreign companies coming into our country, more MNCs coming in, because that will improve the quality, right? Imagine if Nike and Adidas never came to India and you were just surviving on iShoes shoes, right? The quality of my product would still remain the same. But if Nike, Adidas came with their fancy designs, even I would want to be like, oh, I need to make it better. So it would also make sure that quality of product increases, more options for consumers, right? Yes, liberalization. So everybody, quickly, I can see some doubts are there which I did not take. So I'm going to take a minute to make sure that I take down. Now, difference between formal and informal, I have already explained, right? Formal is regulated by the government, fixed interest price, everything would be there. Informal sources are your money lenders, where suddenly they'll come and say, give me all my money, right? Alpha male. Avail means to get, right? That is what we mean by this. Ma'am, can SSG use only cash as collateral? Not really, Parmita. There are various ways. So maybe they would use that cash to maybe give something else, right? Con law, Ankita ma'am has already explained. SSG is for detailed explanation. Check out the economics one-shot video. You will be able to find it. Okay, petroleum as a nodal resource. See, the petroleum industry, as you know, we know that petroleum is also a raw, it is used as it is as an energy source, right? And along with that, it serves as a raw material. So nodal means it is a point wherein it serves as a raw material to different ones, right? Yes, everybody. So shall we call Ankita ma'am? Positive, negative. I have already... See, globalization of Indian economy. That you are telling the chapter name. Yes, you are telling me the chapter name and you're saying, please say. How can that happen? Right? So everyone, as you all know, right? For more detailed understandings of the concept, please go watch all our Maha Marathon sessions, right? Tomorrow you still have time. Watch the parts that you have not understood. You cannot watch 7-8 hours of video. Not going to happen. Watch the parts that you have not understood, right? Now watch it. If you are not happy, if you still feel like, ma'am, I don't think it's going to happen, let us know in the comments of this video. We will tackle your doubts. I know someone will tell impossible. Okay. So with this, everybody, ma'am, we come to the end of a very long day.
Yes, everyone. So yeah, finally we are there, right? And I hope that all of you have enjoyed the class. See, again, there are a lot of things that we want to do it for you, and this is one way we are trying to help you. If you are also serious, please make sure to give at least, now is the time, just one day remaining, everyone, before your examination. Give your 100%. We are there with you and we trust you. So you did amazingly well, right? Sitting from 5 p.m. ma'am, and it's almost 11:30, right? So go through these sessions at a very high speed, right? We have discussed the important topics. We have gone into details. We have mentioned what are the important topics, the important chapters. If you feel that kuch bhi nahi pada hai, so you know where you have to go, right? There's a one question, repeated question, ke ma'am, national dictatorship and one party system, there's a big difference. See, if you see from a normal side, there's no difference, right? No, it's dictatorship, there's only difference is that in dictatorship, everything will be very forcefully being acted on the people, and then of course they have to do it. At least in single party, they'll have options, right? You can still go and vote. Right? There are a lot of benefits we have in one single party system, which we don't have in the dictatorship. So that's a major difference. Yeah, there are a lot of controversies, there are a lot of discussions that they are same, they are not same. You can ponder on that and you can write, but if you think there's a clear-cut difference, if you write one point, it will give you a clear understanding about it. So don't worry about much more.
Now another question that I would like to take is how to start the paper now that we have done so much, right? See, there are two things. One is reading. Now we've already spoken about this, but we'll do it once again. And the other one is writing and attempting, right? Now when you are reading, a very awesome suggestion Ankita ma'am had is to start with your case-based questions, right? So start reading from your case-based questions.
Yes.
Because your answers are there in the paragraph. But most often than not, in your reading time, because you don't tend to focus a lot, you will just, later on when you're attempting it, you will miss out on marks that you can get as it is, right? So case-based, and then you start with your section A, section B, however, your reading time, right? Now imagine 15 minutes gets over, don't panic, take 2 minutes extra, read the full paper and start writing. Now to write, what I would say is write everything that you know first, right? Which means if in section A, right, you know only 17 out of 20, write the 17. In section B, out of 5, you know only 2, right? Write those 2. Whatever it is, write everything that you know. Once you have written, and make sure that you clearly demarcate each section as A, B, C, D, E. Once you have written that, you will get so much confidence and you would have finished all of this in under 1 hour. Then go to section, then go to the parts that you don't know, label the section, give the number properly, you will be fine. And everyone, a lot of this, right? I do know a lot of questions are coming, ma'am, which we want to take, but sadly due to time, we may not be able to.
Yeah, everyone, see, again, we would love to stay here for throughout the night and help you guys, but we do understand that you need time for yourself, right? So once you are done, I know that there are doubts. So again, a very small thing. See, it's not that we are the only one who can clear your doubts, right? We have our sessions which are already there on the channel. So whatever doubt you have now, sit for some time, go through the NCERT text just once, just go through it, and then go to the session and watch it.
Yes.
I'm sure your doubt will be cleared. And if still you have doubt, tomorrow is a day, right? You can write your doubts in the comment section below, right? And we will plan to discuss it. Anyways, we will be having the mentee quiz tomorrow, everyone. So I hope that majority of your doubts will be clear at that point also. So tomorrow, everyone, will be meeting again with the mentee quiz, and we will be covering all the important MCQs that can come. Now again, as we did this particular session, we have planned a session in such a way that we actually made sure that we have all the questions covered in such a way that every part of this chapter is with us. So it will be a full-fledged revision, so don't worry about it. Okay? So we'll be meeting you tomorrow, everyone. Now I think we will give you some time off. Go, sleep, drink water, and just sleep now. I think if you want to study, of course you can. But if you want to take rest, now is the time for you to take rest.
Yes. And if you like what we do, because as you know, after this, you have mathematics coming as well. So what you need to do is hit the subscribe button on this video and make sure that you share this video with your friends, right? So everybody, lots of love to all of you. We love each and every person. We are going to send the PDF right away. And I understand you don't want the annotated PDF. So we will send you the original file as it is, right, tonight itself. So we will see you all soon. Up until then, everybody, take care. Lots of love and bye-bye.
Bye everyone. Lots of love to each one of you. And as we always say, we've got you covered, and keep on learning with BYJU'S. Lots of hearts, everyone. Bye-bye.